All right, from same person. Thank you very much for submitting these tickets. Peanut profile. What is peanut profile? I'm not sure if I ever heard of this, but that's okay. This is the process of figuring out what this is. You'll come across issues that you don't know. You've never heard about, you don't know what it is. What is peanut profile? I don't know. It could be all kinds of different things. I don't know what peanut profile is. You probably don't know what peanut profile is, and that's okay. The only way to figure this out is to actually do some research, do some basic troubleshooting, guys. Basic troubleshooting. Always refer to basic troubleshooting and always go through the things that you know first before you ask for help. Okay, peanut profile. Unable to edit peanut profile, please see attached screenshot of an error. Thank you very much for providing the screenshot. I am so glad you submitted a screenshot. It's gonna help a lot here. Okie dokie. So let's look at the screenshot. Wonderful screenshot, high quality and everything. Okay. So this is for a website that I'm not familiar with. It's sanbs.ci.hr. Okay. And it says an error has occurred, invalid method specified. So every time you see a generic error like this without technical jargon down here, usually it'd be like technical jargon, there'd be like a specific error, blah blah blah. No, this is just a web page created that reroutes you when you do something on the website, and it gives you this page. It just plops that out. So that's how websites work. There is a special page just created like this. That's all it says on it. And every time you do something wrong, and you have to specify for what reason, it's going to give you this type of error, where it's just a generic error. It's just somebody typed it in. An error has occurred, invalid method specified. Now, being not too specific and generic, you can get some information out of it. First of all, when you look at it right away, it says invalid method specified. So what is, first thing when you hear word invalid, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Well, it could be invalid login ID, it could be invalid password, right? That's the first thing that comes to my mind. And then it says invalid method specified. So method. So it's invalid, and we go back, invalid login ID, login password, invalid method. So it's a wrong method of what I'm doing, and then it says specified. So what this tells me is that whatever I was doing previously, the method I was doing it is invalid, not necessarily what I was typing in. So this could just mean whatever you selected as an option on the screen to do, that is invalid. So not necessarily password or a login ID, but a method of you specified. And so let's say you're trying to log in, and then it tells you, how do you want to log in? And then you specify, I want to use my password, or I want to use my single sign-on password. I want to use my duo code, or I want to use multi-factor authentication. I want to use my email. I want to use my login ID. I want to use my, I don't know, date of birth. I don't know. So those things could be invalid. But it could also be a broken link. It could be a broken menu. It could be broken menu. So we don't know. However, we do know some information here, and for these reasons, I'm going to go back and I'm going to actually do this here, and this is what you would do too. Hello. I've never talked to this person before. Well, aside from the previous ticket, I apologize. This is something I should have done in the previous ticket because it's from the exact same person. I apologize. So make sure you do this every time you talk to somebody for the first time. Just use your own name. Don't say you're Irvin. I'm Irvin, not you. All right, I have your ticket. However you want to put this about PNet. And if you want to ask questions, you can and go through this through the email. But in this case, I really want to know what's going on by taking control and talking to the customer. Error. I'm going to say, may I take control of your computer to have a look. Of course, however you want to do this, you can. Whichever, as long as you resolve the issue, the order you do things not necessarily matters. It matters in the sense if you want to be more proactive, or meaning that you do things ahead of time to make sure that you get to a point or to a resolution quicker, you can do that. However it works for you. If so, please provide your computer. You know what? I'm going to say this. Please use this link to let me take control. And I'm just going to leave it at that. So we're going to take control, and on user's computer, we're going to go to this website to see what's going on. So it's SANBS, new tab, SANBS. And I actually looked it up before, just to say what this is. So this is the website that user is trying to log into, and he mentioned PNet profile. Or he or she, I'm not sure, I apologize. This person tried to edit their PNet profile, and they got that error. So they went onto this website, and by the way, this is South Africa National Blood something something, National Blood Service. So looks like they, in my idea, in my mind, this person was already logged in, and they tried to go in and edit their profile. So they're already logged in, and so you kind of watch them do it. You watch them do it. You say, okay, I'm watching your screen now. Go ahead and do it. And then whenever you get to the point where they say, you know, click on this, click on that, and they get that error, and they come across this error, and if indeed that's the error, well, what can you do? Are you a web designer for this website? Are you the web designer? No, you're not. So what can you do? You can contact, if this is affecting multiple people, and you can check that by telling user, hey, have somebody in your group try it as well. Have somebody in your group try it as well. And if there are multiple people with the same issue, then you can contact the web developer. Web developer, which you might have a contact right away, or you may not. Usually it's in about section, or contact us. Here it is. Here is a contact. Our support team is here to assist. There's a phone number, and there's that. So if you are somebody who is allowed to actually do this, if you're doing help desk, you may not be allowed to contact administrators like this, but if you're just doing like on-site tech support, you should be allowed to contact these people directly and tell them, hey, there's something wrong with your website. The web developer, web support, or the owner of the website. You know, so you should be able to contact, say, hey, there's the problem. However, if nobody else has this problem, then I would tell the user to contact the customer service, whoever has set him up with the profile, whoever gave him the account, to take a look at their specific account to see if there are any issues. Okay. So again, if multiple people are affected by this issue, then contact the web admin, web administrator, or the support team that I showed you down here, like this. But if it's just for this person, error only for this person, then this person can contact whoever set them up with an account for this to make sure that there's no issues on their end for specifically for this person. Okay. I'm going to say if issue is affecting multiple people, please contact web admin for support. If this issue is only affecting you, come on, issue is only affecting you, please contact customer service for this website, or whoever set you up with an account for an account. Let's see, how can I word this? Please contact customer service for this website, or whoever set you up with an account. I can't think of any better way of putting this. But, you know, because it may be, okay, because there might be something wrong with your profile. That's what I'm going to say. Why do I keep right-clicking? It's okay. I'm getting a little tired, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to close it. So yeah, we're constantly going to talk about multiple solutions for everything that we talk about in these videos. It says unable to log in remotely on a laptop. Sign ticket to myself. Unable to log in remotely on a laptop. I get this error message. User account not authorized for remote. So unfortunately the audio cut off on me whenever I was recording this, so I have to redo this last part of the remote desktop issue. So the one main problem could be is that you're not simply allowed to use remote desktop. So if you are just a regular user on the network, you're not allowed to use remote desktop because you're not a remote desktop person, administrator, or basically you're not an admin, or you're simply not allowed to do so. Some knowledge workers will have the ability to use remote desktop, but if you're not part of a group in Active Directory, there's basically a group that inside of Active Directory you'd be added to be allowed to use remote desktop. There's a workaround for this, and if you open up system, and now this is on the target remote computer, so the computer that you're trying to remote into, you can ask an administrator to add you in there, so that way you can actually use it. So here it is, and you can check under related setting on the remote desktop to see even if remote desktop is enabled on that computer, and it'll tell you right here, and it says make my PC discoverable in private networks, enable automatic connection from a remote device. That means that you can remote desktop into this computer remotely. But however, what I like to do is go to advanced system settings. And from here, it's much more cleaner, easier to understand. So in system properties, if you go to the last tab, it says remote. It says here remote assistance, allow remote assistance connection to this computer. This has to be checked. And also on the remote desktop here, this part of it has to be checked, where it says allow remote connections to this computer. And then select allow connections only from computers running remote desktop with network level authentication. So this is a must in a business type of environment. meaning that network level authentication is your domain login, which is the same thing that you use to log into your computer. So when you sit down in a work environment and you try to log in, your login ID is a domain login, which is part of the network level authentication. Okay, now you can specify here which people, which users can remote into or use remote desktop to connect to this computer. So if I simply select users here, I can add anybody in there and allow them to remote into it. So if I select add, here I can just type in somebody's name. So let's see here. I'm going to say first name, comma, last name. And if you simply select check names, what I would do, you have to be very specific here. You can copy paste their name in here and just select check name, and this will ping the main controller, which is also the Active Directory. It's part of the Active Directory, and where I should say Active Directory is part of the main controller, the server, where your login is. You say check name, and once it finds you, what it will do, it will change this to something like this, whatever your email address is. For example, this at work.com. This is indicator that it actually found you in the system, and it automatically just fill this out like this. Or you can just type in user's login ID, whatever they use to log into that computer. Just type in login ID, user's login ID. Select check name, and it's going to do the same thing. It's going to auto-populate with their email address. Then you select OK, and there you go. Might be a good idea to reboot the computer just in case, but that's all there is to it. Alright guys, I hope you liked this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful year. Best wishes to you and your family. Okay, so here's another one. Just looks like a question. That's okay. I'm going to go through it. Your manager asks you to set up a secure network connection at the remote site to move over some backups. With which protocol would you use? All right. Yeah, so these are, this one is either A plus or a network plus type of question. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to answer it because this is not a real help desk ticket. So I'm just going to say, obviously, it's a secure file transfer protocol, which is under D here. All right. Again, I appreciate you putting in these tickets, but these are not tickets. These are just A plus questions or something like that. Just for your guys as benefit, I'm going to quickly just go over this. FTP under A is file transfer protocol. That's not secured file transfer protocol. They're talking about a secure way to transfer. DHCP is dynamic host configuration protocol. This is how your internet is set up. Your computer here that I'm using here gets an IP address from DHCP server, which is dynamic address. These are dynamically assigned, meaning that they are random IP addresses. So if you go to your computer and look up your IP address, that IP address is going to be dynamically assigned by DHCP server, which is your home router or your modem. Sometimes they are both the same thing. Sometimes they're like all in one, router and a modem. And IP just means internet protocol. And then we've got secure file transfer protocol, which for that, let me see if I have it installed. I'm gonna show this briefly. This is not something as a help desk that you would be doing, but here's an example of software that you can use to transfer files using SFTP. So this program is called FileZilla, and then you can set it up on both ends. You can create a server and then you can create a client. And then for those, then you would have to set up local key access and stuff like that. It's way more advanced than any help desk person would deal with. I think I have a video on this somewhere. If I don't, then I don't know. But I think I do have a video on this somewhere. Maybe like an older video. Maybe that's why I don't remember from a couple of years back. But you can set up what is just it's a client that let's say here, let's just look at random stuff. It's kind of like this where you just have direct access to folders like this. You just go to, this is how it kind of looks like. So whenever you open up FileZilla client to connect to any server, it doesn't even have to be a FileZilla server, but you can set it up that hosts that hosts your files. It would kind of look just like this. You're browsing folders and stuff like that once you're connected. There's more to it. Again, you have to set up a secure connection where you have to set up a key at the server, and then the server also has to have a client key, this and that. Again, this is one way of doing it, and the answer here is secure. I don't mind teaching people, and I've already but this is a different video. I've already made these type of videos, So I'm just going to reply to customers, say you can set up SFTP. I apologize, guys. I really didn't think these tickets were going to be all like this. And for those reasons, we're going to skip over to somebody else. We're going to come back to his at some point, but we're going to work them in between because these are not real help desk tickets at all. You can set up SFTP to transfer files. For example, you can use software like FileZilla to do this. Sure. Again, I appreciate you making effort, but these are not real help desk tickets. So I'm going to close this. All right. Guys, I have videos like this, and if you want to check them out, they're certainly on my channel. I have tons. I literally looked at it the other day. I have like 570 something videos, okay? If you, 99% of the time when somebody asks me to make a video about something, the video is already made. All you have to do is just go to my channel, youtube.com/Kobuman. COBUMAN, this channel, literally under this video, click on the name Kobuman and click on search, which is on the right, and type in whatever the topic you have. You know what the heck, let's use this one here because I like this one. This might be something that in a help desk we could do this here. A user is unable to reach Google by typing the URL in the web browser, but is able to reach by typing in whatever the IP address is. So what this is a DNS issue, meaning that your computer cannot resolve google.com, meaning, here, we're going to try this. If you open up a command line, and type this, ping google.com. So google.com is a domain name, okay? Domain name. Okay, keep that in mind. If we ping it, well, we'll get a result of an IP address as long as I have internet access. So here are our results. We got what ping does is it pings google.com, meaning sends a packet of data to it, and it tries to figure out what's going on and where it's at. In this case, it responded to us with an IP address, which is the actual address of where google.com server is located. They have multiple servers to handle load balancing, and that's fine. They probably have servers set up in clustering format. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm getting into too technical stuff here. But what's going on here is instead of you typing in 172.217.14.174, you can just type in google.com. And google.com being a domain name, the system that does this for you, where you can just type in google.com instead of the IP address, is called domain name system. Or also some people call it domain name service. But that's what it does for you. So instead of you having to remember that, that IP address, which would you normally type in if you want to reach a server or somewhere, you just have to remember google.com as in its name. Therefore, it's handled by domain name system. So it does this for you. You don't have to remember numbers. It's easier to remember names than numbers. So if somebody has problem reaching the google.com by typing it in, it's like nothing happens. You get an error, for example, says 404 or something like that. 404 meaning that it doesn't exist or something like that. That means that probably there is an issue with domain name system that handles this that I just explained. That handles you just having to just remember google.com instead of the IP address, assuming that you can reach it by typing in the IP address. I wonder if they actually have blocked this. The reason he has a different IP address here is because when he pinged it, he received a different IP address at the time. So it's changed or just totally different one. Here it is. You see how, here, I'll do it again. See, I just copy pasted it that, and if I hit it, it's just going to switch to google.com. So it works backwards. But if a DNS did not work properly, it wouldn't say google.com, it would just say the IP address. But it's working fine. So there's that. Let me see. This one probably won't work. Yeah, this one's down. You see, it's just loading. Okay, so it's changed. All right. And the way you fix that is, let's see here. You can reboot the computer, of course. Or you can just type this in at the computer level, because it could be just at the computer level that he hasn't updated, doesn't have the updated DNS. That could be the case too. All right, so here, I'll show you. So you need to have command line running as administrator, and you just type in ipconfig/flush DNS. This will do it. This will flush DNS server locations, which help you resolve these domain names locally. And this might fix it, but again, well, here, I'll do it as admin. All right, here we go. ipconfig/flush DNS. Again, as help desk tier 1, you may not even be doing this stuff, but it's good to know. See? And now I would just reboot the computer. Now, this is just assuming that only one computer is not able to do this. Otherwise, most of the time, this is just the issue with the Google server, okay? So I'm going to reply this. If it's just you having this issue, you can use ipconfig/flush DNS command to, I don't know, I'm going to say reset DNS at local level. Otherwise, the issue is with DNS server for google.com. Okay, I'm going to save it and I'm going to close it. All right. Unassigned. This is, okay, it's confusing me a little bit here. Unassigned issues. And then we got all open. So we're going to stick with all open issues here because I feel like some of the tickets don't show up in this system for those reasons. Okay. Outlook emails blocked. All right, let's see here. I'm going to take a little sip of my tea. I put some little honey in it so that way my throat doesn't get dry from talking so much, you know, because it's the winter time and we've got central air conditioning which blows hot air onto my face, which dries me out. Man, delicious tea. Delicious mint tea with honey. It's delicious. All right. Outlook emails blocked. And it's from, I'm going to try to say your name properly. I'm sorry if I don't. It's from Sinethemba Dlamini. Thank you very much for submitting this ticket. Again, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. I'm going to assign a ticket to myself. And it says email blocked due to size. So sometimes you get these messages and there's a limit of how big of an email can be before you send it. And that is due to just the way that systems are set up. Okay. Let's try this. Here we go. There's simply a limit inherently built in into the Outlook in this case, or any on any email client, email server. It's server. It's mainly server that limits. In this case, the Exchange server, email Exchange server limits the size of the attachments you can send. And that's usually what happens is you try to send an attachment because there's no way you can send an email that's a text. I mean, it would have to be incredibly big email. It would have to be tons of thousands of pages long if it's just text. But if you try to send an email with a high or a big attachment, it's going to give you an error because simply there's a limit. Email Exchange server cannot handle this. It cannot process large amounts of data. Exchange server, email server that handles all the emails, is designed to handle up to a certain limit of processing. So we've got thousands of people connected to one Exchange server trying to send emails all the time. Imagine a company with 1,000 people, and all of these people are constantly sending emails back and forth, back and forth. Each time you send an email, the server has to process it, and then the next email, if it's coming through, it waits in queue, and then it processes that one, and then that one, that one. So if you got, 10 people waiting on a large email, meaning an email that has a large attachment, and then it has to wait for that to process, that's not acceptable. As simple as that. So let's attach something. Oops, I accidentally clicked on delete. Junk email. What the heck? Okay, inbox. Whatever, let's just do it here. So when I select an attachment here we go, attachment. I'm going to browse the computer. Let's try something big. First of all, chances are, see, this is an executable which is 248 megabytes big. It's WebEx, and it's not going to like it because it's an executable. So if you're trying to send executable within a business, it's going to get blocked because it's an executable, and viruses also use executables, which for those reasons email is going to be blocked to begin with. But here we are dealing with a large file. In this case, we're getting a message right away. To send your file, remove large inline images or attachments from the message thread or try using OneDrive. So here's basically the error, what it looks like now. It's going to look different in different email systems. Like if you go to Gmail and try to say, it's just going to say it's too large. Here it's telling you it's too large, remove it, or just upload it and share it as OneDrive. And this is why these things like OneDrive and G drives or any shared network drives were created for these reasons. So you can share these large files like that. Even Teams, Microsoft Teams is created for that as well. You can send probably a lot larger files through Teams, or for example Slack, or for example any other instant messenger type of system. But even that has a limit. Here it's probably limit is probably, I want to say 32 megabytes or something like that. I don't know. Let's try to attach something smaller. I don't know what the exact limit here is, because it's not something that is my issue. Here is Zoom installer, 16 megabytes. Yeah. See, it already knows that this is a large file, which is very unusual, 16 megabytes, and it's asking, are you sure? And then you say attach as a copy. So it's going to let me attach Zoom because it's only 16 megabytes. Again, you don't want to send any, oh, look like it doesn't want to do it. Look at this. Oh, it's blocked. Well, it's that thing I told you about. You see how it's like, it doesn't let you click on it because it knows it's an executable. That's what that icon is right here. It knows it's an executable and it blocked it right away. So you see, I'm double clicking, and it won't let me do it because it's blocked, because it's an executable because of viruses and such. I hope that explains that. The way to adjust that is probably not going to happen in any business environment for the reasons that I've mentioned already, because it takes a long time to process. Think of it this way. If I sent that 246 megabyte file to the Exchange server, it has to upload it, and then it has to process it, and then it has to store it. And that takes forever because you got thousands of people trying to use the same server. It's just not going to happen. I'm going to reply, and I'm going to say the reason why you can't send large files is related to email server not able to handle / process the requests. The reason why you can't send large files related to email server not able to handle or process the request. The files of that size. It would take up too much of processing power on the server level. This is by design and can't be changed as far as I know. Maybe in the code somewhere. It's just something I've never looked into because, there are better ways of sharing large files. Network drives, all those drives, all kinds of drives, guys. I mean, it's all there. Okay. Completed. Closed, completed. Moving on. From Mike Moser, if you watch my videos, Mike comes up a lot. It's a fictional user that I've created, so this is something ticket that I've created. It's a ticket that comes up fairly often in a help desk environment. Always assign a ticket to yourself first to get credit. Lost my Excel file. Please help. I can't find my Excel. I need this file back to do my work. So here's an example of typical example, I should say, of lost file. It could be Excel, it could be anything else. So I would get a hold of Mike's computer, And since I know Mike, I'm just going to reach out to him over the IM or instant messenger, or I would call him and talk to him. And for those reasons, I'm not going to do the typical thing where I reply to the customer and say, hello, my name is Irvin with PC support. I have your ticket about missing Excel file. Can you please provide a computer? Can you please send me your computer name or IP address so that I can take a look? So I've talked about this many times, and I went ahead and typed it anyways. I mean, repetition is the key, right? Especially if it's somebody you've never talked to. And I'm just going to leave it at that and wait for the customer to respond. Again, if they send you a computer name or IP address, you can connect to them using remote tools like Dameware that I have here, or some other tools that your company provides to you if you're allowed to. If you're allowed to. Some help desk, tier 1 help desk people are not necessarily allowed to use remote tools, but you can do this. You can also send them a link that they can click to create a session that will allow you to take control of their computer so you can look for these missing files. Okay, so first thing first. If it's on your computer, where are the most likely missing files going to be? In the recycle bin, right? You see there is a recycle bin here. Let me minimize the ticketing system. Recycle bin, first thing, look in the recycle bin. If it's there, right click it, restore. Done. Next thing, usually people save things in their documents. Look in documents, see if there's a folder in there that they may have moved things to. Let's say this is the new text document or Excel. This is any of these. It's just a file. Let's say they accidentally dragged it into here and they can't find it. That could be it. That could be the problem. So look for potential places where a person may have moved it. They could have even moved it accidentally into root of C. This is the C drive of your computer. Anywhere. So these are the things you can look through to see if you can find them. You can restore deleted. You can restore deleted files if you have restore point activated on your computer. Not necessarily super successful, but if you right click any folder and go to properties, let's say we know that the file was inside of Zoom folder here, and then you can click previous versions, and then in here you may have folders listed, which this is part of Windows Restore. If you don't have Windows Restore enabled on your computer, then it's going to be like this. It's going to be nothing. But if you have Windows Restore and you have a copy of it, which probably might be a copy from like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, depends how often Windows Restore saves these things, there will be a folder in here, and then you select open and then find it in there and just select restore. That pretty much covers it. You can open their Excel and see what's going on inside and see if maybe the path has been moved. Just open up like Excel. I don't have Excel installed on my computer here. I'm sorry. Maybe I do. Do I have Excel? Yeah, I guess I have. Well, this is the web version of Excel. Anyways, you know how you guys, whenever you open up something and you see history of it, and then you can look to see if maybe this is how they accessed it. Maybe it was just like maybe it was just some kind of a link that they were using to something that was maybe stored online somewhere. Maybe it was maybe it was a shared Excel file. Maybe, see if you click here on shared or something like that. Just look for these things. When it comes to naming things inside of any program, it's going to be very similar. Whether it's my recent, shared, favorites, or all, it's going to be very similar. So look for these things. If it's a shared document, maybe the person who shared this Excel file stopped sharing it. Ask all these questions. Again, we're talking about multiple possibilities of things. And of course, well, what I'm also going to show you is Office 365. Very important. Let me just pull that up and I'm going to get back to you. Okay, so here's our Office 365. Remember the guy's name was Mike Moser. If we go to users in Office 365, Office 365 should have a copy of everything that you do stored inside of OneDrive, which is Microsoft's basically extra storage where it keeps all of your files. So the guy's name was Mike Moser. We're going to click on him. All right, here he is. And then we're going to go to OneDrive. Remember, I said all your files are stored in your OneDrive. So if we go to OneDrive, and I apologize, I lost a lot of licenses for this. I already made tons of these Office 365 videos, and those licenses were valid for 90 days. And I apologize, it's no longer here, but I do have a video, and I'm going to try to find a clip and insert it on how to show you here how this is recovered. I'm going to look for that and just do that instead of showing you here what it looks like when the licenses are expired. All right, I'm going to insert that now. Calls in and she says, I've deleted my Excel document. And here it is. It's just called book. So we're going to delete it here. But you know what? Let's do one better. We're just going to go to her OneDrive and kind of give you a better visual of what's going on. So here is Sally's, all of her files, right? This is all of her documents that she has saved. So in this presentation, we're going to delete just this one here, that it's called Book XLS. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and rename it. We're going to name it File We Are Going to Delete. Okay, we're going to rename it that. So now that we have this file created to keep track of us, we're going to delete it intentionally. We're going to select it. We're going to delete it. So let's say Sally accidentally deletes this, right? And it's deleted. And then first thing you can ask her, hey, have you checked the recycle bin? If she says, I don't know what that is, you know, even though it's right here, and it's okay, it happens sometimes, then we can restore it for her on her behalf. So if she goes into recycle bin, let's do F5 here, and it refreshes it, right? You can see that it's there. But then in her situation, maybe it could have been a thing where she just had to refresh it and then she didn't see it. It doesn't matter. We are here to help the customer. We're going to help Sally recover this. So we see that it's a recycle bin, but if you can't help her navigate to this point, then that's fine. She could have also clicked empty recycle bin, which will empty her recycle bin, and then you cannot restore it for her. However, in that case, I will show you what to do. You can still recover it even if she empties her recycle bin. But let's just do this. She deleted it on accident, and then now it's in recycle bin, but she doesn't know how to do it. That's okay. I'm going to say, Sally, it's okay. We're going to do it for you. And here's Sally here in our active users. If you don't know how to get to this, you go to Microsoft 365 Admin Center, select users, let this expand, select active users, and all I did here was type in Sally Mo, or you can just simply pick her from here, or you can just search for her. It doesn't matter. We're going to select Sally here, and then in order to recover anything that's in her OneDrive, all of our documents are going to be in OneDrive, stored in OneDrive, unless it's shared documents that we're going to talk about as part of this video on SharePoint. All of her personal documents are going to be in OneDrive for her personally. And then to recover it for her, or to basically see the recycle bin on her behalf, right? We're going to do it for her. We're going to click on OneDrive here, and where it says get access to files, we're going to create a link that will take us to her OneDrive that we have access to on her behalf. So, and if we click create link to files, it's going to create a website link, and it says here create a link to view and edit Sally Mo's OneDrive files, right? Self-explanatory. So we're going to click create a link. So this may take a little bit to process, and sometimes not, but in this case, we're just going to just click on it, or you can copy paste this link somewhere else. But you notice this is just a HTTPS, I mean, it's a secure link to the SharePoint OneDrive that's web-based, right? Cloud-based, web-based, whatever you want to call it. So to see it, what's going on in her OneDrive, we're going to click on this link or copy paste it. And here it's exactly what she sees, right? Right? This is exactly where she is. She has that one document, they got one presentation, and we see that as well. Now, normally we would have a link to a recycle bin here where we would click it, but in some situations, and this is important to know, that recycle bin may not show up like this, but it's supposed to show up here, that there's another way to go about this. And for this, here's the segue, guys. We have to go to the SharePoint Admin Center. Okay, here's our home for SharePoint, and this is where we're going to access all of her stuff, right? So in order to get to it, we have to click on, let me just re-minimize this. We're going to click on more features here, right? This is going to be there. It's not going to be in these menus for some reason, but it's definitely going to be under more features. And if we look to the right, it says here user profiles. So we're going to click on open. And what this is going to show us is something very similar that you see in regular Active Directory for our Windows server. Very, very similar looking. And for those reasons, we're going to just use common sense here, right? So if you're in here and then you are going to make changes for the user, well, what is it that you need to do? If you look, the first thing it says manage user properties. Nah, that's not really it. Those are like permissions and stuff. Manage user profiles. So what are these things that people are logging into, right? Think about this. And I want to teach you in this way. This is person's profiles, and especially considering that it's all web-based or cloud-based. So everybody that's part of this Microsoft 365 has a profile, right? And these are their profiles, and we're going to manage it just like we tried to manage it through here, but it failed, and that's okay. We're just going to do it here, but more in a technical way where we have way more access to it. So we're going to do the same thing here that we did with the GUI, but I mean, although this is a GUI too, we're going to do the same thing here, just different ways. We're going to click Manage User Profiles, right? We're going to manage Sally's profile. Okay, and then we're going to search for Sally here, Sally Mo. I typed in Salmo. Let's see if anything comes up. Sure enough, you can make a mistake, and that's okay. And here's our Sally. So we're going to click on her, and we're going to expand here. We're going to click on the little drop-down arrow for Sally. You see here, that's her ID and all that preferred. And we're going to do a little drop-down arrow, and then we're going to manage. Again, we're going to manage personal site here. And I know there's a lot of steps here, but just keep thinking manage, manage, manage. You know, because you have full management control, if you will, of Office or Microsoft 365 Center. So we're going to keep managing and managing. And here's our specific settings to her OneDrive. It says here OneDrive, and because OneDrive stores everything here that's in for Sally, right? And although we clicked manage personal site, her personal site, if she has one, is going to be all stored on OneDrive. Everything is in OneDrive. Okay, and now we can see the only indicator here that we have is that it's Sally's, where it says here about Sally Mo. We know it's for her for sure. No other things indicate that this is for Sally, but we know it is. So we're going to look for recycle bin, and then here it is, site collection administration, and under that there is recycle bin. Okay, now we have access to her recycle bin. We're going to click on it. And here's our file, guys. We can simply select it now, and then we can click restore, and then we can immediately go back to her my files in OneDrive, and without even refreshing, it came back up. Okay, here it is. We restored it for her just like that. Very easy to follow, right? So let's see if there's anything now in recycle bin. There it is. There's still a copy of it that didn't refresh, and That's when we hit F5 and it kind of restored it back up. And that's fine. Now let's go ahead and delete it again. But we're going to delete it even further. We're going to permanently delete it, quote unquote, permanently delete it from her recycle bin. But that's not what's going on. So we're going to delete it again. Yes. And then let's say she goes in recycle bin. And let me just do F5 here again. Come on. Come on. Come on. We just did it. Come on. It's so funny because it was instant over there. But in some cases, it's not wanting to be instant. That's fine. Let me see if I go back here. I know I deleted it, guys. Come on. Delete. Oh, this is what was going on. I messed up. It was already open somewhere else. That's fine. Okay, now it's deleted. That's my fault. I fully accept the fault for that. All right, F5. Now there it is. So let's see she clicks empty recycle bin because she wants to make space on her OneDrive, right? You have to empty recycle bin to make that space. So she does this. And then now what? Now it's gone. And then she calls again. And then you're like, okay, no problem. I'm going to look at your, I'm going to look at your recycle bin. So we go back here. Here we are again about Sally Moe. We're administering her site, as in, her OneDrive. We're going to click on recycle bin. And there's not going to be anything in there. Because she permanently deleted it, quote unquote. It's not permanently deleted, but she emptied her recycle bin. It's not there. Luckily, we can still help her recover this because there's always going to be a copy of it. And that is in second stage recycle bin, which is under her drive. So we're going to have to navigate her through this, unfortunately, or take control of her computer and just do it for her, with some kind of remote desktop software. And so, self-explanatory kind of, it's going to be second stage inception recycle bin. And here it is. Now, if we empty this one, then it will be permanent. You can see it says, this will be, permanent. Well, it will tell me, but that's okay. We're not going to do that because I don't feel like creating this again to prove the point. So we're going to restore it. So when we click restore, now it's no longer in second stage recycle bin or nor in the regular recycle bin. So if we go back to our files, we've restored it, and there it is. And there you have it, guys. That's how you restore files in Office 365 as well as locally on your computer. So I'm going to add internal note. I'm going to say restored user's file. Irvin. Now the example I may have showed you may have not been exactly for Mike, and I apologize for that, but I showed you how to do it. So whether it's Mike or somebody else, it's done the same way. Okay. Outlook emails blocked. All right, let's see here. I'm going to take a little sip of my tea. I put some little honey in it so that way my throat doesn't get dry from talking so much, because it's the winter time and we've got central air conditioning which blows hot air onto my face, which dries me out. Man, delicious tea. Delicious mint tea with honey. It's delicious. All right. Outlook emails blocked. And it's from, I'm going to try to say your name properly. I'm sorry if I don't. It's from Sinethemba Dlamini. Thank you very much for submitting this ticket. Again, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. I'm going to assign a ticket to myself. And it says email blocked due to size. So sometimes you get these messages and there's a limit of how big of an email can be before you send it. And that is due to just the way that systems are set up. Okay. Let's try this. Here we go. There's simply a limit inherently built in into the Outlook in this case, or any on any email client, email server. It's server. It's mainly server that limits, in this case, the Exchange server, email Exchange server limits the size of the attachments you can send. And that's usually what happens is you try to send an attachment because there's no way you can send an email that's a text. I mean, it would have to be incredibly big email. It would have to be tons of thousands of pages long if it's just text. But if you try to send an email with a high or a big attachment, it's going to give you an error because simply there's a limit. Email Exchange server cannot handle this. It cannot process large amounts of data. Exchange server, email server that handles all the emails, is designed to handle up to a certain limit of processing. So we've got thousands of people connected to one Exchange server trying to send emails all the time. Imagine a company with 1,000 people, and all of these people are constantly sending emails back and forth, back and forth. Each time you send an email, the server has to process it, and then the next email, if it's coming through, it waits in queue, and then it processes that one, and then that one, that one. So if you got, 10 people waiting on a large email, meaning an email that has a large attachment, and then it has to wait for that to process, that's not acceptable. As simple as that. So let's attach something. Oops, I accidentally clicked on delete. Junk email. What the heck? Okay, inbox. Whatever, let's just do it here. So when I select an attachment here we go, attachment. I'm going to browse the computer. Let's try something big. First of all, chances are, see, this is an executable which is 248 megabytes big. It's WebEx, and it's not going to like it because it's an executable. So if you're trying to send executable within a business, it's going to get blocked because it's an executable, and viruses also use an executables, which for those reasons email is going to be blocked to begin with. But here we are dealing with a large file. In this case, we're getting a message right away. To send your file, remove large inline images or attachments from the message thread, or try using OneDrive. So here's basically the error, what it looks like now. It's going to look different in different email systems. Like if you go to Gmail and try to say, it's just going to say it's too large. Here it's telling you it's too large, remove it, or just upload it and share it as OneDrive. And this is why these things like OneDrive and G drives or any shared network drives were created, for these reasons, so you can share these large files like that. Even Teams, Microsoft Teams is created for that as well. You can send probably a lot larger files through Teams, or for example Slack, or for example any other instant messenger type of system. But even that has a limit. Here it's probably limit is probably, I want to say 32 megabytes or something like that. I don't know. Let's try to attach something smaller. I don't know what the exact limit here is, because it's not something that is my issue. Here is Zoom installer, 16 megabytes. Yeah. See, it already knows that this is a large file, which is very unusual, 16 megabytes, and it's asking, are you sure? And then you say attach as a copy. So it's going to let me attach Zoom because it's only 16 megabytes. Again, you don't want to send any, look like it doesn't want to do it. Look at this. Oh, it's blocked. Well, it's that thing I told you about. You see how it's like, it doesn't let you click on it because it knows it's an executable. That's what that icon is right here. It knows it's an executable and it blocked it right away. So you see, I'm double clicking, and it won't let me do it because it's blocked, because it's an executable because of viruses and such. I hope that explains that. The way to adjust that is probably not going to happen in any business environment for the reasons that I've mentioned already, because it takes a long time to process. Think of it this way. If I sent that 246 megabyte file to the Exchange server, it has to upload it, and then it has to process it, and then it has to store it. And that takes forever because you got thousands of people trying to use the same server. It's just not going to happen. I'm going to reply, and I'm going to say the reason why you can't send large files is related to email server not able to handle / process the requests. The requests. The reason why you can't send large files related to email server not able to handle or process the request. The files of that size. It would take up too much of processing power on the server level. This is by design and can't be changed as far as I know. Maybe in the code somewhere. It's just something I've never looked into because, there are better ways of sharing large files. Network drives, all those drives, all kinds of drives, guys. I mean, it's all there. Okay. Completed. Closed, completed. Moving on. Do this here. And if you got a moment, please in the comments, let me know that, just say hi, hello, present, just to let me know that people are still interested in this type of content so I can keep making it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. And for those reasons, whenever you guys leave a nice comment or just say hi, then I can also feel motivated to spend more time. Okay, all right, let's get into it. First ticket here, excuse me, we have is Outlook issue. Now, keep in mind, we're going to talk about these issues in a way where I provide multiple solutions, multiple possible solutions. To keep the video going, obviously I can't access these people's computers and stuff, because time constraint, organizational issues, and all of that. Okay, first thing first, I'm going to assign a ticket to myself. Excuse me, my throat is getting dry a little bit here. And this ticket is from Ryu Tao. I hope I said your name correctly. Thank you very much for submitting this ticket. And it's Outlook issue. Every time I search for people in Outlook, it freezes my Outlook. I turned off the hardware acceleration and I turned off cache mode, repaired Outlook, repaired Office, and uninstalled and reinstalled Office 365, no change. So what he's talking about here, and I'm going to zoom in video in post. Well, maybe I can zoom in here a little bit. Here we go. Well, it's all blurred out. But every time you use Outlook to search for people, what the computer does in your app, it goes through the database, in this case of people who are in Outlook, like contacts and such. A computer, the way it does this is through indexing. What indexing does on a computer, it goes through the words within the documents, and it kind of caches them, meaning that it saves that information for later so we can access it faster. So instead of going through, thousands and thousands of different documents and stuff like that, it will store this data in an index. And I'm going to pull it up how it looks like on the computer itself. If you just type in index in search bar, it will come up. It's just this is just indexing option on your computer. So, and indexing heavily depends when it's doing it. When it's doing it for the first time, heavily depends on the speed of your computer. And looking at the screenshot here, it kind of looks like he's using, well, he mentioned he's using the actual application on the computer. So in this case, it is using your computer to search through, to use indexing to search through Outlook for people, for contacts. Now, it sounds like you've already done some troubleshooting, which are, definitely some things I would look at. Search it says, I turned off hardware acceleration. Now, hardware acceleration is usually a good thing, but it can cause a problem. I've seen hardware acceleration cause a problem in like things like a video playback and this and that. But if you turn off hardware acceleration, what it does, it turns on software acceleration, which can actually be slower. So, but I'm assuming you kind of went on the internet and tried different things, which is perfectly fine. In this case, I don't see it causing a problem at all, even if you keep it turned off. And then you turned off cached mode, which it stops the Outlook in this case from caching any data, like, for faster access. Caching, that's what that is. Every time you cache something is like you save it for later so it's faster to access, similar to indexing. Uh, but it's usually used for like data processing rather than word search. Indexing is specifically used for word search. Well, the word indexing comes from literally index, like on your book. When you open up a book, there is an index on it of things that are inside the book. Like the first page you open, and there is the first thing you see is an index. Chapter 1, blah, blah, blah. Chapter 2, blah, blah, blah. Stuff like that. And you repair the Office, which, as a last resort, you can certainly do that. Uninstall or reinstalled Office 365, which inherently reinstalls the Outlook. And there is no change. So what else could be the issue? Now, let me just kind of go through here. I'm going to click here where it says, how does indexing affect searches? Just to kind of talk about it a little bit more. But we'll see if we have a solution for this, because this is something you have to try on your computer. And here it is. Just to kind of go do an overview, what information is indexed. By default, all the properties of your files are indexed, including file names, full paths, and full file paths. For files with text, their content is indexed to allow you to search for words within the files. See, it's kind of the same thing that I just kind of mentioned. And it says here which apps use index. It says here many of the built-in apps on your PC use index in some way, including File Explorer, Photos, and Groove, and I don't know what Groove is. It uses it to access the track changes to your files. Microsoft Edge uses it to provide browser history results and address bar. And Outlook uses it to search your email. So this kind of tells us that Outlook does use it, but doesn't say specifically that it's using it to search for people. Now, typically, and we can't verify this because I don't have access to your computer, and what I'm about to say, I certainly don't have access to. But judging by your screenshot, you're selecting filter email. Filter email. That's what you're doing here. Not necessarily using the address book, which I assumed initially, but according to your screenshot, and it's very blurry, but I really appreciate you submitting it. It kind of seems like you're searching through the email itself, which again is locally. And if that's the case, the indexing and the search function itself is going to heavily depend on the speed of your computer. Now, if this was not an issue before, and it worked fine before, then you might want to look at the background services to see if there's anything in the background that's using up your computer speed. And I've done this many times in these videos where you open up a task manager and you simply see if there is enough resources available. If you click on performances, sometimes you can have an issue where you have, for example, 16 gigabytes of RAM. You know you have installed 16 gigabytes of RAM, but suddenly it's showing like half of that. It could mean that one of the RAM sticks died and suddenly your computer's slowing down. Not necessarily the case here, but this could be the situation. The other thing I wanted to mention is when you're, searching for people in Outlook, especially if you're using a web version of Outlook. In this case, I know you're not, but just to kind of explain it to you, if it's trying to fetch data from a server that has this cache data for people, if you're searching for people, email addresses as such and such, especially in Office 365, this stuff is going to be stored on a server, on Office 365 server, which could be an issue as well. Now, besides actually having direct access to your computer, looking at all these things that I've mentioned, I'm not sure what else I could do here to help you, unfortunately. You can look at the indexing options here, and you can select modify here, and then you can make sure that things are being indexed. For example, if you see it here when it says local C, and then expand all of this, you can see that in this case, what's indexed right now is just users. Right? And you could try, if you have Office 365, navigate through there, through program files x86, and I don't have Microsoft. I don't have Office 365 installed on this particular computer, but you can navigate to it and just do a check mark like this, click OK, and then that will specifically index all the folder that you've selected and everything inside of it. If you can navigate and find Outlook specifically, Outlook EXE, then you can try that. Unfortunately, I don't have access to it, and it sounds like you tried a lot of things already. See, is this a better picture? No, it's not. That's okay. So, that being said, I would have to have a direct access to your computer in order to resolve this. So, I'm not sure what to do with this ticket here, because this is one of those things I can't necessarily just close and call it a day, because I haven't resolved the issue and I don't have a definite resolution for you, because I'm not 100% confident that the advice that I've given you would actually resolve your issue, because there might be some other factors that I would look at first aside from Outlook, because it may not be the Outlook itself that's causing the problem, assuming that you've done all of these things already, which you've already said, repaired Outlook and reinstalled it and all of that. So that being said, I would look at the resources locally and possibly a server being just too slow, but I don't know. Again, your screenshot here is slightly confusing, but I don't know if you're searching through emails or just for people. I know you said people, but I don't know. I simply don't know. So I'm going to reply to you, and this is a little bit unorthodox. That means unusual. When you're doing help desk, you wouldn't necessarily do this, but in this case, I'm just going to say, please try all the things I've mentioned in the video. It will be released tomorrow. I'm going to leave the ticket open. If you have updated information about your issue, please update the ticket. Thanks, Irvin. It says, Dear Irvin. Oh, hey, thank you. Oh, that's a very nice introduction. We are having an issue with Outlook 2013. Each time we're trying to search for recently received emails, like today's or yesterday's emails, Outlook is displaying weeks old emails. Oh, wow, okay. That is weird. Outlook search issue. We're having an issue where with Outlook 2013. It's an Outlook 2013. It's obviously it's an older Outlook. Each time we're trying to search for recently received emails, like today's or yesterday's emails, Outlook is displaying weeks old emails, but not the other ones, I guess. So my question would be here. This is affecting multiple people. This is actually an excellent ticket. It's affecting multiple people from what I can tell. And it's not just one person. And my question would be to Farman, be like, hey, is this just you? Or is it just, you know, everybody? Is it everybody in the company? So if the issue is just you, I would look locally and see whether you, Farman, or user that you might have, because it sounds like you're an IT guy as well. I would look to see if the user is correctly performing a search. Sometimes you have to kind of assume if it's one person, especially if it's just one person that puts in a ticket. You have to take a look to see what's going on and then say, go ahead and show me. Go ahead and show me what you're doing. That way you would check to see if they're doing it correctly or not. If they're performing search properly or not. Right, this is the first thing you would do, right? If it's affecting everybody, that issue is definitely with the server, with the Exchange server for this for Outlook 2013. It's the Exchange server. So you would have to have direct access to it. If you don't have access to it, then you would have to reach out to the Exchange server support or email support. There has to be a group, there has to be an administrator that needs to look into this. And that's what it sounds like. And it also says here urgency high, significant large. Impact is significant large. That means it usually means it's a lot of people. So with just this information given, we have no choice but to contact the server, administrator, server contact. So if I were you, I would get onto this right away. And if it's affecting, now companies have different rules about this. Sometimes they say, well, how many people are affected? If you say, I don't know, it's 5 people, if it's 5 people, they may say, well, that doesn't justify us contacting server admins or whatnot. And who am I talking about here? If you happen to be tier 2 help desk or higher, or if you're like Farman, probably, he's probably doing some kind of tech support. Yeah, let me know actually, Farman, in the comment what you do. But he might be like on site, he might be just a system support guy. He could be business systems analyst as far as we know. Like me, I'm a business systems analyst. And these issues do come to me where it's affecting multiple people. And what I would do when I know for sure, and you just have a feeling that there's something wrong with the server, and not just a feeling, but you get this from the feedback from the users. You get 5 people, you get 10 people, but sometimes you have to contact what they call, in my company, it's called a crisis bridge. All right, it's a bridge in the sense that it's a conference call. It's a large conference call where there are a lot of people collaborating to fix large issues that affect the entire company or maybe large groups. So when you call them and you say, I have 5 people, they may not start a bridge. They may not start a conference line. They may not start paging people to fix this issue. So even if you're doing help desk tier 1, in the future, this information is good to know to prepare you of what you are expected to do in the future. So, I'm assuming here that it's going to be usually more than 10 people. They're going to say, okay, fine, we're going to start a bridge. We're going to start paging people. We're going to start waking people up. Because, we have support groups that are in multiple locations. We have people in the US. we have people in UK, we have people in, I don't know, India, I don't, Philippines, all over the world, right? It doesn't matter, but it's a different time zone in India compared to US, right? And I'm using these two examples intentionally because there's a lot of outsourcing to India and there's a lot of collaboration with India. And it works out perfectly in the sense when it comes to support, because sometimes issues go bad at night, in the middle of a night, and there we have a group that works 24/7. Well, of course, people in India are going to be awake, right? And it's easier for them to deal with than to have to wake up. But they still wake up people. I've been waking up in like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, and I'm like, oh my God. But it is what it is. And in this case, the exchange support people, email support people, whoever has access to these email servers is going to have to fix this if it's affecting, and it is affecting multiple people. I don't know what the actual issue might be. If Farman, if you are the guy who is the exchange guy, I don't know what the issue may be. It could be some kind of indexing issue on the server itself. It could be performance issue. Look at the stats of the issue. Even if you just have access to the server, open up a task manager and see CPU loads, how much RAM is being used. See, of course, you have log files. It could be a bad hard drive on the Exchange server. It could be it could be low bandwidth on the Ethernet. There could be load on that. Check all of these basic things. There are more tools to you available if you are a server admin for the Exchange server. But here are the basics things. So you open up, you log into that server, and you're looking at this. So what could slow down this? Usually when it comes to indexing, and I talked about indexing a couple of videos back. It's basically caching information that's written and just basic metadata and stuff like that for easier access, for faster access. It tries to cache that. And if CPU cannot, let's pretend that this is the server. If this thing is not fast enough to process all the current information, even if it's like new emails that are coming through. And in this case, it's really bizarre that you're not able to search and get results for new emails because you received new emails, right? But if the server has to do some number crunching and do processing on the server itself, then that's probably what's going on. Some stuff is done. Some indexing is done locally because you do get a local OST file. Whenever you open up Outlook, the inbox itself is downloaded actually locally. It should be downloaded locally. So if you go to users, for example, here's Kobuman, and I want to say it's app data somewhere. Local maybe. I think it's local under Microsoft and then Outlook. And I don't have Outlook installed in here. Anyways, it's in here. And whenever you open up Inbox or open up Outlook locally, type in OST is created. .ost file is created under your local profile. And that's where that stuff is supposed to be. But if it's still not working and it's affecting multiple people, the only thing you can assume is that it has something to do with the server itself. Because this inbox itself is supposed to be locally stored. But why it's getting those results and affecting multiple people, the issue has to be with the server itself. Unless the entire company somehow got this bizarre virus that it's causing this problem, which is really weird. I would, however, ask you whether users are getting emails, on time. So test it. You can say, hey, okay, send me an email. And this is just to test the latency, right? This is just to test the latency. And here we can do, this thing still hasn't finished the check disk. That's okay. So you can do, this is just to test the latency because it could be a network issue too. If you're going to participate in the crisis bridge yourself and work on these issues, there are many things you can check. and you can suggest, even if you're not allowed to do these things. So check latency by having a coworker, hey, send me an email, and then you're like, okay, let me know exactly when you send it, and then you wait and you wait and you wait. There is a delay time, but it shouldn't be like 3 minutes, 2 minutes, no more than like 1 minute to receive an email. I would suspect, right? But if it's like 5 or 10 minutes later that you get in, then there's some kind of latency issue. Well, how else can you look at that? Let's open up a command line. And I'm sorry, guys, this is getting slightly more advanced in the sense that as just a regular tier 1 help desk, you may not be doing this. But if you want to test latency between server and your computer, then you can do this. You can do a trace route, trace RT, and then type in outlook.com. So outlook.com is Microsoft's online version of Outlook. So instead of being Outlook installed locally, it's the online version of Outlook. And you see how it goes through all of these connections. They're basically network nodes. So it starts with your router. It says here Cisco, and then it goes through the gateway, and then it goes to the next node on the network, which is now internet at this point. This is outside. So it says here, it's outside. It's STL, SBC, global.com. SBC is AT&T. So if you don't know what that is, you type in SBC Global. What is that? That's AT&T. And then it goes to another node. And then it goes to the next node. And it says here, request timeout. Not necessarily bad, because some nodes, or I should say routers, switches, they don't allow a pingback. They just skip over it. And then it tells you the next path it takes. So trace route, it's literally tracing a route to the end server, in this case outlook.com. But what you want to look at in this case is whether the response time is fast enough. 53 milliseconds is normal at the tail end of it. The higher it goes, the longer it may take to get a response. And this will do it for 30 hops, meaning it's going to try to do it 30 times until it gets to the end of it, till it reaches outlook.com, which is at this address. Now, if you see there's a request timeout, now we're getting into network troubleshooting issues here. If you know that there's supposed to be a server here, I guess in your case it would be before you reach AT&T, which is the internet. But if it's still on the home net, or I should say business network, your company's network, then you look at, say, well, why does it say request timeout? What's supposed to be there? And this is when you would get network people involved, etc., 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 which I'm not going to get into here because this is a help desk ticket. But once you go do help desk, you may become a network guy or a server admin and this and that. All right. I'm going to leave it at that. And again, check out the performance issues of the server if you have access to it. Is it missing memory? Is the CPU overloaded? All of these stuff can be indicators of something going on. Look at the process, which process might be causing the problem. Okay, Farman. I'm going to say this. The issue is most likely with the server. If it's affecting multiple users. I thought I missed, whatever, multiple users. Please see my video for suggestions. So I'm only doing this. This is not a proper way to contact actual user on a help desk. This is just me contacting, basically talking to another tech guy who may have this issue. So I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to close it. Again, this is not a typical help desk ticket at all. I don't want you to think that if you're doing help desk for the first time that you're going to be working on this. This is something for at least tier 2, maybe even higher. I'm going to mark it as result. So again, notice how this is very unorthodox the way I completed this ticket. So this is specifically for educational purposes of what might happen when you become something better and higher than help desk. Let's be honest, help desk is not the best job you can have unless you like talking to people and you work for an excellent company, then you might love it. But help desk, in my opinion, is more of like a stepping stone, and doing all of this, learning all of this, will help you get better jobs. And it's not easy. Help desk, it's easy to resolve issues. Once you have more experience, meaning more you learn things. The more things you learn, the better you get it, the easier it becomes. That's simple as that. But you might like it. You might like it, but if you don't, and you want to make more money, you move on. Everything is a stepping stone in life. But if you're enjoying it, and you like your company, you like your boss, you like your co-workers, there's nothing wrong with staying at help desk and maybe becoming a manager or something. I don't know. Guys, I'm gonna leave it at that. I think that's long enough. I'm hoping I didn't go more than 45 minutes. I usually try to keep it around there. I wish you best of luck. Thank you for watching. I wish best of luck to you and your family. Best wishes. And stay safe out there. Be nice to people. Try to help out as much as you can. Whatever the issues that they may have. Whatever you can, just do the right thing and just, you know, be the best person you can be. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. All right. Take care. Bye-bye. First ticket is nothing is printing. None of my documents are printing. As always, assign the ticket to yourself first before you do any work, so you get credit for it. Nothing is printing. We've talked about many tickets already that were related to printing. Considering this is a number 10 video, chances are the printing as one of the most common issues has come up. And this is from Justin Grenfell. Thank you very much, Justin. I appreciate you submitting this. And it says here, nothing is printing. None of my documents are printing. Unfortunately, Justin, when you don't provide enough information, I can't really talk about much of it because I don't know exactly what's going on, because the description itself just says none of my documents are printing. So there could be many issues. It could be that your printer is not plugged in, whether it's your personal printer, it's not plugged in, simply not plugged in, whether it's over the USB, different type of connections, serial, firewire, or whatever it is, Bluetooth, or it's not powered on, or you don't have a driver installed, or printing is disabled locally. This could be the same thing could be true for the network printer if you have a network printer attached. I probably should put up printers here just to kind of give a visual idea. If you don't see your printer listed under printers and scanners, so you go to search and type in printers or scanners on your computer, and if you don't see it listed here, then it's not installed, right? So it's not installed, whether it's not, and it could show up as not installed simply by not being plugged in, right? If you plugged it in and you know it's powered on, then go to the device manager. The device manager, as an administrator, what you saw is that, I just opened it up as a regular user. And if you go to imaging devices, I believe, yeah, it's going to be under imaging devices, I'm pretty sure. I don't have a printer connected right now. Right now under imaging devices, what shows up is that webcam. Remember we talked about this webcam and we did some troubleshooting on one of my previous videos. But it would show up as here, and if it shows up where there's like an exclamation mark to it or something like that, what you want to do is right click it, and then right now I have it open as just a regular user, but you will have more options here, and then select update driver or go to properties driver and then update driver. Or you can also do one of these things where you right click it and delete it, and then once you delete it, You can select scan for hardware changes. Here, let's do that. What was the so if your computer, if you want to pull up Device Manager while user is logged in, you want to pull it up as administrator, you have to type in this command. You can type in, I believe it's called dev mgmt, and that is .msc. Yeah. So once you see it come up, you can just right click it, or here, let's just do this. I have it really disabled here. It will show up a regular icon for Device Manager, but under the command, right here, you'll see that device mgmt comes up .msc. So this is the actual thing that opens up. So it's called Device Manager, but the actual executable is dev mgmt.msc. And then you can right click it. Oops. Okay. All right, dev mgmt.msc, and then you can run it as administrator. You see how it comes up right here? It's in System 32. You can browse through it. See Windows System 32. That's where all of your Windows executables are in there. Including like Control Panel, all these things that are part of the function of Windows. So you can just select Run as administrator. And now I can type in my administrator password, and now you have it open as now. So let's look at the example. I'm going to leave this expanded here because there is a next ticket that I saw there about something about driver error, so for a hard drive. So we'll leave that there like that expanded as a reminder. So here's imaging devices. So if I right click now you can see that update driver, disable driver, uninstall device comes up. So here I would do uninstall device. Don't do disable because it will show up just like this drive here. It would just disable it. Now you can try it, disable, and just disables it, and that's it. But what we want to do is remove it. So if there's like an exclamation mark, which usually dictates that it's not installed properly or wrong driver, then we would uninstall it. You can do update driver and that might fix it, but what I like to do is remove it completely. So, and then I'm going to, well, you can say delete the driver software for this device as well. So let's do that. Let's see what happens. What this should do is going to remove any drivers that are locally available for this type of product. And for this case, that was just a webcam. But if we go up here and select scan for hardware changes, it's going to look for whatever is plugged in that's not installed. And then it's going to attempt to install it with the driver that it has, or it's going to go through and download the correct driver and then install it. Here right now, here's that exclamation mark that I told you about that might happen. And it looks like it found the driver. Whether install it properly, we don't know yet. Sometimes it takes a few seconds. It doesn't look like it. So in this case, we're going to go to driver here and right click. You see how it takes a little bit, and see it actually did it. I was about to do this, update driver, but it eventually went ahead and Windows by itself went ahead and downloaded the correct driver, although you saw me remove it. So that's what was happening right there. Or it just took a little bit to install. So either way, this could fix your problem. Okay, so I hope you watch this video because I don't know exactly what's going on. And this ticket has been open for a while now. Normally you don't want to close any tickets when you're working help desk until you get a response. But since I've never talked to Justin before, I would have to do introduction like you guys see me do this before. Hello, this is Irvin, and of course use your own name. I mean, unless your name is Irvin. This is Irvin with PC support. For some reason, I only PC support. I leave that C lower cap for some reason, just a habit. This is Irving with PC support, and I'm going to say I have your ticket about printer not working. May I take control of your computer to have a look? So this is what I would do, and take control of their computer. Of course, you guys probably watched my videos before. The way you would take control of their computer is by asking their host name, which is their computer name, also known as workstation name, or the IP address of their computer. And that information is available for them if they work for a company, uh, and it will be basically like an icon with information on it. On the desktop, there will be some kind of information, or there just might be even be a sticker on their computer with a host name, with a computer name. And then you would take control with something like Dameware, which is a remote control tool. I would just type it in here, and I would have full control of their computer as if I'm sitting in front of it. You can send them a link that would invite them to a session in which you can take control of their computer. You can start a meeting, Zoom meeting, a WebEx meeting, or whatever, and then take control of their computer, and then I'll look at it. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to also reply, and I'm going to assume that this is what we've done already, what I've showed you. And you want to wait. You always want to wait for a customer to reply. In this case, we're going to pretend, because I have a lot of tickets, guys. I'm going to have to close some of these tickets. But normally you want to resolve issue before you close any tickets. I'm going to pretend like I've actually resolved it, because I was going to select reply to customer, but in this case I simply have to keep going. In a help desk environment, do not close tickets until you've resolved them. Do not forward them until you've tried all you can. Like if you have to forward it to help desk tier 2 or tier 3, don't do it until you tried everything that you can to fix it to the best of your knowledge. Okay? And in this case, I'm going to pretend like I fixed it just by doing what I showed you. Because if it's a regular printer, there really isn't a whole lot we can do. And I'm assuming here none of my documents are printing. Oh, I probably should mention this. So he might have documents stuck in a print queue. And for this, you want to open up services. So services.msc, just like we did with Device Manager. Type in services.msc, services.msc, and look for print spooler. And it says here it's running. Make sure it's running, right? Like this. If it's not running, make sure you start it or restart it. Okay, and or if it's running and then he can't print, that means that the print jobs could be stuck in the queue. It's stuck in the queue and it's just not working. So you might want to stop and then restart again. Okay. So that's just one last thing. And I'm going to just say here, resolve issue. I like to talk to customers on the phone personally, but you can do it whatever you want, IM or whatever else you have available, by installing printer driver. The reason I didn't talk about print spooler because I had a different ticket in a previous video, guys. If you haven't watched the previous videos, one of them has a printer. It's labeled. It's all clearly labeled. My videos in this whole series, and you might want to check that one out because I go more into detail of what's going on with the print spooler and the network printer install and stuff like that. But in this case, it wasn't network printer necessarily install. This is what we talked about in this situation. Of course, I can't get a hold of Justin. Justin, I hope you watched this video. So I got one from Michael C. Thank you, Michael. All right. It says here, I performed factory reset on my desktop because I couldn't remember my password. Now, Michael has some personal information here, which I'm going to blur out. I'm not too worried about email, but I'm going to blur out your cell phone number, just for for your safety. I don't want you to get spam calls or this and that. I have HP Omni 120 all-in-one desktop, which came with Windows 8, so it's a few years old. After years of not using it, I turned my PC on but could not remember the password. I decided to perform a factory reset. Okay. Reset completed. I created a new login and password and activated Windows. Given this system hasn't been used in years, Windows and antivirus are both in need some major updates, maybe even an upgrade. Could you please help me with this? Could you please help me with this? This PC hasn't been brought online since I wanted to make sure it's first set with appropriate configuration, a restore point created, and I wasn't sure if certain steps need to be followed in order to update in the safest way. So Michael, it's actually not that complicated, and I think you did the right thing. I mean, if you don't remember the password, you don't remember the password, so you reset the computer in the sense where you basically deleted everything and installed a fresh operating system. It's an older computer, obviously, since it had Windows 8 installed on it. So, and you know, what I would do for minimum, I would install Windows 10 fresh install, and you can download this ISO. And it sounds like you've done it already. I would not use Windows 8 for sure. I would not use Windows 8 for sure. So you can go to Microsoft and update to Windows 10, or install fresh Windows 10. And then after that, you might want to actually look into it if the current ISO, meaning the image installation of the Windows 10, if the current one is not up to date, I would look at using Windows Update Assistant. Windows Update Assistant will actually update Windows 10 to the most current version, which is a major release version. Is not necessarily something that comes on ISO or the initial main image of the computer for the operating system, I should say. So that will install the most current version of Windows 10. That will ensure that that happens. So it's called the Windows Update Assistant. I'm going to go to Google and I'm just going to use the Windows Update Assistant. This is also used for people who have broken updates. People who cannot install updates. This can happen sometimes, and for that you just go to here, do exactly what I did here, get Windows 10 Update Assistant, and just download it. The link is right here. Download the Update Assistant and just run it, and then it will install, download and install the most current version of Windows with the major updates on it. After that, just go to updates, just go check for updates. Make sure that it does, make sure it's up to date like this one here. And obviously, and I wanted to mention this as well here, that Windows or that computer that you have will not be able to install Windows 11. I understand Windows 11 is the most current operating system, but it will not allow you because it doesn't meet the minimum system requirements. What this is about, the main reason people can't install Windows 11 is because it requires this piece of it's hardware, which is just a chip that requires secure boot, that allows secure boot, makes it's a security thing. Okay, I wouldn't worry about it right now, but it's an older computer, and I don't want to get into this Windows 11 thing at this point. But just make sure that Windows is up to date here, and this will do it for you. And then you can just reboot, make sure it's done. You don't have to worry about antivirus because Windows has built-in antivirus that seems to be fine. It's called Windows Defender. It does everything in the background. You don't have to worry about it. It can cause issues sometimes if you have a slower computer where it would run and it would take up a lot of resources in the background. But try it, and if it doesn't cause you problems, then you just use that. And if it causes problems, there are some alternatives that are light on your computer when it comes to antivirus. Like I think I use ImmuNet. It's very light and it doesn't take up a lot of resources, and not intrusive. It's made by Cisco. And besides that, you know, I don't restore point is created automatically for you. You don't have to worry about it. That's enabled by default. And that's it. That's it. Windows will install everything unless you even the drivers for like hardware that you have. But if you have like a webcam or a GPU that's installed on it, you might want to download those specifically from the manufacturer. So look up the name of the hardware that you're using. Just Google it, and after that, just type in driver, and it's gonna take you to the website for that. If you're having issues, otherwise, I wouldn't worry about it. It's an older computer, and if you can install a solid state drive on it, it's gonna make a huge difference when it comes to performance. Windows 8 probably has just a regular hard drive, but if you get a solid state drive, you can increase the performance by a lot. And if you're interested, I'm going to put a link to that, or just look at my hardware. In my description of this video, there's just a list of things that I have on my computer, and just pick any of those Samsung solid state drives. So it's basically a link that's just going to say this is my setup or something. I forget what I put on there. So that's what I would do. Oh, there's a screenshot. Okay. I'm sorry, I almost missed that. Okay. Oh, okay. So this means here, it says here, spyware and unwanted software protection. Windows has detected that you don't have any anti-spyware installed to help protect. So what this is that what this means that you have. Oh, wait, do you have Windows 7 installed on here? This almost the bar kind of reminds me that it might be Windows 7. I would definitely install Windows 10. But what this means is that the Windows Defender is turned off. That's what this means. So if you turn on Windows Defender or install a free antivirus, you can do that. Again, the one I use sometimes, it's called Immunet. Here, I'll show you. Again, they're not sponsored. This is just Immunet. Here it is, Immunet antivirus. If you just want to get it done with and not worry about, enabling the Windows Defender, which I can show too, just go to here and download this, install it. It's fine. I've used it for years. That's the only reason I'm saying this. And you do have here, it says Windows Firewall turned off or set. Huh. Yeah, definitely. Well, you do look like you have a bunch of other stuff installed on here too. This might be Windows 7 machine that I'm looking at here. I'm not sure if it's Windows 7. Windows 7 is no longer getting updates, just so you know, if it is Windows 7. I would highly suggest installing Windows 10 and update it like I showed you with the Windows Update Assistant. That's what I would do for sure. This shouldn't be coming up unless you disabled it yourself. Yeah. I'm going to leave it at that. I think that's a good enough explanation. Assigned to me. Okay. All right, I'm going to reply. I'm going to close this ticket. I'm going to say hello, Michael. I'm going to say just make sure that Windows updates are installed, just like, and very unorthodox the way I'm leaving a message here, because this is a very specific situation, me on the video, just like mentioned in the video. So step 1, update Windows 10. Step 2. What did I say for step 2? There was definitely a step 2. Update Windows 10. Step 2. Turn on Windows Defender or install free antivirus. I hope that helps. All right. This one is about laptop charging issue. I'm going to try to pronounce your name. Archana Singh? Archana Singh? Archana Singh. I apologize if I messed that up. I apologize. But anyways, I appreciate it. I really do appreciate you submitting ticket. And I saw that you submitted the other one as well. Thank you very much. All right, laptop charging issue. Laptop charge not exceeding more than 25%, no matter if plugged, if we plug charger for a whole day. Okay, it's a very interesting one. Again, assign the ticket to yourself so you can get credit for it. This is a hardware issue most likely. I'd say 99% chance it's hardware, and I explain what I mean by this. Once you talk to the customer, you can do it. I mean, this is one of those where I would talk to them on the phone to explain the issue rather than say, hey, can I take control of your computer and see what's going on inside a computer, when the issue is more like a physical issue, a hardware issue. So I'm going to talk to the person on the phone in this case. I'm going to talk to them, and I'm not gonna reply to customer because I'm already talking to them on the phone. I would prioritize, make sure that I can talk to them on the phone, even if I have to reach out to them on the instant messenger or some kind of I don't know, let's say Microsoft Office Teams application. Which, by the way, I have a lot of Office 365 videos that you can learn from. And I would talk to them, and basically, and you can, whatever you, however you want to do it, you can take control just to make sure that the user knows that you took initiative and took effort. You can take control of their computer again, go through the motions of getting the host name, IP address, and take a look inside, just in case there's something weird going on. Like, for example, there are 10 different services running, and their computer is maybe running at 100%. And that's the reason why it's not charging more than 25%. So look at the CPU usage, you look at the memory usage. You can check all this in the task manager. You don't have to go anywhere else. You can see how much memory is being used. If it looks really off, then I would suspect something else. But in this case, I'm going to assume that it's a hardware issue. So when a laptop is not charging more than 25%, to me, there are two things that can be bad. It could be the charger itself. It's weak. It's not strong enough to charge. But the thing is, though, it's charging to 25% to begin with. But if it's only charging up to 25% and then it stops charging and it's always 25%, to me it tells me that the battery itself is getting weak and there are some dead cells inside of battery. So the way I'm going to explain this is I'm going to go to Google and I'm going to type in inside of laptop battery. And I'm going to look at some images. When these are newer type ones where it's just a one solid piece of battery, but these are older type where you see, here we go. Here's inside of HP G4 series laptop battery. And here's this one here. This is exactly what I mean when batteries start to go bad, because they're literally inside. They're a little bit bigger than AA batteries. That's what the old way of connecting these batteries. I think they're like 18650 or something type of batteries. They're just stacked inside and just encased in plastic. And this is what the old school ones. But this can happen in the newer ones, the thin ones, where it's just one solid piece. They start to bulge out. I actually have a video on a bulging battery that is, I want to say it's the same deal where it stopped charging. I'm going to put a link to that as well so you can check it out. It's a really bad battery. It's one of the newer ones. It's a good video. But battery cells in this case would start to die. So if you have, half of them or a majority of them, 75% of them dead, then it's only going to charge up to 25%, if that. So that's what's going on with this issue is most likely the battery itself is bad. So what I would say to the customer is that we're going to have to change the battery, you know, most likely change the battery and see if that fixes it. Um, However, your company deals with this when you're help desk, you may have to forward the ticket to somewhere else, or you may have a way of dealing with this. So in this case, it depends on the company. So if you can order new battery for the customer and send it to them, if you're doing remote support, which help desk you probably are, then you would go through the motions and you would send them a new battery and you know tell them how to replace it. It's really simple. We know it's just that you press a button and you release it and this and that. You can guide a user to do this unless they're completely computer illiterate, I should say. No offense. So I would say add internal note and say educated user that battery is probably dead. Okay. We don't have a way to test this for sure because we don't have physical access to this, right? But that's most likely the case. I'm going to say ordered a replacement battery. A replacement battery on user's behalf. All right, assigned to myself, Avaya telephone service. My headset is not working with Avaya communicator. Can you please assist as soon as possible? So I have questions for you, Madhuri Sanap. Thank you very much for submitting this ticket. I have questions for you, and my question is, did you get a new headset? Because Avaya telephone service, what this is an over IP phone system. It's what they call a soft phone. All right, let's go to google.com. Avaya, I think it's called Avaya. Let's just do this soft phone. I'm gonna do some images here to show you. Oh wow, I have 10 different version ones. Here's the one I'm familiar with. I wish this picture was better, but it is what it is. So there are some headsets that are not compatible. So you plug in your headset just like you do. Even when you do help desk, chances are you might be using a Avaya phone. There are 10 different ones, different soft phones that are available that call centers use. All kinds of different ones. This one happens to be Avaya, and that's okay. I've done troubleshooting on Avaya before, but the best thing you can do here is, and let me just kind of reiterate here, my headset is not working with Avaya communicator. Can you please assist as soon as possible? So there are many questions here. First one is, did you get a different headphones? Did you get different headset that may not be compatible with Avaya? You can go to Avaya settings, and I know you can't see it here, but if you click here, and then you're going to have a menu, and then you can go to audio settings, and there will be different audio settings. There'll be audio settings for your headset, and there'll be audio settings for like your call greetings, which people use to like record their greetings. And don't go to the greetings part because that's not it. What you want is phone settings for audio phone settings. And you have to make sure that your headset is selected on the inside. Is this it? Here it is. Here are the settings. It will look kind of something like this. In this case, this user has a Jabra. Jabra is popular. Also, Plantronics is popular. These different type of headsets. And you just have to make sure that they're selected. Literally just like this here. And then you can test it and this and that. Then you can set up for your ringer to be something else. Your phone can ring through your computer speakers if you want, and you can set it down here. But the main thing is to make sure that this is set up. If it shows up, if it doesn't show up, then go through audio settings of your computer, sound settings, and see if anything is available. I'm remoted into this computer, so there is nothing here. But if you see it like this, where you on a drop down you don't see your headset, that means your headset is not connected properly. However, there is more. If you got a headset with, let's see, headset audio jack. Here, I'm gonna make sure that here's something like this. Images. So if you get a headset that has a separate, like this, where it has separate microphone and separate speaker connector, make sure that's connected properly to your desktop. So a desktop or a laptop, if you're using these type of 2.5 millimeter or 3.5, that's a 2.5. This is supposed to be 3.5. I don't know why this says 2.5, but it's supposed to be 3.5 millimeter. So I have to make sure that that if it's like a desktop or a laptop, that it's plugged into the correct input. So you got microphone and then you got headset separately. Make sure that's number one. Now when that happens, you get a pop-up on your computer depending on which kind of audio is installed. But let me see if I can find this real tech. Guys, I'm trying my best to find everything I can so you guys can learn everything that I know. Aha. So here's what I'm actually looking for here. You may get a pop-up like this, where it's asking you, what did you plug in? And this usually happens with those two 3.5 millimeter jacks that you connect. So if you're connecting a headset with a microphone, make sure you switch this to say microphone or headset. This looks like it was changed a little bit, but this is the one I'm more. Well, no, that's not it. Anyways, make sure you select that microphone is connected, not headphones. Okay, and this is a problem that people have when it comes to using those two jack 3.5 millimeter ones that are separate. So make sure you select the microphone that is plugged in, and then the other one is just going to be handled by itself. So that's a problem there. And if you do come across this issue, I wish I had a better example of this. Kind of limited to this. And of course, once you pull up your sound settings, your system sound settings, open sound settings, and if you go to sound control panel here, make sure that your headset is enabled and working in here. Under recording, you want to see the microphone for your headset. You look for your headset name, and same thing for the playback, which is your speaker inside the headset, where that goes to your ear, literally. And if you can't see it, they might be disabled, and you have to make sure that this is checked here where it says show disabled devices. Make sure that's checked. Okay. So that way, in case you don't see it, and if it's disabled, you can right click it and enable it. Okay. So I'm going to first of all, watch my video. Watch my video to try all of these things that I've just suggested to you. And this is something I would check on the customer's / user's computer to make sure this is all configured correctly and set up. So, in case you don't watch my video, make sure that headset is connected correctly by going to sound settings on, well, I'm going to say on your computer and inside Avaya. I'm going to say program. please watch my video to try all the steps. So all those things I would do that I talked about, I would do on their computer, make sure to check all of this stuff. And again, sometimes you may have a headset that's simply not compatible. That does happen, where a soft phone system is not working with certain headsets. Simply isn't. Avaya does not like those two-prong jack ones. Avaya does not like it. If you have that one, you can make it work, but it doesn't like it. Doesn't like it much. So that's what I would do, and I have to close these tickets, but I also want to add an internal note, and I'm going to pretend that I've done all of this and that the issue is resolved as part of training for help desk. Resolved by audio configuration, or however you want to word it. So the issue is how to enable print spooler. It says here I can't install driver. It's showing print spooler is disabled. So this can happen sometimes and disables printing. Really, that's what print spooler is. It's a service that allows you to print, and it basically disables the drivers and your ability to install any drivers, print drivers to begin with. So let me just kind of show you. Let me back off a little bit. I was going to show you where print spooler is right away, but if you go to control panel and then go to view devices and printers, and under printers here there will be nothing listed, like right here, or you won't be able to add a printer when you select here. So if you click add printer, you won't be able to do it. It'll say it's disabled. So that's where that issue comes from, and there will be nothing in here because you wouldn't be allowed to install any printers. This is disabled at local level. I believe it can be disabled using a group policy that's pushed to your computer over the main. So to enable print services, so again, this is something that allows for printing to work to begin with. You would go under services. You would search for it in services. So you type in services .msi, right? .msi, and you will get this service. This is not the same services that it's found in Task Manager. This is a system services. This is entire system services. There's another services in Task Manager. So this is Task Manager, and you go over here. These are services that are only running for the person that's logged in at this time. Now you want to go to entire computer, entire system services, and here it is. And here we're going to look for print spooler, and here it is. In this case, it's enabled, and it's set to automatic. But if it's disabled, you can simply select the start, enable, and change it to start automatically. So you would just make sure that this is where you would enable it. For me, it's grayed out right now. I think the issue is either I forget whether I'm logged in as administrator in this computer right now. I don't think I am, and I think that's what the issue is. Let me see here. It's a good point, actually. Services. I'm going to right-click it or select Run as admin. Well, let me see if I remember what my admin password. This is not one of the computers I use all the time, just for this. All right. So now I got services open with administrator credentials, which is a good point that you can't make any of these changes unless you're administrator. And then I'm going to go find print spooler. I'm going to double click it, and now I can make changes to it. You see, I can set it to manual, automatic delayed start. I think that just means that it's, it starts later. I don't know. So, or you can disable it. If anybody knows exactly what delayed start means, I don't know. To me, it just means it starts later. Okay, whatever. So, but usually this is set to automatic, so you want to set it up to automatic. If it's set to disabled, then it won't work, obviously. So you want to make sure it's set to just regular automatic. Click OK and apply, and then OK. And that's how you do it. So after talking to the customer, you would, basically talk to them and let them know that this is what you're doing, and that you found this issue and that you've enabled it, and now you can install printer drivers for the new printers. Now you can install the new printers because the service, the controls printing, is now enabled. This ticket is from Wency Bolante. Thank you very much for submitting it. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. It says MFA, and it says company implementing MFA to our system, but I do not know how to create one. Please help. So every time you're not, it's okay. Every time you're not familiar with what some acronyms mean, in this case, MFA, you can always just do a Google search the web for it. But in this case, MFA stands for multi-factor authentication, and it can be set up in multiple ways. Depends if you're the person who's creating or setting up multi-factor authentication in the system. If this is, I'm not sure. It kind of seems like your company. It says company implementing MFA to our system, but I do not know how to create one. It almost seems like you're in charge of setting this up. Depends on for which system. That's the question. Depends for which system. Oh yeah, of course I need to assign a ticket to myself. Depends for which system. I can show you how it's done in Office 365. You can do this if you have access to it. Now, if this is a multi-factor authentication system that is proprietary to your company or some other third party, then you would have to be more specific and tell me which one it is, because I don't know how to create one either, because I don't know which system you're talking about in this sense. And I mean that in the nicest way. Now, if you're just somebody who's going to be given or forced to use MFA, multi-factor authentication, all that is, before you can log into something, it requires you to put in for example, security code, which could be a randomly generated number, or it could be a text to your phone sent. So whenever you try to log into something, before you can log in, it has to verify that it's you. So it sends a code to your phone, and with that code, you have to add on top of your password so you can log in. So it's a multi-factor. Means there are multiple ways, or multi-factor. It's not multiple ways, but multi-factor is in you need more than the password to log into something. That's what MFA stands for. That depends on that. So, all right, like I said, I'm going to show you in Office 365 how it's done. Okay, so here is an example. I'm literally logging into Office 365, and it has a multi-factor authentication. You probably heard that. You probably heard that ding. And what that did was open up my Microsoft Authenticator, which is on my phone. In this case, all it does is just looks at my face, verifies my face with the face authentication, and allows to log in. So all I did was just look at my phone, and it did it. Otherwise, it may ask you to put in the code, the website itself. So in this case, I have a Microsoft Authenticator installed on my phone, and the way I authenticate is just by look at it. It just verifies my face. And you've seen how it just kind of switched to it. You can reduce the times it asks you to sign in, and you can just click this here. All that does is just helps you stay signed in without having to verify all of this over and over again. It remembers that your device and your browser are used. That's what it does. And from here, we're going to select Azure Active Directory. So we're going to go in there. So if you go down here where it says Admin Centers, select Azure Active Directory. And from here, we're going to select Azure Active Directory within it. Now, from here, we have to go scroll down a little bit under the overview here, and then select security, obviously. All right, because this is part of security to have a multi-factor authentication. And then while we're at security tab, or security option, we simply need to look for MFA, and it's right here. We select that, and then we enable it from here. Now, I apologize, I did lose some of these licenses, access to the, I had 90-day license for Office 365 for training purposes. And, you simply go in there and just enable it. And there may be a one or two options in there for you to activate. And this will enable multi-factor authentication in Office 365. Here, you can see that I can't do it because I no longer have the license, but it's right here. It's very simple. And then users will be forced to use multi-factor authentication just like I did, just like I had to use it in order to log in to Office 365. So going back to your ticket, you're going to simply have to figure out the things that I've mentioned previously, as in, is this something you're going to have to use? If so, you can actually just select to use multi-factor authentication just for yourself, and that's fine. You can do this for any, pretty much any, website, any software that has this feature enabled. So if it's something that you want to use, you just select, when you try to log in or go to your account, you can enable, multi-factor authentication. So that being said, I don't know which software, which website or whatnot you're trying to set up or configure. So I'm going to actually close this ticket, but I will say, reply to you, please set up MFA according to what the system requires. If now, and this is like me as if I'm talking to a customer, but hopefully you watch this. Hopefully you watch this. I'm going to say also, try all the things I've mentioned in the video. Otherwise, you may need to ask your, I'm going to say, coworker or supervisor for assistance. Mainly because I don't know which system you are using. Otherwise, it should be straightforward to enable MFA. And if it's a system, that you're not familiar with, Google it. There's nothing wrong with Googling, what that system is. Just because I don't know which system you're talking about, it doesn't mean that there isn't a solution for it on Google. Google is your friend. Google is your friend. So I'm going to close this one and move on. All right, from same person. Thank you very much for submitting these tickets. PNet profile. What is PNet profile? I'm not sure if I ever heard of this, but that's okay. This is the process of figuring out what this is. You'll come across issues that you don't know. You've never heard about, you don't know what it is. What is PNet profile? I don't know. It could be all kinds of different things. I don't know what PNet profile is. You probably don't know what PNet profile is, and that's okay. The only way to figure this out is to actually do some research. Do some basic troubleshooting, guys. Basic troubleshooting. Always refer to basic troubleshooting, and always go through the things that you know first before you ask for help. Okay, PNet profile. Unable to edit PNet profile, please see attached screenshot of an error. Thank you very much for providing the screenshot. I am so glad you submitted a screenshot. It's gonna help a lot here. Okie dokie. So let's look at the screenshot. Wonderful screenshot, high quality and everything. Okay. So this is for a website that I'm not familiar with. It's sanbs dot ci dot hr. Okay. And it says an error has occurred, invalid method specified. So every time you see a generic error like this without technical jargon down here, usually it'd be like technical jargon, there'd be like a specific error, blah blah blah. No, this is just a web page created that reroutes you when you do something on the website, and it gives you this page. It just plops that out. So that's how websites work. There is a special page just created like this. That's all it says on it. And every time you do something wrong, and you have to specify for what reason, it's going to give you this type of error, where it's just a generic error. It's just somebody typed it in. An error has occurred, invalid method specified. Now, being not too specific and generic, it actually, you can get some information out of it. First of all, when you look at it right away, it says invalid method specified. So what is, first thing when you hear word invalid, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Well, it could be invalid login ID, it could be invalid password, right? That's the first thing that comes to my mind. And then it says invalid method specified. So method. So it's invalid, and we go back, invalid login ID, login password, invalid method. So it's a wrong method of what I'm doing, and then it says specified. So what this tells me is that whatever I was doing previously, the method I was doing it is invalid, not necessarily what I was typing in. So this could just mean whatever you selected as an option on the screen to do, that is invalid. So not necessarily password or a login ID, but a method of you specified. And so let's say you're trying to log in, and then it tells you, how do you want to log in? And then you specify, I want to use my password, or I want to use my single sign-on password. I want to use my duo code, or I want to use multi-factor authentication. I want to use my email. I want to use my login ID. I want to use my, I don't know, date of birth. I don't know. So those things could be invalid. But it could also be a broken link. It could be a broken menu. It could be broken menu. So we don't know. However, we do know some information here, and for these reasons, I'm going to go back, and I'm going to actually do this here, and we're going. This is what you would do too. Hello. I've never talked to this person before. Well, aside from the previous ticket, I apologize. This is something I should have done in the previous ticket because it's from the exact same person. I apologize. So make sure you do this every time you talk to somebody for the first time. Just use your own name. Don't say you're Irvin. I'm Irvin, not you. All right. I have your ticket. However you want to put this about PNet. And if you want to ask questions, you can and go through this through the email, but in this case I really want to know what's going on by taking control and talking to the customer. Error. I'm going to say, may I take control of your computer to have a look. Of course, however you want to do this, you can. Whichever, as long as you resolve the issue, the order you do things not necessarily matters. It matters in the sense if you want to be more proactive, or meaning that you do things ahead of time to make sure that you get to a point or to a resolution quicker, you can do that. However works for you. If so, please provide your computer. You know what? I'm going to say this. Please use this link to let me take control. And I'm just going to leave it at that. So we're going to take control, and on user's computer, we're going to go to this website to see what's going on. So it's SANBS, new tab, SANBS. And I actually looked it up before just to say what this is. So this is the website that user is trying to log into, and he mentioned PNet profile. Or he or she, I'm not sure, I apologize. This person tried to edit their PNet profile, and they got that error. So they went onto this website, and by the way, this is South Africa National Blood something something, National Blood Service. So looks like they, in my idea, in my mind, this person was already logged in, and they try to go in and edit their profile. So they're already logged in, and so you kind of watch them do it. You watch them do it. You say, okay, I'm watching your screen now. Go ahead and do it. And then whenever you get to the point where they say, you know, click on this, click on that, and they get that error, and they come across this error, and if indeed that's the error, well, what can you do? Are you a web designer for this website? Are you the web designer? No, you're not. So what can you do? You can contact, if this is affecting multiple people, and you can check that by telling user, hey, have somebody in your group try it as well. Have somebody in your group try it as well. And if there are multiple people with the same issue, then you can contact the web developer. Web developer, which you might have a contact right away, or you may not. Usually it's in about section, or contact us. Here it is. Here is a contact. Our support team is here to assist. There's a phone number, and there's that. So if you are somebody who is allowed to actually do this, if you're doing help desk, you may not be allowed to contact administrators like this, but if you're just doing like on-site tech support, you should be allowed to contact these people directly and tell them, hey, there's something wrong with your website. The web developer, web support, or the owner of the website. You know, so you should be able to contact, say, hey, there's the problem. However, if nobody else has this problem, then I would tell the user to contact the customer service, whoever has set him up with the profile, whoever gave him the account, to take a look at their specific account to see if there are any issues. Okay. So again, if multiple people are affected by this issue, then contact the web administrator, or the support team that I showed you down here, like this. But if it's just for this person, error only for this person, then this person can contact whoever set them up with an account for this, to make sure that there's no issues on their end for specifically for this person. Okay. I'm going to say if issue is affecting multiple people, please contact web admin for support. If this issue is only affecting you, come on, issue is only affecting you, please contact customer service for this website, or whoever set you up with an account for an account. Let's see, how can I word this? Please contact the customer service for this website, or whoever set you up with an account. I can't think of any better way of putting this. But, you know, because it may be, okay, because there might be something wrong with your profile. That's what I'm going to say. Why did I keep right-clicking? It's okay. I'm getting a little tired, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to close it. You want to get credit for the work that you do. PC infected with ransomware. All right. What is this? A customer opened a file attachment, and now her PC is infected with ransomware. She's unable to open any of her files. Which action would you take first? Is this from A plus or something? This sounds like one of those one of those IT cert questions. Uh, okay, I mean this is not. I appreciate you submitting all these tickets, but this literally kind of looks like copy paste from some kind of certification. I don't know if are you like testing my knowledge here or something? I don't know. But you know what? I'll talk about it anyways. So in this case, I'm going to pretend that PC got infected by ransomware and this is the ticket that I've got. You know, I'm not going to go through this, you know, A, B, C stuff. Okay. So just to show you here how ransomware looks like, when you get a ransomware virus, what happens is you kind of get one of these messages, pop-ups. It installs on your computer, it locks your computer, and you get this message that they've locked your computer out and you got to pay them to unlock it. Unfortunately, when this happens, there's nothing you can do. You know, you can, and technically speaking, you can send the money and they'll unlock it, but will they really unlock it? I mean, these people literally infected your computer. They're holding you hostage essentially, and there's nothing you can do really. I would not give anything to these. Just do not deal with these people whatsoever. And the reason I only said like you can pay them and they'll give you, you know, they'll unlock your computer is that in some cases they actually do that. Supposedly. However, do not do it. Do not contact these people in any possible way. So they lock your computer out and there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do in my mind, and that's what I would leave it at. I would, you know, completely wipe your computer out, and because what happens is they're going to prevent you from getting all of your files. Everything's going to be locked. You know, it varies from, you know, different ransomware to some other ones. You can protect your computer from ransomware. Matter of fact, Windows has built-in ransomware protection here. See? You just type in, go to Windows Security, go to ransomware or to protection, and it's there. So you can certainly enable this. Here we go. We're going to enable it. This is how you prevent your computer from being taken over by a ransomware. That's one thing you can do. However, what I highly suggest you do is get a login that's not administrator login, meaning that when you are logged in as administrator, which what happens with Windows operating system most of the time, when you install it, the account that you get has full administrative privileges, doesn't ask you for a password like it did just me just now here, you know, because, you know, I got to give it permission and then create a strong password for that network, for that administrator login in case you actually need to run something. So if you're, you know, installing something, then you have administrator login. But if a ransomware attacks you, they're not going to be able to access any of that, especially if you're logged in as a regular user. They're not going to be, it's going to be very hard for them, and then you have some chance of actually recovering your data. I have a video that talks about more and how to create a local account that is only for administrator, and that way you can just use that whenever you need to. And when you use your computer regularly, you just use your regular restricted account, regular standard account. You see how I use that there to just even access system properties, let alone do something else. So if you go to user profiles under system properties, you can see all the accounts that are there. And all this says here is that they are local accounts. However, you can change account type here. See this one that says big power, that's the administrator account. I don't log into it because if I get ransomware or any virus, they already have access to it. You already use your credentials to have full access to everything. And this is the Koboman one, which is what I'm logged in right now, which is very, very restricted. So again, I'm going to put a link to that video so you can watch it on how to set this up for yourself to make sure you're secured. So what can you do when you get a ransomware PC, when you get a PC that's infected with ransomware? Let's say a customer calls you. This is how we're going to do with this. I'm not going to do this, ABC thing, because I have videos on A+ certifications, Network Plus certifications, some other ones as well, and I already went through this, and this video is specifically how to work for help desk. So if this was a customer, I'm going to reply to the customer, and I'm going to say, assuming that you already know that it is infected, I'm going to say, please disconnect your computer from the internet. What I mean by that is from the network, for whether it's local internet, doesn't matter. And when you say internet, it could, for them could mean Wi-Fi as well. Just disconnect it, from the internet. Or, actually, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to say, please turn off your computer, and we will take a look to see if any data can be recovered. Now, this is wishful thinking here. Any data that can be recovered. Chances are, if within a company somebody gets a ransomware infected computer, there's nothing you can do. There's not even a chance that somebody would be stupid enough to even turn on this computer again, let alone connect it to the network. Okay? So turn it off. That's it. That's it. And they can send it back, and then we're going to wipe everything out. Now, this is just if you're working like on site somewhere, and then you actually have physical access, and you do, tech support like help desk for them. If you have physical access to this, the best thing you can do is just completely with the DoD wipe the hard drive on it. The DoD means the Department of Defense type of deletion of hard drive. Meaning what happens is it usually deletes the hard drive or formats the hard drive like 3 times over to make sure there's nothing left on it. We wouldn't even attempt to recover any data unless this is somebody like super important, like a director level or something like that. Then somebody who's really good with computers will attempt to recover some of this data. And again, I have a video on how to recover data from virus infected computer. Matter of fact, I'm going to link that as well. It will pop up right now, like in the right top side, where it usually pops up. So if you want to know how to do that, I also have that. I'm going to say someone at the site, or, depends. We're just going to pretend that this person can just bring back the computer, or, working at the office. Someone at our site will take your computer and give you a different here's what we're going to do. Somebody at our site will give you a different computer while we work on the virus infected one. Or however you want to word this. however you want to word this. Let me see if I typed this correctly. Please turn off your computer and we will take a look to see if any data can be recovered. Someone at our site will give you a different computer while we work on the virus. While we work. You know what? I'm just going to say while we work on it. So whatever you have to do, if you're a help desk tier 1, ask your manager, ask your supervisor, where do we send this? Who's going to handle this? The main thing we need to do is tell the customer, however you want, as soon as possible, please turn off your computer. I'm only typing this here because that's the only option I have. That's the only option I have. And otherwise, I would call them directly and tell them to immediately turn it off because we don't want this virus to spread. All right? And some of these things you can do, and this literally does look like a plus question or something like that. And that's fine if it is. I have a video on A plus, but the main thing you need to worry about as a help desk is that they turn off the computer immediately, and then somebody, not necessarily you, if you're just answering phone as help desk, will handle this from here on out. And again, if you want to watch how to secure your computer, with your administrator password and all of that stuff, again, I've linked the video. Just click on that circle up here. I've linked both of those videos, how to recover data from a virus infected and how to set up your computer so you don't get the virus to begin with. I'm going to resolve it because this is not a real, this is not a real type of help desk ticket that you would typically get. Again, because of the format here. Now, if this person just said my computer is affected by ransomware, then we would keep this ticket open until the issue is resolved, or if we hand over this ticket, meaning send it to somebody else that's on site that will deal with this, we will forward the ticket to them. But since it's not, closed it. It's about all I can do. All right, you're installing a new hard drive. You're installing 2 new hard drives into your network attached storage. Here we go again. Your director asked that you put in a RAID solution that offers redundancy over performance. Yeah, these are A plus. These are A plus questions. This is not a place for this. I'm sorry, but what he's talking about. Just to touch on it real quick, because I don't want to. This is something you can know as help desk, and that's fine. But it's not something you'll be doing. But what he's talking about is a network attached storage, so like a shared drive. Imagine a shared drive that you need to connect for or add a network drive for somebody who puts in a ticket. Let's just play it like that, and you need to add it, and you just have to make sure that what kind of shared drive is it. And then here it says, your director asked that you put in a RAID solution that offers redundancy over performance. Redundancy, what that means is that in case a hard drive fails, because when you have a big network storage, a network shared drive, when you have a shared drive that you map for a user, whenever they call you, you go in and you add that network drive for them. Let me see if I have one installed here. This PC. Yeah, so here are network drives, network locations, and when you add these like this, map network drive, and you select the letter, whatever you want, and then you type in a location like this, network drive, and then specify, I don't know, location, whatever it is that you put in. It could be an IP address as far as I know. For example, and then you click OK, finish, and then it adds it under letter Y or whatever the letter you want added, and it looks like this. These are disconnected right now; they're not working. But what he's asking here, how fast they should be. A RAID is type of system that utilizes multiple drives, and then you can use RAID to get faster performance. This is old technology, really. I don't know. RAID 0 means two drives that are working together as one in order to have faster access to files. Basically, you take two of them, you sacrifice storage on one of them to have faster access. And that's how RAID 1 is redundancy. RAID 0 is, for the performance one, it's called parity. And then RAID 1 is redundancy, meaning that if one fails, you have another one as a backup. So if you have OneDrive as storage for the network, drive that you're setting up, if one of them fails, you have another one that's set up as a backup, meaning redundancy. Okay. But for this, I'm just going to say, this actually. Added a shared drive with that has redundancy setup. Sure, let's do that. This RAID 5 is parity with redundancy, and I'm not going to talk about it. This is A+. I have A+ videos. I'm going to close this. Of this DNS. Okay, so here's this other ticket from D and says printer DNS. It says remote laser printer not recognizing DNS address. Now, why you would want to use a DNS address with a printer doesn't make much sense to me. DNS stands for the main name system, or some people say the main name service. And what that does is, wait, maybe you mean remote laser printer not recognizing DNS address. You mean like the host name? If that's the case, because what DNS does is, here, let me give you an example. I'm going to open up a notepad, and I'm going to do this. Printer name, which is also known as the host name, or a computer name, whatever it is. A computer is a computer. A printer in this case is also a computer. So printer name, whatever the name of the printer is, and DNS translates it to this, something like this, or it could be any IP address that you set it to. So it takes the name of the printer and it changes it to the IP address. So I'm assuming here that D is asking about that, and remote laser printer not recognizing DNS address. And I'm assuming you're referring to the host name or the printer name that is assigned to the printer itself. In this case, if there is a DNS issue, there could be a DNS issue within your company. It takes time. If it's a brand new printer, it takes time to replicate over the network for the DNS server to, realize that, oh yeah, so this printer name is actually at this IP address. So what it does is, instead of you having to remember the IP address of the printer or any computer, you just need a printer name. So whenever you're configuring a printer, when you're adding a printer, you just type in the name and it finds it. You don't have to remember the IP address. And that's what DNS does for you. So you don't have to type in the address. DNS does that for you. If it's not working, then obvious bypass is to use just the IP address to configure it. This will bypass the DNS. So you don't have to use the DNS server in any way. So what I suggest for you is to use the IP address directly and configure it like that. So I'm just going to add a reply to this because this is more of a question, and you will get the questions in help desk, just a question. You can say, hello, you can use the IP address to bypass the DNS server. So in this case, we're talking to somebody who knows what DNS is, right? We're talking to somebody who's an IT person. If it was just a user, you don't want to be technical in any way. You just say it's fixed printer and and that's that. You can use the IP address. You can use the IP address to bypass the DNS server. You can use the printer's IP address to bypass the DNS server. Because in this case, I'm assuming the DNS does not know where the printer is located, meaning what its IP address is. And I'm going to close it. Thank you very much for submitting these tickets, D. I really appreciate it. All right. Also from D, I can't connect my printer. Okay. Did I assign that last ticket to myself? I hope I did. Oh my God, I hope I did. Assigned to me. See, it's very important. Even I get sidetracked sometimes. All right. So I'm going to make sure this time. I think I did it. I think I did it. Assigned it to me. Okay. Very important. All right. I can't connect my computer. I can't connect my printer. Sorry. I work remote and need to connect my printer to a laptop, but when I do, it says printer offline. So this is a really good one because this could be many different things that could be causing this. So whenever you see something like this, obviously get more information. But here, with just this sentence, we can get a lot of information on what the issue could be before we even contact the customer. So however you want to reach the customer, you can use it through the system. You can send them an IM, instant message, whatever the chat program that they're using, or you can call them, talk to them. So I'm going to assume that I'm talking to them on chat. So for example, just any chat, system that we're going to use. So we're going to be talking to them like that. We're going to assume that. And the first clue we got here is I work remote. So this person is working from home, obviously, or anywhere else but at their office. And need to connect to my printer. Need to connect my printer to a laptop. So we know they need to connect printer to a laptop, but we don't know whether it's a printer at home or it's a printer at office. We don't know that. But when I do, it says printer offline. So the first thing that can happen, let me see if I have any printers installed first of all. Printers and scanners. When you are at the office, you have most likely shared printer that is installed on your computer, whether it's laptop or a desktop. It doesn't matter. It's going to be an office printer that's going to be shared. And for those reasons, since it's shared, the best way to share something is to put it on the network. Sort of like the best way to share something is, with multiple people is through the internet. And you can assume, in this case, and compare a network, a office network, all the computers that are connected in an office, sort of like internet. But in the end, internet is just a giant network. So the best way we know that you can access all this information on a network, the best way. So the best way for those reasons is to have a network printer. So it's just a printer sitting in the middle somewhere, or sitting outside in the middle of the office cubicles, or there is a printer room and there's a printer inside, but everybody is connected to it over the network. And for those reasons, if you are trying to suddenly use the printer, it may say offline. Why? Because you are working remotely and you're no longer on that network, right? But of course, whenever you connect over VPN, chances are you can connect to that same printer, but that defeats the purpose. That defeats the purpose of you working remotely, because you cannot access that, because the printer is at the office. You're working remotely. You're anywhere but the office. So it would kind of show up like in this here, and these are just some Microsoft built-in stuff, but it would, it would show up in here under printers and it would say offline. Okay, now let's get back to our ticket, and it says here, For the other reason, need to connect my printer to a laptop, but when I do, it says printer offline. Of course, when the printer is offline and it's a local printer, so if this is a printer connected directly to the laptop, with a USB cable, you just plugged in, with a USB cable, that is exactly what we need to check first. Is the printer connected at all? Is the printer connected with the USB? Is the printer connected? Is printer connected to the wall outlet? Is it getting power? Is it getting powered up? Right? That's what I'm trying to say. Is it turned on? Right? If it's offline, it could be simply turned off. It's not on, so we need to turn it on. It could also be a Wi-Fi printer that's at home. It could be a Bluetooth printer. It could be any of those things. And for those reasons, you could say printer is offline. So those are the first things we need to check. Make sure that it's powered on, that there's a light on, there's, that for sure that everything is connected. You need to have patience with users and politely ask them to check all the connections, all the physical connections. And one by one, and I'm telling you, one by one, is the USB cable connected to the printer? Is it connected to the printer? Is it connected to your laptop? Is the power cable plugged in? Is the printer turned on? Did you press the power button on the printer? You see any lights? Is there any lights? All of these things. I only opened up Google because I thought I was going to show you USB cable, but you guys know what the USB cable looks like. Because everybody uses USB cables for something on the computer, even on your smartphone. So that's the first thing we need to check. And then the next thing is, if everything checks out, then we can check whether the driver is installed. New printers with Windows 10 operating system most of the time. Now I'm just going to open up a device manager real quick while I'm talking. New printers usually will get automatically installed if it's a local printer specifically, not network printer. Network printer, you need IP address for it or a host name. Will automatically installed. Once you plug in your printer into your computer, it will show up under the device manager as a printer that's installed, and it will be under imaging devices, just like a webcam. So it would show up under here, and it would automatically install it. Now, if you see it in here and there's like an exclamation mark or something like that, then you may need to update the driver, and for those reasons may show up as offline in here somewhere. Let's say any of these are the printers the user wants to use and it says offline. So my point is, reinstall the driver. Just for example, we're going to go to properties of this, just the web. I know it's a webcam, but it'd be the same thing if it was a printer. You see, it's a image of the printer, whatever. It's the same thing for any devices here. And then go to update or reinstall the driver, or you can even delete it. You can even right click. It's not doing it right now because I don't have it open as an administrator, but you can right click this and delete the device and then let it come back, let it reinstall. It's good to have the laptop connected to the internet. Why? So we can download the newest driver for that printer if need be. So those are the main reasons for a local printer not working. Obviously, as I've mentioned previously, if it's a network printer that is located in the office somewhere, then you need to check to make sure that well, first of all, if you're remote, you won't be able to access it, and second of all, if you are installing a network printer, you need to get an IP address and then configure that, and then you can add a printer through the system here. Just add a printer. And it's going to go through the motions of installing a printer, and then you will get a chance to put in information that you may need for that network printer or installing a local printer. You can find the driver in there by specifying it. Just gonna get a drink of water. My throat is getting dry because I have my central heating is blowing hot air onto me directly, so I'm getting dry. Well, this thing is thinking about it. So, and this is just one way of doing it. Once the computer kind of looks for a printer and it can't find one, it's going to say, oh, I can't find it. Then you can click here, the printer that I want isn't listed. And you would select that. I'm just going to leave it at this one way. I've made a few videos on how to install a network printer. So if you want to check that out, you certainly can. So I'm just going to leave it at this one method on how to do this one here. And then if a printer issue comes up again, then I'll show the other one. Come on, sorry guys. Again, this is connected to over Wi-Fi, as you can see on the bottom here, and it's not the best Wi-Fi connection. I used to have it connected directly, but I recently got a fiber internet, and it's a different modem, different router, and the router is located differently where I can't have the cable is not long enough to plug in directly, is what I'm trying to say. So I'll have to rectify that. Okay, so here it is. This is what happens when you select on that. Then you get a pop-up, and then you can, browse to see if you can find the local printer that is on there. There you can type it in. This is a network connection. So if you type in, / computer name, and then type in the printer name or something like that, this is an option of how you can, add a printer. Most likely what you will see is add a printer using TCP IP address or host name. These are the most common type of printers you will see in a business environment when they are connected to just local network, just like any computer that's inside the cubicles. Any of the computers that are inside the computers are using the same type of network, which is TCP over IP, and you just need the IP address or the host name, which is also known as computer name or workstation name, whatever it is. But you can add a printer certainly using those things, and of course, if it's like a Bluetooth or wireless or network discoverable printer, you can also select that, then add it here, or you can add a local printer with manual settings if you want. But most likely, once you select add a printer using TCP IP address, if it's a network printer, the printer itself will be queued or pinged, if you will. It would say, hey, this computer here wants to add you. And then the printer is like, oh, really? And then it can be set up so that your computer will receive a driver automatically sent by the printer directly. So that's also possible. Anyways, I believe we've covered the majority of the things that could be wrong, and I think this is a really good starting place for you to kind of think about all possible issues that may be going on with not able to install a printer. And now we're going to go back to our ticketing system and note all of this. All right, so in this case, since we've talked about a lot of different things we could have done, we're just going to say that we're just going to assume that we've resolved the issue. We're going to say configured printer tested with user. We're just going to leave it at this, because there are way too many things that could have gone wrong or that need to be fixed. So try all of those things, and I could guarantee you that one of those things will resolve the issue. Unless, unless somebody literally broke the printer, unless they dropped it and it's physically broken, then replace the printer, obviously. And I'm going to, for a reply to customer, so this was an internal node that we did. We got an internal node in here, and that's fine. Configured printer tested with user. We don't necessarily have to get into super detail here because, if it was just, if it was just a plug-in or turn on, this type of thing. Um, if it was, what I'm trying to say is, if the issue was something that's very technical and doesn't come up often, that's when it's good to get into details of what caused the problem. But this is just a printer, right? This is just a printer. So we're going to just say configured printer because it's part of installing the printer to configure it, or however you want to word it. You can just say that you've accomplished what the issue was, or accomplished your goal in the sense that you've resolved the issue. And again, printer, it can be only those things, and it's just part of installing and configuring a printer. There's no need to get into super detail. Now, if I fix the program and I say I had to replace DSDLL and I had to go in and register it to the registry editor, then you might want to specify that. So I'm going to say leave the same thing for reply to customer, and then I'm going to say as in complete. I'm going to close the ticket. All right, next one, trouble code. All right, the device. Okay, so this is from Jeremy Fink. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for submitting this. Assign ticket to myself. Device hard disk drive DR0 has a bad block. Now, I have a really good idea what this is, and we're going to try some of the troubleshooting steps, what we could do to possibly resolve this. Usually when you see this type of error, I'm going to tell you right now, when there's a bad block, that means there's something physically going on with the hard drive. I mean, it could be going bad. Now let's see if we have any other information. And looks like Jeremy added more information. Thank you very much, Jeremy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate you. See, you probably have more information. This is wonderful. Windows 10, 64-bit, and it's an Optiplex 1920 here in the note. So Optiplex 1920 is a Dell computer, and it's about, heck, I want to say almost 10 years old. So chances are this is a regular hard drive that's installed in it, meaning it's a classic magnetic type of hard drive, for which this error is pretty common. Okay. All right. So if you're unsure what these mean, it's perfectly okay, because this is part of your learning process to simply just do a search. And I know this is going to come up as probably a bad drive or part of the bad drive that's going bad. All right, search web. Okay. So here's just some suggestions from the internet, and usually go for like some of the first things that come up, and then we got here, it says, how do I fix hard drive disk? Do some of the research here if you want, but chances are that the drive itself is just physically going bad. So what we're going to do is run some commands that will possibly confirm our situation. You can do hardware diagnostic if your computer has hardware diagnostic disk or built into BIOS. You can do that. But for this, we're going to do check disk, what they call a check disk, and it's something that's built in within Windows operating system. And for us to access it, we're going to use command line, or what's also formally known as DOS, right? Nobody calls it DOS anywhere, but it's called command prompt or command line sometimes, but it's command prompt. So just type in CMD in your search and pull up command line, and we're going to run it as administrator because we're going to run some check disk action. Check disk is basically a built-in diagnostic tool that will check the drive for bad sectors. So to run a check disk, let's see, I don't do this often. I believe it's CHDSK, check DSK, check, I think it's this. And then if you do a F, it repairs it, I believe, or if you do R, it searches for bad sectors or something like that. Let me confirm this. And again, guys, this is, you can't remember everything. You can't remember everything, all the commands, because it doesn't come up often. So it's okay to use Google to find some check this commands. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Nobody's requiring you to remember everything exactly. As long as you have an idea in the back of your mind that, hey, I can use check disk to see if I can fix this drive. So here it is, a document from Microsoft for a check disk command. And this is a good place here to actually look at this. You see how they have tons of different commands you can do in Windows through the command prompt, and even PowerShell as well. But we're going to stick with check disk for now. All right, so it's CHKDSK, CHKDSK. All right, so I was somewhat close. CHKDSK. Okay, CHKDSK. Then we're going to do spacebar, and we're going to look for some of these commands. Okay, let's look at this on the website itself. All right, here's F. Okay, so I was right. F fixes the errors on disk. Okay, so that's what we'll attempt to fix it. Basically, what it does, it goes through and it formats the drive in such a way. Well, I don't know if it formats it per se, like format as in erase everything, but it tells the computer operating system not to use bad sectors, bad, in this case, blocks, right? Bad blocks, which are basically parts of the hard drive that store memory. It's just a little tiny part of the hard drive that stores the memory. And then what was the other? R locates, serious /R locates bad sectors and recovers readable information. All right, so we got it ready. Here's our device manager. Here's a broken hard drive. I'm going to enable it, and hopefully it doesn't cause me problems, because I have a video on this. This drive is bad. And I have a great video on this and shows you an example of what a bad hard drive looks like. I highly suggest you watch it. I'm going to put an error, and on the top right, you'll see it pop up. So you might want to watch this video to show you exactly an example. This is the one video. This is the drive that I showed you about. So I'm going to enable it, and hopefully it doesn't crash my computer because it was slowing it down really bad. But I have to enable it because we have to do a check disk on it. And it's enabling it. And you see how my computer is not responding right now? Hopefully it doesn't crash my computer. It's a really good example of a, and I think I got to a point on that video where I could show you in detail even log files in the event manager, what it's called inside of the computer, which keeps the records of system log files that shows you errors for the specific hard drive. And that's a sign of a hard drive going bad, which chances are the same thing is happening for this user as well. So I'm waiting for it to enable. I cannot run check disk on drives that are currently being used. The check disk usually comes up whenever your computer crashes, and it does a check disk. So if you want to see it, and I don't recommend you actually do this, but if you really want to see it, unplug your computer from the power right now, and it's going to crash, and it's going to say, oh, something went wrong with your computer. We're going to run a check disk to make sure everything's okay before we boot up. That's when check disk comes up and looks for issues. And then you can repair some of these basic things. Again, this one's not going to work because it's freezing my computer. I really wanted to show you, because if I run, because I have disk drive, let's see here. I think I have disk drive E. Which drives I have? So I have C, E, and F. Let's just do F, which is not part of the operating system. So if I navigate to F, and then I type in well, I'm going to show you both. It looks like it maybe did actually install or re-enable the other one, but we'll see. So if I do it on F, which chkdsk/r, remember this is the one that scans for a bad sector. So if I go back to the website, you can see it locates bad sectors and recovers readable information, which just means that it tells you if there's something wrong. You can see that I can't do it because volume is used by another process. That means the operating system is using it. You may run this volume if you dismount it first. Okay, so and then you would have to reboot. Would you like to force a dismount on this volume? So let's see what happens. Yes? All right, cool. So it dismounted. It means it basically disconnected it from the operating system. That's what that did. And now it's looking for bad clusters, bad blocks, bad sectors, clusters. Kind of the same thing. Kind of the same thing. So that's what it's doing right now. It's scanning our F. And here's the, well, I guess we may not have to deal with this. I'm going to go ahead and disable. I'm going to disable this WDC back again because it's a really bad drive and it's causing me problems. But I did leave it there for educational purposes. Again, I have a video on this where it shows you all the errors. It's like a clear cut, aside from freezing up like this, clear cut broken hard drive. So I highly suggest you watch this and bookmark this video because I'm going to have, you know, a ticket or two more in this video for. I don't want you to miss it out. So it's looking for bad clusters, and you know it may take a while because I think it's a 500 gigabyte hard drive, and it'll take a while. Now you can do the same thing, and it'll give you results. I may not have time to wait for the results here, but after that, you can do the command F. So chkdsk and then /F, which will attempt to fix errors on the disk. And you can do the same thing. After this completes, it'll tell you if there's anything wrong. This with the error, with the result, it will tell you if there's anything wrong. So I'm going to leave this running, and then hopefully by the time I do a ticket or two more, it'll be done. We'll see. I don't know. But let me open up just another regular CMD. I want to show you what you would type in. Well, I got it open. Just the regular command prompt without administrator privileges, also known as elevator privileges. So it doesn't let me navigate. It says access is denied. That's fine, but I just want to show you the afterwards you type in chkdsk / so it's space /F, which would fix or it would attempt to fix any errors. Okay, you see how it's freezing it up here? I'm gonna leave that be, and I'm just gonna move on because I don't want to mess with that broken hard drive that I already have a video for. So there is that, but chances are it's just a bad hard drive. Okay, and I'm just going to reply to the customer, and I'm going to say this. And if you don't have physical access to the computer, then you may have to forward the ticket to somebody who's like on site. They have on-site tech, or a tech that goes from place to place that will fix issues at different business locations. So if you may get sometimes hired as to do help desk, but you also may be hired to be an on-site tech guy, which could mean traveling sometimes. They may have like 3 different locations, and throughout the day, your work day, you may travel 2 or 3 times. I don't know. But anyways, if you have physical access, you can change the hard drive, or you can do this diagnostic, you know, all of this stuff, and attempt to fix it by doing so. But in this case, I'm going to reply to Jeremy and say, this is most likely a bad hard drive. You can attempt to fix by using let's see. Should I? I'm going to attempt because Jeremy sounds to me like somebody who works on their own computer. Okay, and again, in a help desk environment, this is the work that you would do yourself. But here we are improvising because these tickets are coming from my viewers. It's just his personal computer most likely. You can attempt to fix by using chkdsk /f command. And what is this coming up? I don't know what that exclamation is. Anyways, I'm just gonna, that's fine, whatever. Oh, it didn't, oh, look at this. chkdsk /, oh, is this just stupid thing? chk, that was just related to the ticketing system just being goofy. Inside of CMD, but make sure you run as admin. This may fix the problem temporarily. Of course I didn't spell that. English is my second language, so I of course I misspelled that. I knew how to spell it, it's just that I'm tired and I feel off today. This may fix the problem temporarily. However, it most likely is going to be a bad hard drive that needs to be replaced. I suggest upgrading to an SSD storage. I don't know. I was gonna say solid state drive, but SSD D means drive, so I hope that helps. Otherwise, you would send them to their local tech, or there has to be somebody within the company who can fix this, right? There has to be a guy or a group somewhere that will handle this. If it's under warranty, in this case, this computer is not under warranty. If it's under warranty, they would fix it, and if not, they might replace the hard drive somehow. As in, like, if it's under warranty, they might just send a different computer or send a tech. Sometimes they do send a tech to the location. Like if it's a Dell computer, they have a contractor that works for Dell, and that contractor comes to the location, to the office where the person works, and then they fix it right there, whether it's hard drive or entire motherboard or whatever. I've called them before too, under warranty, and they would come to my office, and I could do it, but it's under warranty, and the company's paying for the warranty, so you come, and that's actually creating jobs for him too. So I was fine with that. I could do all of this easy, but if they want to send a contractor that's gonna, he's got a family to feed, yeah, send him. I'm good with my job. It's a little bit irrelevant, I guess. I'm gonna say that it's fixed by replacing. You know what? I'm not gonna say it's fixed. I'm gonna say forwarded ticket. This is an internal note, not the reply to customer. Customer is not going to see this. Forwarded ticket to on-site tech to replace the hard drive. Sometimes you would forward these tickets to local tech. All right, and I'm going to, in this case, I'm going to mark it as resolved, but you guys this would actually be forwarded. My ticketing system here is not set up to forward tickets because this is just for me. This is not my company's ticketing system, the company I work for. So I don't have it set up so that I have a team of people. I don't have a team of people to forward this to. This is all situational thing where we're talking about. It's fictitious, right? It's a real issue. It's a real issue that Jeremy here has, but this setup I have is fictitious. All right. All right. From same person, again, thank you very much. It says dual monitor support issue. I don't know. I wanted to say somebody asked me this. I don't know if it's the same person that asked me on YouTube the same question, but it doesn't matter. We're going to go over it again because we're doing it for the video. It says dual monitor setup issue. Dual monitor setup by using docking station. All wires are connected correctly, but it's still not working. How to troubleshoot issue remotely. That's a great one. But first thing first, we're going to assign the ticket to myself. And this is going to be a combination one. You're going to have to take control of the user's computer. So again, go through the motions where you get the host name to connect, the computer name to connect to their computer. You're going to have to go inside of that computer and check settings, check their monitor settings to make sure that they're set up correctly. Sometimes you can have a disabled monitor. All right, let me see what I have here. I'm remoted into this computer, so it's not going to show me display resolutions. All right, so I actually went ahead and connected a second monitor. So this is me in the future, maybe like 2 minutes in the future. So this is on my main computer. I went ahead and connected the second monitor. You see how they show up here? Let me go scroll up here. So obviously make sure that they're enabled. Once you have them connected, make sure they're enabled. And this is, you can access this just by right-clicking desktop and going to display settings. And if you have two monitors, they both show up like this. And so I have them disabled, and one of them is disabled. Let me see here. The first one here, when I scroll down, you can see that this one is a 4K monitor. You can see that the resolution is set up to recommended. By the way, always change it to recommended unless user wants something more specific. And you can see that right here it says show only on one. And the reason for that is that you can extend the display, you can duplicate these displays, or you can show only on two. So this is obviously an issue here. I've only got one enabled basically, but if I was to extend these displays, it's going to extend from 1 to 2. So if I scroll back up, it's going to extend from this one to this other one, which I am not going to do right now because I'm afraid it's going to mess up the recording, the video recording. I've had that happen before too. But yeah, you would enable that like so. You can also do Windows P. If you hold the Windows key and press P, you can cycle. You see that? I hope this shows up on the video. If you just hold Windows key and keep pressing P, you can see on the right that you can enable and disable, and just this is a quick way of doing the same thing I just showed you. Okay, and of course once you enable the second one, make sure that the resolution is adjusted as well. Okay, now to go back to this to a specifically docking station, obviously I know it says here all wires are connected correctly, but this is something you have to check with the user again. Make sure everything is pushed in, make sure everything is screwed in tightly, make sure that everything's pushed in and clicked in, whether it's HDMI or DisplayPort cable, make sure it's pushed in all the way. All right, so let's look at the example of a docking station. And there are newer laptop docking stations are just the USB-C, and they look like sort of like a small brick, and you plug it in on the side into the USB-C, and then it just kind of extends. However, these are these are older type ones. So these are the predecessors of the ones that you just plug into USB-C, and it's like a little brick on the side. Those are the newer ones. This is the one before that. these type. And then we've got, let's see, these are even older ones. These are really old docking station. Let me see if I can get a good picture of this to zoom in. All right. So yeah, this is the newest ones. Okay, this is the newest ones like this. You know, it's just a USB-C. You plug it in, and then from there you got display ports. You know, obviously make sure that's connected. You see, you know, and then you get display ports, you get USBs, and this is how the new docking stations are. The older ones are. Let me see here. I'm gonna try to go backwards in generations if I can. Scrolling through these images. Yeah, here's a good picture. So going backwards in generations, so current is USB-C, this is the one before that. So make sure that the laptop itself is pushed in on top. Make sure it's clicked in all the way. Make sure it's clicked in. And there really isn't much else to it. Make sure that if it needs to be screwed in, make sure that these little parts, there's a little cable is screwed in onto this VGA here. If it has a DVI, the same deal. Make sure that it's screwed in. Make sure it's tight, not just here, but on the back of the monitor as well. And besides from that, and checking system settings, like I showed you already, there really isn't much else to do. Assuming everything is connected correctly, if it's still not working, then I would try to install a new display driver. Like for example, this computer has, I want to say Intel. Yeah, it's Intel. So it has Intel because I don't have a GPU installed in here separately or in addition. I would get Intel updated drivers if that's the issue. But for me personally, if this looks okay, if it looks like it's installed, then and it's still not working, then most likely it's the docking station itself that it's bad. So this would be trial and error type of thing. But if you know for sure, which may be hard to do with a user or customer on the phone, because you have to take their word for it, then if it's still not working, and obviously make sure that the monitors are powered on, everything looks fine. Make sure that when they power on the monitor, that they do get a message that says no signal or something like that. Just some indicator that the monitors are working properly. If all else fails, all the basic things fail, and in this case, it's connected to the docking station, you can assume that it might be the docking station itself is bad, because I've seen this with these specific docking stations actually from HP. I've seen these issues with the docking. I've had a bad docking station, especially HP. I don't know about the other ones, but it just so happened that my company used HP. But I've seen bad docking stations with the exact same issue. But you can also, I don't know if your laptop might have two display port connectors or one VGA or whatever. If you can connect it directly to the laptop, you can try that as well. And if that's not working, then it could be some kind of hardware issue. But this is where I would start and probably end up with a bad docking station. But there are questions that need to be answered and things that need to be troubleshooted without verification. All I can do is just kind of tell you the things you can check. So I'm going to add internal note. User stated that everything is connected properly. Checked cables and made sure that monitors power on. Checked system settings. Checked display driver setting. I'm just going to call it that, but it's the thing we talked about when it comes to reinstalling display driver. You can try to do that too. You can do it remotely too if you have a Dameware. which allows you to do it. Your picture will go out, but then you can reconnect later. Um, everything. Well, let's say this. Last thing we're assuming now that since we've checked everything, absolutely anything, I'm going to say the most likely cause for this issue is bad docking station. Helped user, or I should say, let's just pretend that we are doing the hardware like we did before, that we're ordering hardware for users. Ordered new docking station on behalf of the user. And of course, tell them if when they get the new one to call help desk if issue persists. So this is but the only thing you can do. Try your best. The users will understand that as long as you've tried your best to resolve the issue, then even if you don't fix it, then they're not going to get mad. You're not going to get in trouble. As long as you do your work and do it to the best of your knowledge, that's about all you can do, especially when you're doing help desk, because you don't have physical access to anything. So that which would be different. The main access you have is remote desktop, and I wouldn't be surprised if some help desks didn't even have that, but I don't know. Hopefully, so this is one of those situations where you just kind of have to try your best and see what works, because there are many things that you need to check in this case, and a lot of it is you have to take users' word for it when it comes to physical connection. Because I've had user where he literally said, I don't know anything about computers. So they wouldn't understand anything I was telling them. For example, can you please check to make sure that the cables are connected in the back of the monitor of the back of the computer? Well, which box? Some users assume that the monitor itself is their computer. Things like that. So do your best and then just go from there. It's about all you can do. You can consult with your coworkers what they might think, but in this case, it'll be the same thing. You can ask your manager, supervisor, just to make sure, you're okay. And that this is how I go about this. If we can eliminate the docking station out of the issue and it's still not working, then it's a physical hardware issue, right? It's the laptop itself that it's not working, because we've done all of these other things that I've mentioned. If you check all of these other things that I've mentioned, the only thing that's left is hardware issue, right? All right, I hope that's easily understandable, because sometimes you will come across these type of issues. Microsoft Teams. So we're going down to the oldest ticket first. Those people that have been waiting the longest. So another ticket submitted by D. D submitted a lot of tickets for me, which is appreciated. All right, we're going to assign it to ourselves. We're going to see what this one is about. I need Microsoft Teams. I need Microsoft Teams on my mobile device. So I mentioned this briefly. Office 365 has an app that you can download. So once you download Office 365 app on your phone, you can access Microsoft Teams, Outlook, Word, Excel, everything that's in Office 365. And I don't know for sure whether there's a separate app for Microsoft Teams. There might be, but either way, there is an app. So you can download it through your app store, and all they have to do is later on just log into it using their Microsoft account. It has to be a Microsoft account, whether it's a Microsoft account controlled by your company or whether it's just your personal Microsoft account from Microsoft. So, whenever Office 365 is used in a business environment, usually the accounts are controlled by the company. And you can see this in my series of Office 365 training that I've created. So I have a crash course and I have individual videos on training Office 365. I highly suggest you go over those as well if you want to become an IT professional, if you will. But again, I'm just sharing my knowledge, and I believe that if you learn at least something from me, it's going to help you in some ways, either get a job or make your job easier. We learn all the time. I always learn something new. So I'm just going to say, you can go to the App Store and download the app. Now notice I'm not introducing myself to D like you normally should, as I showed in the first email. Hello, my name is blah blah blah. I have your ticket about this and that. You want to do that for the person that you've never talked to before. But since I've already, in this fictitious situation, I already talked to D many times already, or I should say, dealt with her issues, his or her issues, and this person already knows who I am, so I don't have to introduce myself every time. You can say, so I'm just going to say, you can go to the App Store, download the app. After that, you can log in using your Office 365 login. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say Microsoft login, this and that. And because I feel like users know more what Office 365 is rather than Microsoft account. Why should I say Microsoft account when they're not necessarily working for Microsoft? If they're working for some other company, I can just say use your Office 365 login or use your computer login, which chances are would be the same as this. If they decided to use Microsoft accounts to log into their computers, which may not be the case. So this is why I said Office 365 login. But then again, it could be all part of what they call SSO, single sign-on system, where they use the same login for everything. Either way, and for those reasons, I'm going to say, if any issues, please let me know. And I'm going to close ticket. I'm going to close the ticket because, D can just contact me at this point, since we've already worked together on many things. As you saw, we have quite a bit to cover. All right, here we go. From Mike Moser. If you watch my videos, Mike comes up a lot. It's a fictional user that I've created, so this is something ticket that I've created. It's a ticket that comes up fairly often in a help desk environment. Always assign a ticket to yourself first to get credit. Lost my Excel file. Please help. I can't find my Excel. I need this file back to do my work. So here's an example of typical example, I should say, of lost file. It could be Excel, it could be anything else. So I would get a hold of Mike's computer, and since I know Mike, I'm just going to reach out to him over the IM or instant messenger, or I would call him and talk to him. And for those reasons, I'm not going to do the typical thing where I reply to the customer and say, hello, my name is Irvin with PC support. I have your ticket about missing Excel file. Can you please provide a computer? Can you please send me your computer name or IP address so that I can take a look? So I've talked about this many times, and I went ahead and typed it in anyways. I mean, repetition is the key, right? Especially if it's somebody you've never talked to. And I'm just going to leave it at that and wait for the customer to respond. Again, if they send you a computer name or IP address, you can connect to them using remote tools like Dameware that I have here, or some other tools that your company provides to you, if you're allowed to. Some help desk, tier 1 help desk people are not necessarily allowed to use remote tools, but You can do this. You can also send them a link that they can click to create a session that will allow you to take control of their computer so you can look for these missing files. Okay, so first thing first. If it's on your computer, where are the most likely missing files going to be? In the recycle bin, right? You see there is a recycle bin here. Let me minimize the ticketing system. Recycle bin, first thing, look in the recycle bin. If it's there, right click it, restore. Done. Next thing, usually people save things in their documents. Look in documents, see if there's a folder in there that they may have moved things to. Let's say this is the new text document or Excel. This is any of these. It's just a file. Let's say they accidentally dragged it into here and they can't find it. That could be it. That could be the problem. So look for potential places where a person may have moved it. They could have even moved it accidentally into root of C. This is the C drive of your computer. Anywhere. So these are the things you can look through to see if you can find them. You can restore deleted. You can restore deleted files if you have restore point activated on your computer. Not necessarily super successful, but if you right click any folder and go to properties, let's say we know that the file was inside of Zoom folder here, and then you can click previous versions, and then in here you may have folders listed, which this is part of Windows Restore. If you don't have Windows Restore enabled on your computer, then it's going to be like this. It's going to be nothing. But if you have Windows Restore and you have a copy of it, which probably might be a copy from like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, depends how often Windows Restore saves these things, there will be a folder in here, and then you select open and then find it in there and just select restore. That pretty much covers it. You can open their Excel and see what's going on inside and see if maybe the path has been moved. Just open up like Excel. I don't have Excel installed on my computer here. I'm sorry. Maybe I do. Do I have Excel? Yeah, I guess I have. Well, this is the web version of Excel. Anyways, you know how you guys, whenever you open up something and you see history of it, and then you can look to see if maybe this is how they accessed it. Maybe it was just like maybe it was just some kind of a link that they were using to something that was maybe stored online somewhere. Maybe it was maybe it was a shared Excel file. Maybe, see if you click here on shared or something like that, just look for these things. When it comes to naming things inside of any program, it's going to be very, very similar. Whether it's my recent, shared, favorites, or all, it's going to be very similar. So look for these things. If it's a shared document, maybe the person who shared this Excel file stopped sharing it. Ask all these questions. Again, we're talking about multiple possibilities of things. And of course, what I'm also going to show you is Office 365. Very important. Let me just pull that up and I'm going to get back to you. Okay, so here's our Office 365. Remember, the guy's name was Mike Moser. If we go to users in Office 365, Office 365 should have a copy of everything that you do stored inside of OneDrive, which is Microsoft's basically extra storage where it keeps all of your files. So the guy's name was Mike Moser. We're going to click on him. All right, here he is. And then we're going to go to OneDrive. Remember, I said all your files are stored in your OneDrive. So if we go to OneDrive, and I apologize, I lost a lot of licenses for this. I already made tons of these Office 365 videos, and those licenses were valid for 90 days. And I apologize, it's no longer here, but I do have a video, and I'm going to try to find a clip and insert it on how to show you here how this is recovered. I'm going to look for that and just do that instead of showing you here what it looks like when the licenses are expired. All right, I'm going to insert that now. Calls in and she says, I've deleted my Excel document. And here it is. It's just called book. So we're going to delete it here. But you know what? Let's do one better. We're just going to go to her OneDrive and kind of give you a better visual of what's going on. So here is Sally's, all of her files, right? This is all of her documents that she has saved. So in this presentation, we're going to delete just this one here that it's called Book XLS. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and rename it. We're going to name it File We Are Going to Delete. Okay, we're going to rename it that. So now that we have this file created to keep track of us, we're going to delete it intentionally. We're going to select it. We're going to delete it. So let's say Sally accidentally deletes this, right? And it's deleted. And then first thing you can ask her, hey, have you checked the recycle bin? If she says, I don't know what that is, you know, even though it's right here, and it's okay, it happens sometimes, then we can restore it for her on her behalf. So if she goes into recycle bin, let's do F5 here, and it refreshes it, right? You can see that it's there. But then in her situation, maybe it could have been a thing where she just had to refresh it and then she didn't see it. It doesn't matter. We are here to help the customer. We're going to help Sally recover this. So we see that it's a recycle bin, but if you can't help her navigate to this point, then that's fine. She could have also clicked empty recycle bin, which will empty the recycle bin, and then you cannot restore it for her. However, in that case, I will show you what to do. You can still recover it even if she empties her recycle bin. But let's just do this. She deleted it on accident, and then now it's in recycle bin, but she doesn't know how to do it. That's okay. I'm going to say, Sally, it's okay. We're going to do it for you. And here's Sally here in our active users. If you don't know how to get to this, you go to Microsoft 365 Admin Center, select users, let this expand, select active users, and all I did here was type in Sally Mo, or you can just simply pick her from here, or you can just search for her. It doesn't matter. We're going to select Sally here, and then in order to recover anything that's in her OneDrive, all of our documents are going to be in OneDrive, stored in OneDrive, unless it's shared documents that we're going to talk about as part of this video on SharePoint. All of her personal documents are going to be in OneDrive for her personally. And then to recover it for her, or to basically see the recycle bin on her behalf, right, we're going to do it for her. We're going to click on OneDrive here, and where it says get access to files, we're going to create a link that will take us to her OneDrive that we have access to on her behalf. So, and if we click create link to files, it's going to create a website link, and it says here create a link to view and edit Sally Mo's OneDrive files, right? Self-explanatory. So we're going to click create a link. So this may take a little bit to process, and sometimes not, but in this case, we're just going to just click on it, or you can copy paste this link somewhere else. But you notice this is just a, HTTPS. I mean, it's a secure link to the SharePoint OneDrive that's web-based, right? Cloud-based, web-based, whatever you want to call it. So to see it, what's going on in her OneDrive, we're going to click on this link or copy paste it. And here is exactly what she sees, right? Right? This is exactly where she is. She has that one document, that got one presentation, and we see that as well. Now, normally we would have a link to a recycle bin here where we would click it, but in some situations, and this is important to know, that recycle bin may not show up like this, but it's supposed to show up here, that there's another way to go about this. And for this, here's the segue, guys. We have to go to the SharePoint Admin Center. Okay, here's our home for SharePoint, and this is where we're going to access all of her stuff, right? So in order to get to it, we have to click on, let me just re-minimize this. We're going to click on more features here, right? This is going to be there. It's not going to be in these menus for some reason, but it's definitely going to be under more features. And if we look to the right, it says here user profiles. So we're going to click on open. And what this is going to show us is something very similar that you see in regular Active Directory for our Windows server. Very, very similar looking. And for those reasons, we're going to just use common sense here, right? So if you're in here and then you are going to make changes for the user, well, what is it that you need to do? If you look, the first thing it says manage user properties. Nah, that's not really it. Those are like permissions and stuff. Manage user profiles. So what are these things that people are logging into, right? Think about this. And I want to teach you in this way. This is person's profiles, and especially considering that it's all web-based or cloud-based. So everybody that's part of this Microsoft 365 has a profile, right? And these are their profiles, and we're going to manage it just like we tried to manage it through here, but it failed, and that's okay. We're just going to do it here, but more in a technical way where we have way more access to it. So we're going to do the same thing here that we did with the GUI, but I mean, although this is a GUI too, we're going to do the same thing here, just different ways. We're going to click Manage User Profiles, right? We're going to manage Sally's profile, okay? And then we're going to search for Sally here, Sally Mo. I typed in Salmo. Let's see if anything comes up. Sure enough, you can make a mistake, and that's okay. And here's our Sally. So we're going to click on her, and we're going to expand here. We're going to click on the little drop-down arrow for Sally. You see here, that's her ID and all that preferred. And we're going to do a little drop-down arrow, and then we're going to manage. Again, we're going to manage personal site here. And I know there's a lot of steps here, but just keep thinking manage, you know, because you have full management control, if you will, of Office or Microsoft 365 Center. So we're going to keep managing and managing. And here's our specific settings to her OneDrive. It says here OneDrive, and because OneDrive stores everything here that's in for Sally, right? And although we clicked manage personal site, her personal site, if she has one, is going to be all stored on OneDrive. Everything is in OneDrive. Okay, and now we can see the only indicator here that we have is that it's Sally's, where it says here about Sally Mo. We know it's for her for sure. No other things indicate that this is for Sally, but we know it is. So we're going to look for recycle bin, and then here it is, site collection administration, and under that there is recycle bin. Okay, now we have access to her recyclable. We're going to click on it. And here's our file, guys. We can simply select it now, and then we can click restore, and then we can immediately go back to her my files in OneDrive, and without even refreshing, it came back up. Okay, here it is. We've restored it for her just like that. Very easy to follow, right? So let's see if there's anything now in recycle bin. There it is. There's still a copy of it that didn't refresh, and that's when we hit F5 and it kind of restored it back up, and that's fine. Now let's go ahead and delete it again, but we're going to delete it even further. We're going to permanently delete it, quote unquote permanently delete it from her recycle bin, but that's not what's going on. So we're going to delete it again. Yes. And then let's say she goes in recycle bin, and let me just do F5 here again. Come on, come on, come on. We just did it. Come on. It's so funny because it was instant over there, but in some cases, it's not wanting to be instant. That's fine. Let me see if I go back here. I know I deleted it, guys. Come on. Delete. Oh, this is what's going on. I messed up. It was already open somewhere else. That's fine. Okay, now it's deleted. That's my fault. I fully accept the fault for that. All right, F5. Now there it is. So let's see. She clicks empty recycle bin because she wants to make space on her OneDrive, right? You have to empty recycle bin to make that space. So she does this. And then now what? Now it's gone. And then she calls again. And then you're like, okay, no problem. I'm going to look at your, I'm going to look at your recycle bin. So we go back here. Here we are again about Sally Mo. We're administering her site, is in her OneDrive. We're going to click on recycle bin, and there's not going to be anything in there because she permanently deleted it, quote unquote. It's not permanently deleted, but she emptied her she emptied her recycle bin. It's not there. Luckily, we can still help her recover this because there's always going to be a copy of it. And that is in second stage recycle bin, which is under her drive. So we're going to have to navigate her through this, unfortunately, or take control of her computer and just do it for her, with some kind of remote desktop software. And so, self-explanatory kind of, it's going to be second stage inception recycle bin. And here it is. Now, if we empty this one, then it will be permanent. You can see it says, this will be permanent. It will tell me, but that's okay. We're not going to do that because I don't feel like creating this again to prove the point. So we're going to restore it. So when we click the restore, now it's no longer in second stage recycle bin or nor in the regular recycle bin. So if we go back to our files, we've restored it, and there it is. And there you have it, guys. That's how you restore files in Office 365 as well as locally on your computer. So I'm going to add internal note. I'm going to say restored users file. Irvin. Now the example I may have showed you may have not been exactly for Mike, and I apologize for that, but I showed you how to do it. So whether it's Mike or somebody else, it's done the same way. And in the comments below, just say you're present, hi or hello, sort of like in the classroom, so that way I know people are showing up to watch these videos. I really appreciate it. It's incredibly motivating, and all the people that always do it, thank you very much. It's so appreciated. I can't even describe how much is appreciated, but it's just so motivating. Very, very motivating. Okay. Sorry about that long intro. We're going to continue here with the first ticket here from D. Thank you for submitting the ticket. It says blue screen. I turned on my computer and I have a blue screen. So I'm assuming D here is talking about a blue screen of death. We're definitely going to talk about that. There are a few reasons why this might happen. But when working a ticketing system, make sure you always assign a ticket to yourself so that way you get credit and that nobody else picks it up. Meaning that you could be wasting time working on a ticket, but somebody else might be working on it and take it, and you wouldn't even necessarily realize it depending on the type of system. Now, this is most likely an issue that we cannot get a hands on. If you're working help desk, you don't have physical access to this computer. You don't know. You just take their word for it. So for those reasons, the only thing you can do is talk to them on the phone. You cannot contact them because chances are they called the help desk. So whether they called the help desk and you're talking to them right now, or they called the help desk to submit a ticket, which we can assume this is what happened here in this scenario, and then hopefully there's a phone number where you can contact them. Because if you go to down here and reply to customer and whatever you say, normally, if you say, hello, my name is Irvin with help desk, I can help you with your issue. This doesn't matter. This does not matter because they won't get it. They don't have a working computer. They don't have a working computer unless they have a phone that somehow has access to their Office 365, which will give them access to their Outlook, because you can have an app on your phone for Office 365 which will have access to Outlook, and then they can see a message that was sent by the ticketing system to them. And then, if you know that for sure, that's fine, but hopefully they have a phone number. And if not, I guess this would be your last resort to contact them through the system, because the system itself will send them an email, as I've mentioned. But in this case, I'm going to assume there is a phone number, or that I'm talking to them on the phone already. So, this is the first thing that you would have to ask is, well, what kind of blue screen it is. So if you're asking, well, what do you see? And they just say, well, this is the blue screen I see. Chances are, then there's nothing wrong with the computer, right? But if it's a blue screen of death, which we're going to look up here, and by the way, there are other blue screens. Whenever you boot up your computer, there could be other blue screens, like, for example, select the operating system. If it says that on the screen, if it says that on the screen, then it's not a bad type of blue screen of death, which I will show you here in a moment. As soon as my computer does something here, it froze. Okay. All right. Come on. Come on. Come on. See, this is an example of what might happen if you're trying to connect to a computer that's on Wi-Fi. And so every time you remote into a computer to assist the customer, chances are there will be a weird delay. What's happening right now, what you're seeing is just a big delay. Whenever I type in something, it's just a big delay. So I'm going to type in BSOD. BSOD means blue screen of death, as you can see here in the Wikipedia. And then we're going to check out some of these examples. I'm going to open up another window because I want you to see a different window that's also a blue screen, but it's not a bad type of blue screen. I'm gonna have to do something about this because my computer is not very responsive here. So I typed in google.com here and I'm just waiting for it to happen. And again, when you're remoting into somebody's computer, you may expect these type of issues where there is a delay, Okay, so what I'm going to show you is a blue screen that looks very, very similar in color, which is blue, obviously, to blue screen of death, which is the bad one. So what I'm going to show you here is a screenshot of, what's it called? Safe mode for Windows 10. Which is not to be confused with blue screen of death. So first thing first, when you're talking to them, ask them, how does it look like? If the window looks like this here, bear with me, there it is, then they are in what they call a sort of like troubleshooting mode, advanced startup mode, if you will. And there are a bunch of examples of this here. And if they are in any of these other modes, just guide them so they can get out of it. And the best way to guide them out of this type of mode, out of these blue screens, is to reboot the computer. Simply reboot the computer, because chances are the reason they got to this point where they are basically in the troubleshooting mode or into the safe mode is because they pressed either a key combination or they literally told the computer to get into the blue screen mode. Of course, if it's like a startup settings, for example, here's a brighter picture of this. This is actual screen. Somebody took a picture of screen. You see how bright it is, this blue, very bright navy blue color. This is also the way to boot into safe mode. I don't know why it says here Windows 10 safe mode, because this looks like Windows 7 actually. Whenever you reboot the computer and you press, I want to say it was F8, when the computer is starting to boot up, you get into this selection where you can pick to boot into safe mode. I don't know whether Windows 10, like older version of Windows 10, had this or not. Maybe they also did, but I know for sure this is how it was in Windows 7. So this is a different type of blue screen. This is a normal blue screen that maybe accidentally gotten into. You know, maybe their cat walked across their keyboard and activated or rebooted the computer, and the computer went into the into the startup mode or repair mode or safe mode, if you will, which is fixed by simply rebooting the computer again. And here is blue screen of death. Now, this is the old version of it. You just see a bunch of numbers. This is not. Just a moment, bear with me. Here it is on the right here. Oh, come on. Sorry. Lag. There's a lag input here because of Wi-Fi. The remote computer is on Wi-Fi, guys. And again, this is something you can expect. Something you can expect in whenever you're trying to take control of somebody's computer. Okay, here we go. Finally, I can take some control of it. See on the right here, This is a typical blue screen of death on previous operating system. Um, and basically, the reason this happens is, few reasons. It could be hardware issue, which a lot of times it is. It could be a bad driver for the hardware, and it could also be just some kind of weird corruption within the software. Software can cause this problem, but personally, what I've seen this issue happening is when there's a failing hard drive. And of course, if you have for example, let's say it's a laptop, and the laptop somebody dropped a few times, chances are that this could, cause a blue screen of death because it's a hardware issue. So most of the time, it's some kind of a hardware issue, and we can get into the details here where it dumps the information of what this might be, but that's for higher level techs. So for help desk, all you need to know that's most likely it's a hardware issue, possibly a software issue, but most likely hardware or a driver issue. Most of the time I've seen this was related to hard drive going out. This is what it looks like in Windows 10. It's not going to have all that, detailed information that we've seen. This is just what it looks like in Windows 10. So chances are, if you're starting right now to support, Windows 10, and it says here Windows 8, but I'm not sure. I haven't really used Windows 8. I don't know, whatever. But this is what's going to happen with Windows 10. You just get this, frowny face, if you will. So I believe that explains it enough. And for those reasons, we're going to go back to our ticketing system. And we're going to say, add internal note. We're going to say what we did to resolve their issue. We don't have a physical access. Again, you could try to reboot the computer, and that could temporarily fix the problem, whether it's accidentally getting into the safe mode, repair mode, whatever you want to call it, or whether it's a blue screen of death where there's a hardware issue. Because sometimes you get a blue screen of death occasionally. And those are also signs of hard drive going out slowly. But, in this case, if reboot doesn't fix it, and I know this is the only thing you can do, really. You don't have access to it. You can't get into it. The computer doesn't even work, as far as you know. We're going to say, let's assume that it was fixed by a reboot, and we're going to say this is an internal note as a resolution for us. Reboot resolved the issue for the time being. However, this was a blue screen of death, which could mean hardware problems. If issue persists, educated user or educated or told user, it's up to you how you want to word this. As long as you put down what happened, that computer may need to be replaced. And you can say the reason we're going to leave it at the computer needs to be replaced is because we don't know for sure what kind of policy this company have. Some companies don't necessarily repair computers. They just replace them under warranty. Usually there's a 5-year warranty, and for those reasons they will just get a different computer. However, you can do hardware diagnostic, obviously. If you're on-site tech, if you're on-site and you have direct access to this, they can return it. You can give them a loaner computer. Loaner computer meaning a temporary computer, and then you can do your hardware diagnostic. You can put your CD in or your thumb drive in or use onboard hardware diagnostic. You run a diagnostic and it will tell you whether hard drive is going out, if the RAM is going out, if there are any other issues. So you can do that if you're on-site tech. I'm going to copy paste the same note onto the reply to customer. Did I save this? Okay, here we go, save. So this is what we did is internal. This is something that our coworkers might look at or a manager. So there is a note of what you did. And I'm just going to do the same thing to reply to customer. So that way the customer later on, whenever they log in, since they've resolved the issue by reboot, they can have a note of it. And that way you have trail, as they say, paper trail. It's not a paper trail because it's more of like a digital trail. It's basically, as they say, on paper. It's written down that you've done all of this. You made the customer aware multiple times, not just on the phone, but also via email. In this case, the system was going to send them an email or a message to what happened. So for those reasons, we're going to close this as resolved. Webcam. Webcam is not working. This is another ticket that I've created. So in this case, we're definitely definitely going to assign the ticket to ourselves first. We're going to talk to the customer, and I'm going to pretend like I don't know this customer. I'm going to say hello. This is Irvin with help desk. May I take control of your computer to fix webcam? Sure. Whatever, however you feel comfortable saying this, make sure that it's simple and understandable. So the issue is, I can't use my webcam in meetings. So it could be webcam is disabled, or simply disabled, simply broken, or the driver itself needs to be repaired, or sometimes I've seen an issue where a Windows update breaks it or something like that, in which case you definitely want to reinstall the webcam, but you want to make sure that it's turned on. Sometimes the user can press a combination key on their laptop or just a one key. They press it and it disables their webcam. Sometimes you get, a new laptops will have a little slider, physical slider on the webcam itself. You slide it over and it blocks the webcam. So you're once you talk to them, once you, I would talk to them if possible. I like talking to people on the phone, but you can troubleshoot this without talking to them on the phone by logging into their computer. Once you get a response from them, they say okay, you can say thanks. What is your computer name or IP address, so I can access your computer? Now there's a database where you can look up somebody's computer, their IP address, simply based off their name. In my company that I work for, I don't need to even ask them. I can look all this up just by their name. I can see where they logged in last time. You guys may not have these tools when you work help desk, but I have a tool that lets me know where and where from, at which computer did this user log into, at which time, and all of that. I have these tools, and if you have them, that's great. You don't have to go through all of this, and then I'm going to send, and we're pretending like we're doing a chat with them, a reply to customer. And if they say, I don't know, then you can just send them a link like I showed you before through, for example, Damer, or you can start a meeting. You can join a meeting that they've created. Matter of fact, that might be the best way to troubleshoot this, because it says here, I can't use my webcam in meetings. So start the meeting, whether it's a Zoom meeting, whether it's a WebEx meeting, Skype, I don't know, I don't care, it doesn't matter. Go in there, take control of their computer while they're in the meeting, and through that meeting, you can take control of their computer too. You can request access to take control of their desktop, or you can do both. You can start a meeting, and then you can use, for example, like I use Dameware to access their computer, or any other remote control tool. And then once inside, look at the basic settings for, see if there's, let's see, do I have WebEx installed on this computer? Well, here's just the camera. Here's just the camera app. and we can say that there's nothing there. It says we can't find your camera, and that's fine because I know this computer doesn't have a camera installed. That's clear cut. You know, it's just not working. So you're gonna move on from here. It's not like just a black screen, but there's audio. So you ask the customer, well, what is exactly the problem? And if they say, well, people can hear me, but they can't see me. So it could be just disabled, disabled, disabled camera. Let me see here inside of the meeting itself. Just a moment. Bear with me. I'm going to install Zoom here real quick and show you an example of that because I don't want to leave you just be like, oh, okay, well, what do I do? Because some people literally don't know who are watching my videos. So if there's a meeting going on and they simply need the camera turned on, once you go in, you can turn on the camera. See, like this right here, it says start video and there's a red line through it. Well, then you want to click it. And it says here, cannot start audio, failed to start the video camera. Please select another video camera in settings, this and that. Then we can check the cameras and we can see that there are no other cameras. If we go to video settings, we can also see that there are no cameras. So now you can move on to troubleshooting the camera itself. Okay, so we can close this, leave meeting, and we're done with this part until we can troubleshoot later to make sure that that it's working. So now we have to hit up the device manager, open up a device manager. So if you just right click the Windows icon and then go to device manager, make sure you run it as administrator because now I got this pop up that says you're not logged in as administrator. And then you can go in and look for media devices. Is it here? No, digital media devices. I forget what it's called, but it's one of these. Software, sound, biometric, digital, something. Hold on, I'll plug in an actual camera. That, by the way, that could be the issue too. It could be camera not plugged in if it's just a desktop camera. Hold on, bear with me. I have a camera. All right, did you guys see how it came up under imaging devices? Imaging devices, here it is. HD Pro Webcam C920, which is actually a really good camera to have for just things because it's HD, full 1080p and all that. Anyways, we can see there's a problem right there. All right, and now the problem is gone because the driver itself updated automatically. So now it's installed and it's working. So if the issue was to plug it in, then you would simply plug it in, Now, let me open this. Let me open Zoom to make sure. And at the same time, if you needed to install the driver, again, make sure you run the device manager as administrator and then just right click the camera and select update the driver or reinstall the driver. We'll try that as well here in the meeting. So if I start a new meeting here, I'm going to turn on the camera. It's going to be just looking on the outside, I think, through my basement window, through my office window. Come on, Zoom now. Now Zoom is not. Look at this. Zoom meeting is not responding great. So every time something gets stuck like this, you may not be able to close it when it's not responding like this. What I like to do is go to the task manager and just kill it from there. Come on, Zoom. There it is. It finally closed, I think. There we go. New. Here we go. So it's just looking at, camera is working now. You can see that clearly. And what it was trying to project, because I'm remoted into this computer, so my picture is not going to show up nicely here. But you can see that my camera is now working. It's just looking at through my basement window door, if you will. So that is working. And again, the reason it's not coming up properly here because the remote computer I'm connected to is actually a Wi-Fi computer, and remote desktop is not good at conveying video at all. But you can see that it's working, and you can also double check. You can double check with the user to make sure that it is working. You see how it's kind of slowing down because my remote session is actually slow, and this is type of stuff you may expect to see whenever you're troubleshooting this type of stuff. And I'm going to go over there and just wave a little bit so you guys can see. You see me waving? Okay. All right. So that is that, and we're going to stop the video because I don't want to keep running it. Okay. So that is fixed, and we're going to close all of that. And let me just go back to the device manager here. Device manager, imaging devices. So if you right click it, go to properties, you can go to driver and then roll back or uninstall. You can uninstall the device driver and let it install itself like it did when we plugged in the camera. You can try to update the driver and see if there's a new one available, but you can see that this one installed fairly new from March 27, 2021. You can see that it installed. So you can install, reinstall the drivers, and that would be basically the only thing left that you can do. After that, then it's physically broken, But then again, it could be a key stroke. If it's like an embedded laptop type of camera that just sits on top of your screen, there could be just a key that they need to press to turn it on. That could also be the case. You'd be surprised. Well, you shouldn't be surprised, I should say, because that's what happens. So I'm going to add internal note, and I'm going to say fixed camera by installing it. I'm just going to leave it at that because I don't want to. I'm not going to make customer look bad because in this case they just needed to plug it in, and we're just going to say, you won't always want to be respectful because you don't know who's reading this type of stuff. Well, but there might be some higher ups that might be reading this stuff. It could be a manager, and he may not care too much, but then you got these people who are higher ups who got nothing better to do but kind of go through things, go through tickets, and go through QAs, make sure, just to find a small issue that they could complain about because they may not have anything else to do. They might want to look to cut somebody. I don't know. They might be looking to downsize. And they might be looking to find anybody who makes a tiny mistake. Not to scare you guys, but just to kind of cover yourself and be professional as much as you can. Laser printer at warehouse will not print shipping labels. Restarted printer and still does not work. So when it comes to printers, it's, you would really need hands-on access to really troubleshoot if it's a physical issue. So if it's a physical issue. Now in this case, if I had a phone number to talk to D, I would call user and I would talk to them directly and access their computer if they're trying to install the printer. But in this case, it sounds like D has direct access to this laser printer, right? So you have two options. Have physical access to it, which as help desk you do not, unless you're help desk / on-site tech, then you can go to that printer directly yourself and then, test it, resolve the issue. So in this case, you'd have to talk. You have to talk, and I suggest you talk to them on the phone because it's going to be a lot faster. By sending messages back and forth, it'll take forever to troubleshoot this. It'll take forever, but in this case, printer at the warehouse will not print shipping labels. So it's a it's a printer just used for shipping labels, or it could be a label printer. We don't know. We need more information on this. Restarted printer still does not work. A lot of times, restarting computers will fix them, but when it comes to printers, may not work. So typically, when something is stuck, when a print spooler has a lot of queued up queued up, if it's computer related, it has a lots of queued up print jobs waiting to happen. And if there's something wrong with the printer, let's say something is stuck to it, or there's a bad connection, there's no direct connection to the printer, it may stop working and it will not do anything unless you clear the spooler. So let me show you a spooler. If you go to the services, print spooler controls whether you can print or not, and it also handles print jobs that are queued up, meaning in line. Let's say I try to print something and it's going to stand in line until printer goes, you know, when it gets to a point when it gets ready to print. You know, so it takes time. This is why it sits in the queue, in the line, waiting to be printed. But then you queue up another one because you thought maybe it didn't start because I haven't sent it. And then another one. But then again, you might have like 5 other people doing the same thing. Now, since this is a label printer, you know, I don't know. There could be one person working on the label printer at the warehouse, or, I mean, it's a warehouse and they create a lot of labels. You might have 10 workers, 20 workers trying to print shipping labels. You know, this thing could be just going 24/7. You know, we need to see, we need to have physical access to it, or have user tell you what they see. What is on the screen? What is there an error message? Is there a screen? What kind of printer is it? Is there a screen on it at least? You know, some of the newer printers will have a screen on it, and where you can manually put in any information or whatever it is, or send print job, or access your secure print jobs, all kinds of stuff. But nonetheless, there might be a screen on it that might give you error. What is the error? You know, it may not say what the actual issue is, but there might be an error code to ask you, to tell you what the issue may be. So these are all things we need to find out. Just because this ticket is vague doesn't mean that we can't talk about possible solutions. So back to the print spooler. Here's a print spooler here. This is a service that runs in the background of your computer that handles the things that I've talked about, meaning print jobs that are waiting to happen, waiting for printer to happen. So if they're stuck, this is something you might want to stop. You know, right now I don't have services open as admin, but if you right click it, you can select stop. Now it's grayed out because, again, you need admin privileges to open up services. So every computer, or this is what I would do, everybody that has a job waiting, you can either have them do this or have them reboot their computer as well. So you got many options here and many ways to troubleshoot this. So, but either way, we need more information and somebody with hands-on access to this printer. So you can stop this and then restart it, or resume, restart, whatever it is that you need to do. We need to make sure that we stop this print spooler to clear its queue, its line of documents being sent, files if you will, and then we need to get it back to the running state like it says here. So stop and then start, or restart, or whatever it is that you have available, whatever the situation. You may find this to be broken. You may find this to be stopped, you know. But in this case, you know, it could be something physical wrong with that. So these are, this is a great ticket for me to talk about of potential issues. There might be more stuff. There might be more stuff that I may have missed. And if you guys have any opinions, also leave them in the comments as well. All right, I'm going to reply, and hopefully Dee's watching this, so I don't have to provide a lot of information. But you know, because I'm assuming that I am talking to somebody on the phone. You know, I'm assuming in this case that I would be talking to Dee on the phone and repeat all of these things. So hopefully Dee is watching, and I'm going to pretend that that was our phone conversation. So in this case, without making it confusing, I'm going to say, Dee, hopefully you're watching this, and normally I would say, please watch a video. You know, like I'll leave, you know, a reply to customer, which sends a message to customer. Please watch my video for a possible solution, right? But I'm going to pretend that we had a conversation. I'm going to say per our phone conversation, per our why am I not able to spell? Here we go. Conversation. Please check all of the things I've mentioned. If there are any screenshots, please refer to them for possible solution. Now, you know, it's a bit an awkward ticket to leave a note on or leave a reply on. And by the way, I forgot to leave an internal note on the previous ticket that I've closed, but that's okay. We're just going to keep moving. That was my mistake, but we need to leave an internal note as well in some cases. Per our phone conversation, please check all the things I've mentioned. If there are any screenshots, please refer to them for possible solution. So again, there are many things that they could be wrong, and we need to talk to the customer/user to figure out what the issue may be, and we need to try all of these things if we don't know what the issue is. So we have to try all of those things in order, or in order whichever you want. You know, as long as we try all of these things, again, you know, help desk is tech support. This is troubleshooting. These are all things we need to do. Irvin. So I would, if D is a regular customer, we can work this out, and D can contact me again with more information. So D, if you do have, I'm going to close your ticket, and I'm sorry for that, because I need to make space so the new tickets can come through so I can see them. But if you want to submit another ticket with the actual screenshot, that would be perfectly fine. This is not something, now this is just talking to you guys who are watching, this is not something you want to tell customer or user to submit a new ticket for every little thing. No, you stick with the ticket until you fix it. But I'm just telling D that, to submit a screenshot or error, or provide more details, as much detail as possible about the issue, so and the things tried to fix it, so we can move on to other possibilities, because this is a kind of a collaboration at this point between me and D, who is one of my viewers. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Add internal note, and then we're going to pretend like we've done all the troubleshooting performed. I'm going to say various troubleshooting methods. I'm sorry, guys. Terrible at spelling today. I need to drink more coffee is what I need. Performed various troubleshooting methods, because there are way too many for me to list, as I've mentioned already. I would need more information from customer in order to resolve the issue. So user will not see this internal note. This is just for internal, so that our manager can see it. So I'm going to close it. Again, we know why. I already mentioned this. Okay, so this one is Outlook 2016. Okay, it says here, how can I get my work email on my phone out? How can I get my work email on my phone out? How can I work out my email on the phone? So Outlook 2016, I'm not sure if this is backwards compatible. However, in Office 365 has a phone app for your Android, for your Apple phone. You can install it on your phone and sign into your Office 365, which obviously has Outlook in it. Now, whether it's backwards compatible 2016, I am not sure because 2016 came out before this, app craze was more prevalent in a business type of environment where they want to integrate everything. Not to say that there weren't any apps when it comes to this type of stuff. I'm just saying people or businesses didn't really rely on phones that much yet. But now they are. So a lot of things are done through the apps. Like, for example, getting your passcode for your VPN, getting your what they call multi authentication code. So it's like so you need a password and then you need to put in the code, and that's how you sign in. And that's why they use these apps for. This is why phones are convenient, because they're computers, right? We know that especially newer phones, they're so powerful, and in some cases just as powerful as desktop computer or a laptop. So I know that Office 365, which is the same product as this Outlook, so give it a shot. I would install Office 365 app on your phone and use a Microsoft account to log in. Now, if it's an Outlook 2016 that your company is still hosting on their own server, meaning that this infrastructure is set up for an older system that doesn't use Office 365, which technically would be outdated system. So maybe using 2016 Outlook 2016 is not the best thing to do still, because it's fairly old now. But if your company is still using Microsoft products and they're paying for the licenses, then they should have Office 365. And for those reasons, you can use Office 365 app. You log into it, then you can access all of the Microsoft products that are on there, including Outlook. So I'm going to reply to customer. And well, first thing first, always assign the ticket to yourself so you can get credit for it. I'm going to say hello. And since I've already talked to D in a previous video, I don't have to introduce myself. D knows who I am. I'm going to say, hello, you can download an Office 365 app on your phone. Log in to it, and then you can access Outlook, including other Office, let's say programs. I was going to say products, but I'm going to say programs because maybe it's easier to understand when I say programs. All right, let's see how this looks like. Always review before you send anything, especially if it's a business email. But in this case, it's just a ticketing system. So if you make a small, mistake, like a grammar mistake, it's not a huge deal. But always try to be correct. And when it comes to grammar, English is my second language as well. So I make mistakes as well. It's been known to happen, even though I've been speaking English for, I don't know, 25 years of my life. But I haven't spoken 25 years of fluent English. So anyways, it's okay to check. And let's see, what else can we do? You can download an Office 365 app on your phone, log into it, and then you can access Outlook, including other Office programs. Let me know if any issues. So I know this is left open-ended, and you don't want to leave anything open-ended. When it comes to tickets, you want to close them and just let them be closed. But since I care that D submitted a lot of issues, this is a regular customer, right? This is a regular customer. So in this case, if your help desk, the company that you work for, the help desk that you work for, if they allow you to do this, I suggest you do it, because if it's a returning customer, this leaves a good impression. This leaves a good impression, especially if your help desk allows you to follow up. With customers, so that way we can leave it open. In this case, I will close the ticket, but then again, if D comes back to me and contacts me directly, since already contacted her. We pretended that we contacted her in this case because this is a training video. D can always reach me and say, hey, I got this downloaded, but I don't know how to log in, type of stuff. Then you can help them. You can help the user, you can help the customer, and that way, if you need to get credit for it, you can create a ticket for yourself. You create a ticket on the customer's behalf. Because D submitted here like 5 or 6 tickets. Do we really want D, our customer, our user, to keep submitting tickets for every little thing? Not necessarily, because in this case, he or she submitted already a bunch of these tickets. I'm sorry, I don't know your gender, so I apologize. But D submitted a bunch of tickets already, so it's okay for us to create one ticket on their behalf, so we can get credit for it if they come back, and say that they need more assistance. Okay. So I'm going to set it as resolved. And this one's called remote. I have trouble. I have to troubleshoot customer computer, but it's not connected to company VPN, but it's connected to her home network. How can I remote in? This is an excellent question. Now this time I'm going to remember to assign a ticket to myself. There we go. You can connect and take control of somebody's computer while they're not on a VPN, and that's by creating a session that that is called a remote session that they can join to. Sort of like you can do the same same thing with meeting software like Zoom. What's some other ones? Some kind of meeting software. Why can't I think of more than one meeting software? Blue Jeans, Zoom, there's Google Meeting, WebEx, all those things. You can create a meeting, send them a link to it, and they can join it. And then from there you can request to take control of their computer. That's one way. But if you're using a remote control software like VMware, you can send invitation to join a remote session, which is this here, where it says invite user to join remote session. I can't do it here because my VMware is not connected to a business network, or it's not set up like that. But once you click this, and I do this at work all the time, you select invite user to join remote session, and it creates a link, a web link with instructions, and then you send that to them. You can send that to them, and then they join your session, in which you take control of their computer and then troubleshoot any issues. However, there is an issue when you do that, when you're not connected to the network, and that is an issue in which you are required to use administrator credentials to install or make changes to a computer. So for example, if I were to make changes, let's see, I'm just going to pick a random thing here. Hold on. Anything that requires you to use admin privileges. I'm looking for something that I can install. Here it is, shared. Now, why is this not working? Okay, I must have disabled that network drive. We can fix that in a future video, because I saw there is a ticket in there about installing from a shared drive. But anyways, it could be anything that you're trying to run as administrator. For example, let me see if this thing will come up. VLC media. It's going to ask for an update. Okay, that's not what I want. Is this set up properly? Anyways, what I was going to say, you cannot install programs without administrator privileges, right? So for that to happen, you would need, you see how it's right now asking me for administrator privileges? This is not going to work when you're not connected to VPN. When you're not connected to VPN, meaning that you're not connected to that network, which also means that you're not connected to the domain, and your credentials are domain credentials. You see, you cannot authenticate yourself unless you're connected to the network, unless you're connected to the domain, because your login credentials, whatever you use to use your login to log into your computer, your administrator privileges are connected to the domain, so it's not going to work. So for that, you would have to get, and hopefully this is set up in a business environment, you would have to get what it's called local administrator login. So if, for example, you look at user profiles here, and this most likely will be invisible profile that is in here. It will be called admin or something like that, and it would have administrator privileges. So you need to find out, you need to find what that is for that specific computer, for this specific host name. So if you find the computer host name, here it is in devices, you can see the device name here is just called stream. That's the name of this computer. You would look up stream, the name of this computer, copy it, go to the database that has a list of passwords for the local administrator, paste it in there, and then look it up to see what that is. And now, whenever you make changes, you can use those credentials to, update it, because you would need a local, not connected to the network administrator privileges to troubleshoot issues, to make changes. Okay, so if you go to your control panel, for example, you can see what the user accounts are in there. And you can see that this one is just a local account, that it's password protected. And you can select, well, let's see here, manage other accounts. And you can see that this is just a regular local account, and this one here is an administrator local account. So in some cases, you can have some elevated privileges when it comes to making changes, basic changes based off local account. But if you don't have administrator login, then it's not going to work. So, going back to advanced properties, so this is advanced system settings. You see how it keeps asking me? I wouldn't be able to open this without having administrator account. You can see under these profiles that the stream, the name of the computer, device name is before it, and then we got a backslash, and then it says big power is the admin account, and Kubernetes is just a regular one. So there you go. That's how I would do this. Thank you very much for the ticket. I'm going to reply and say you can use meeting software to invite and then take control of the computer. Simply send them a meeting link that they can join to. Also, remote software can create sessions for which you can send a link to user. I think this is clear enough. I think Dee understands what I'm saying here, and Dee will probably watch this and understand what I'm saying here. Oh, this one actually ties in to what we just talked about. It is, well, we're definitely going to read it and see what's going on here. It's Outlook Slow, and it's from, I'm going to try to pronounce it. I'm really sorry. I really appreciate you submitting this, but I'm sorry if I pronounce it. Is it Muneswaran? Muneswaran. I hope I said your name right. I apologize. But thank you very much. It says, Dear Sir, I noticed that no issue on the laptop. No issues on the laptop, okay? When I archive Outlook message, you got slowness in access Outlook. Okay, so when you archive a message, you get slowness. Then I upgrade 4 gigabytes to 8 gigabytes of RAM, still facing slow. After uninstall and install 365, same issue. I've noticed the 2 archives on C drive, another one on F drive. Is there anything to do with slowness? So there are many elements here what could be causing this. Let's do this. I don't have Outlook installed, but there's a program here called just Mail, and we're going to log into it. We're going to use our sample user here that we worked with, just to have a sudo Outlook going. So it's sample user 26 at outlook.com. Sample user 26 at outlook.com. So yeah, in this case, you don't actually have to have Outlook installed. This is called Mail, which is kind of like Outlook, I suppose. And we're going to log into it. Perfect. Look at this. This is beautiful. Here's an example of an error. Something went wrong. Great. We couldn't sign you in. If this error persists, contact your system administrator. Provide the error code. Ah, jeez. All right. Well, let's look at the details. This is why errors and screenshots are important. It says here, server message. User account. Okay. And then it hides our email because it's an encrypted error for some reason. From identity provider at outlooklive.com. I don't know why it encrypts that, but I know it's at outlooklive.com. Does not exist in tenant. And then it specifies Microsoft services and cannot access the application. So this tells us that this doesn't work. Free Outlook account does not work with Mail account. So if you see Mail app on your computer like this here, it will not work because it doesn't see it. It says it doesn't exist. And then it says here, the account needs to be added as an external user in tenant first. Sign out and sign in again with different Azure Active Directories user accounts. So here's our big takeaway here. This is why I say screenshots are super important. Sign out and sign in again with different Azure Active Directory user account. So this specifically is telling me that this free Outlook account that we're using here needs to be part of Azure Active Directory. Otherwise, you cannot sign in. So using free Outlook account, you cannot sign in because it needs to be added supposedly within Active Directory. What that tells me is that you cannot use this Mail account unless you're using a business account. That's what that tells me. Which is unfortunate. Look, see, now it's asking me for Office 365 login. Look at this. See, they don't want you to use Outlook for free and use this mail app as Outlook on your computer. See, it can find the user. I know it can, but it just can't. Well, let's see. I'm going to try it again. Wow. It let me log in like that. What? That makes no sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. Look at that. You know, guys, I haven't cut this. I haven't edited this. But now it just works. Microsoft is really bizarre when it comes to this. That error came up and literally told us we can't log in, but here it is, logged in, and I haven't done anything to fix it. I'm going to minimize it, and let's kind of reiterate. So here's the archive message. When you, like I mentioned, remember how I mentioned before, whenever you create an archive, it stores it locally. And the fact that he upgraded from 4 gigabyte to 8 gigabyte is great, and still maybe related to what's going on here. But I want you to know that he mentioned also that 2 archives, one on C drive, another on F drive. Archives can be saved anywhere. You can save them anywhere. You just specify where you want it to be saved. So the slowness could be, it could be C drive, and it could be the F drive. That where it's coming from, because when you're archiving and it's archiving, it's just accessing that. It's not the issue that it can't archive to these drives. The issue is how fast can it access that archive. So whenever you go in here and select archive, however long it takes to open up an archive that's added in here, that's going to be dependent on, in this case, on your local storage, how fast. So in this case, the issue may be that the C drive is slow. But why is the C drive slow? C drive, we all know the C drive is our main drive where our operating system is installed, which is this. All right, everything is installed in, when it comes to operating system, everything is installed on C when it comes to Windows operating system, and everything that's running is running from C drive. All these processes that are running in the background, they're all running from the C drive, unless you open up a program that's installed on a different drive. But all of this stuff that you see in here, all of this activity, all of this that's happening right now is on C drive. So of course, if this is slow or not fast enough, this could be cause of a problem. Of course, check to see if 8 gigabytes of memory is enough. I know you upgraded, and that's fine. However, and then we got F. I just so happen to have F here. So if he's got archive installed in here, this could also be the cause. If this thing is slow, if this drive is slow, you can also test this by doing like a copy paste of a large file. Let's see. So here are some just backup of my videos here. You see how it's taken a while to access? This because this is a magnetic type of drive. Look, see how it's seeking? It took a little bit to come up, to open up. And if you want to test this, you can test it like this, or you can do a copy paste, or this and that. But that's exactly a point. This is a seek time for this drive because just a magnetic drive. So that could be the issue too. Of course, I would have to have access to it, but hopefully what I'm saying right now can help you figure it out. I would also have a question for you, whether other things are running slow. In that case, if we have things running slow, there might be something in the processes that's taking up a lot of processing power. Like you see how it's CPU here. If you see something that comes up here that's taking up a lot of CPU power, that could be your problem. Look into that. Let's say, I don't know, let's say we have anti-malware service, which is the antivirus here that's running in the background. Let's say this is running super high, like as in it's using a lot of percentage of CPU. I would check into it, see why it's doing that. A lot of times it's because it takes a long time to search all the files on your C drive. Again, here's our C drive. If this is not fast enough, then that could be the problem too. It could be older laptop. I don't know. Chances are it might be because it's 4 gigabytes and you add another 4 to 8, which is great. That's perfectly fine. What you did, you gave a good idea of what the issue may be. But I would look at these things that I've mentioned as well to see if you can rectify the issue. Uninstalling and installing Office 365, same issue. I have a feeling that wherever you have the archives installed, one of these drives is just super slow, and it's causing the problem. That's what I would kind of concentrate on. But I think besides that, I would have to see what's going on in the background, and see if there are any processes. But you know, your task manager is your friend. Your task manager is your friend. Whenever it's slowing down like that, look at the task manager and see what's taking up a lot of processing power. If you see Outlook come up in here, then it's taking up a lot of processing power, like a lot of CPU percentage, then you know that it's most likely the archive on the C drive or the F drive. It really ties in into everything we've done. So we've got this installed here. I don't know. I'm glad I actually opened this up just to show you that weird error and how you can read it and how to go about it. But let's see. When we click archive, and it just did it. So I think this one just created it uh, on the cloud, if you will, on the network. Let's see if it created anything locally. Local C. Usually archives are inside of the local profile, which is in here. Let's do a search for .pst, see if anything comes up. Yeah, it looks like the archives are being created on the cloud in this case. Okay, I think that's pretty much all we can say about this until, you know, without access to the computer. Oh, I forgot to assign the ticket to myself. All right, I got distracted. Should have done that first. Should have done that first. All right, I'm going to reply and going to say hello. This is Irvin with PC support. Why did I? Oh my god. PC support. I'm going to say I would check to see if there are any background processes, which also could be a virus. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's something in the background causing the problem. Background processes causing high CPU usage. Now, I'm talking to somebody who's, you know, who's working on their computer. So talking to the customer like this wouldn't necessarily be the proper way of going about this. Usually with the customers or users, you're just asking them questions that will help you solve the problem, like as in, what is the error? What's the screenshot? Type of stuff. You know, I'm just replying to this to this person so they can check their computer, and I'm gonna say the most likely cause of the slow down is related to either C drive or the F drive being slow. Open Outlook, and when it slows down, check Task Manager to see if Outlook is using a lot of CPU. And then which would mean that one of the drives is too slow or is slow to access / open the archive stored. I'm gonna do that, and you can also watch my video, of course, for my other going to add internal note and say sent instructions to user on how to check their computer for this issue. And I have no choice. Usually this is something I would, do it myself, but in this case, I'm sending instructions. And I don't know, as far as I know, your help desk work environment might require you to act like this. I don't know. I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna close it because these are some things he's gonna have to check. There's no screenshot per se. It's just slow. There's no screenshot to ask for. Thank you, AJ. I really appreciate you submitting this ticket. First thing first, always assign a ticket to yourself so you can get credit for it. You don't want somebody else to be working on this ticket as well, or take it from you while you're already, working on it. So AJ's ticket is about Office 365 issue, and it says not able to open my mailbox. So there are few reasons for this, and depending on whether you are using the web version or the desktop installed one or PC installed version of Outlook. Let's see what we can do about this. The main issue here is, for me personally, is that my Office 365 for business license for educational purposes, and it's technically a business license, has expired. So I can no longer use Outlook on my computer because those licenses expired. And but I've made tons of these Office 365 videos as well. But that's okay. Here is a free version of Outlook online that is available. Now, I wish AJ was a little bit more specific on what kind of error that is. So whenever you get an issue where it's vague like this, you need more information. So what we're going to have to do is, first, we're going to have to contact the customer, in this case AJ, and ask for more information. We're going to say, hello, this is Irvin with help desk. I have your ticket about not able to open mailbox. Can you please send me a screenshot of the error? So you can ask them what is the error, and they can try to explain to you what the error is, and that's fine. But if you ask for a screenshot, you can actually see what the error is. So this is where I'm going to this is what I'm going to start with. Now, I will talk about potential issues. I will talk about what the potential issues may be in regards to this. However, we don't know exactly what the error is, or if there is any clue to exactly why not able to open my mailbox. Because as far as I know, it could be license not working, it could be internet not working, it could be some kind of local data corruption, or local cache, I don't know, that people might get, which is, you have to reset in this case. Anyways, we're going to go through all of these things, but we, for sure, when working help desk, we need to know what the screenshot is, what the error is, so that way we can go about that, because the errors are there for a reason. They will give you an idea, and a really good idea of what the issue might be, because they'll be very specific. Or if it's just simply just frozen. AJ might come back and say it's just frozen. Well, in that case, it could be something local on the computer too. So one of the main issues that could cause a mailbox to not open could be simply that they ran out of space. So if you're somebody who uses Outlook for for business at work, there might be a limit of how much space is allowed for your inbox, or what's also known as a folder. It's simply storage. Allow allocated storage for your inbox. So the more stuff that populates in here, the more it takes up. This is especially true when there are attachments. There are attachments in the emails that will add up quickly. So if you have somebody sending you big Excel files, some kind of, I don't know, some kind of forms, databases, any attachments, pictures, as far as I know. This could add up quickly if you don't have enough space. This can also happen within the calendar in Outlook. So if you go inside of Outlook and look at the calendar, you will have invitations that are created. For example, let's say you have a weekly meeting or even a daily meeting that you go to. Those daily meetings may have attachment. For example, things we're going to talk about in today's meeting, and there's an Excel attachment. I don't know. All these things can add up to a lot of space, which can take up your inbox unless you archive them. Unless you create an archive file, which is also known as PST. So not to be confused with OST. So if you have Outlook installed, now this is just a web version of it. So we can't recreate a PST file, which is a local archive file that goes onto your computer. This is a web version, which also creates a temporary location for the inbox, but it's inside your web browser, cached somewhere else. So inbox is called OST, and that's a temporary solution. It also gets downloaded to your computer, but if you delete it on your computer, it doesn't matter because it's still stored on the server itself. PST, which is the archive like this here, is not. It's usually stored locally, and it's called a .pst extension, and that might be if you delete it, it's gone. This might be a little bit different with Outlook. We can certainly see if they have changed the way that they are storing archives. So if you run out of space, now we know what to do is to create archives and remove stuff, delete stuff from your inbox or your calendar. So how do we know if this person has enough space to keep getting more emails? Because keep in mind, that could be the main issue here. If you run out of space on inbox, no new emails will come through. Nothing will come through because there's not enough space, right? There's not enough space. It's like trying to shove more things into your backpack when there's not enough space. Let's say you're a mailman and you're trying to carry, all the mail that's coming through that people are sending, but you only have one bag and you can only fill it up to so much. That's kind of what the issue is here. All right, now let's look at how much, an example in Exchange of just a random person of how much storage they might have. All right, so here we are in admin Exchange software, program, website. So this is basically where you check the mailbox sizes for recipients or users, if you will. And you can get to it a couple of different ways. You can simply type in adminexchange.microsoft.com if you have access to this stuff. Keep in mind when you do help desk, you may not have access to some of this stuff. But you can also get to the Exchange link through Microsoft 365 Admin Center, which is on the bottom here, where it just says Exchange. You click it, and then it just opens it up. So within Exchange Admin Center, select mailboxes. It's going to show people that I just have regular mailboxes, and I have, and I just clicked here on Bob Bobson as just a random person. If you click them, it's going to expand over here, and on the bottom right, you'll see exactly how much storage they have. Now, this is from whenever I set up Office 365 for educational purposes, when Microsoft gave me a license. So I just kind of set it up to have a maximum of, 49.5 gigabytes of space. But you can see how much is used out of 49 gigabytes. And here it's just 2.3 megabytes used out of 49.5 gigabytes. Now, given somebody this big of a inbox is an overkill for somebody who is just takes regular emails. They're not somebody super important. So having 49 zero point 0.5 gigabytes is a bit an overkill. But like, what if it's like 2 gigabytes or 4 gigabytes or 5 gigabyte limit? This is something you can reach. Any regular person working at a company can reach this limit within a year or two in an inbox. However, it's not unusual to see this size or even larger inbox for like a big time manager, like a big manager that's in charge of multiple groups, or a director level or something like that. They'll probably have maybe even bigger storage amount because they get all the emails. They get all the emails most likely from all kinds of places. So if they're running out of space, this is where you can check to see if that's the issue. Again, unfortunately, we don't have exact idea of why mailbox is not opening, so we're still guessing at this point. Another reason, obviously, is you don't have connection. Well, first of all, you don't have network connection, so you may not be connected to either the VPN if you're working from home. If somebody's working from home and you support them, they may not be connected to VPN. That's another reason why it may not work. And let's see, what else could it be? I mentioned, the license expired, for which you have to go back into the Office 365, make sure that they have an Outlook license. I talked about this in a previous video. I highly suggest that you watch it because I have a specific error that I show in there. And it's not a super long video, so you can find it there, but it's definitely there, and you can certainly look at that. There's a screenshot of what happens when you don't have a license. So definitely watch that video if you're interested in that. Let's see, what else could it be? Not able to open my mailbox. Could also be that, could be as simple as your password expired. You no longer have access to it because, you can't log in. You can't log in. We don't know. We definitely need to see that screenshot from AJ. So that being said, I'm going to actually leave this open and hopefully hear back from AJ if he has it, and then touch back on this, which is perfectly fine. That will give us an example of what to do when somebody reaches back. If you have a way to contact AJ in this case, and if I had a phone number or something like that, then in work environment, I would have to call him and talk to him, or send him a message over instant messenger, whatever it is that they use. Just find a way to contact him, besides email, obviously. So I would get a hold of AJ and do this. Obviously, I'm not going to do that here because, first of all, I can't. And yeah, so we're just going to wait for him to respond, and hopefully he watches this video or gets an email. He should get an email notification from me through the system, because the system itself is sending you notifications through emails. So we're not going to close this or anything like that. We're just going to keep it open, and it's assigned to me, so that's fine. You can see here that if I click assign to me, that it's assigned to me. Nobody else can work on it, and it just says waiting for customer. Okay, which is perfectly fine. So we're going to leave it at that. And if you can think of anything else that I may have missed, then please let me know in the comments. Okay, here's another one. It says Pulse not working. Well, what is Pulse? Well, we'll figure it out. I can't log into Pulse. I get password invalid. Okay, we're going to get to that. Again, I'm going to assign ticket to myself, make sure I get credit for it. So in this case, Pulse is actually a VPN. It's called Pulse Secure, but any VPN software will be something you deal with the same way, because this example is specifically so that way we can talk about Pulse. That we can talk about VPN, but VPN software is very similar in many ways. I have a video that if you want to check out, I'm going to make it pop up on the right top hand corner on why you don't actually need a VPN as a normal person working from home, like on your personal computer. So if you want to go check that out video, I highly suggest it for people who are going to get into help desk or want to start in help desk, because it explains VPN a lot further. However, businesses do need VPN. So that way you can connect. VPN allows you to connect to the company's network so you can access the company's resources, like their internal websites, their internal storages, internal anything, internal network, everything that's company's internal related. You need a VPN, and VPN basically creates a connection like a tunnel, a road, if you will, that allows you to basically go in there and access whatever it is that you need. All right, so in this case, again, this is, especially nowadays, people working from home, this is going to be a very common issue that comes up. Pulse not working, I can't log in, I get password invalid. 99% of the time, this issue is with the user not knowing how to log in properly, because there's a method to it. There is a method to it. And I'll explain to you what that is, on how to make sure that the user can log in properly, and that they make sure that they don't have this problem in the future. Okay, so the main issue here is the password is invalid. So we know they're not doing it right. Well, how do I know it's not a connection issue? Because whenever they connect, whenever they open up a VPN, whenever they open up VPN software, let's find an example of how this looks like. Pulse Secure VPN. Whenever they open up a connection to connect to, here, we'll use this one here. Yeah, let's use this one because I don't feel like spending too much time going into this. So this image is a little bit blurry. I apologize. This is just what I found on the internet. But this is kind of what it looks like. Let me try this one here. This one's a little bit better. So whenever they open up Pulse Secure VPN software, they get a list of servers. And they can choose one to connect to. There might be one, there might be multiple ones. If it's a big company, they'll have multiple ones, because you want to reduce the latency as much as possible. So if you have one in New York, one in Missouri, one in California, one in Texas, that makes sense. Or like one in Australia, one in India, one in China, I don't know. So you want to connect the one that's closest to you, but that's not the problem here. So you would see the list of the servers, and you select it, and you click connect. Now this image showed that somebody's already connected, but whenever you click connect, you get a pop-up asking you to log in. And the reason this is not a connection issue is because user said the password is invalid. They would not even get to a point where they can see the working servers there. They wouldn't be able to connect, I should say, not connect, but try to connect to a server, because there would be no connection whatsoever. Their network, their internet, local internet would not be working. Internet, if they're working from home, trying to connect to the company's servers, company's network, in which case, when they do succeed, it would create a virtual private network, which would inherently means it's going to inherit, once it's connected, it's going to inherit the network, local network of the company. Okay, so once you do that, your computer at home essentially is going to be the same thing as if you were sitting at the office at the company's business. Okay, so now we know that there is internet. The internet is working because they got a specific it's invalid password. That means it tried to connect to the server, but the invalid password is a clear sign that the server rejected their password. Okay, so there's no connection issue, it's just a password issue. Okay, so now we need to guide them to make sure that they're doing it properly. Now, let me see here. I want to get to a login. Here we go. So whenever they select to log in on one of the servers, in this case Pulse, so they would click on the server and they would get this pop-up, and then they log in. But we're going to use this one here for an example because It's kind of filled out for you. Now, the way Pulse is set up, and probably a lot of other VPNs that that connect to a business, it's used by a business, is that whenever they get a login pop-up after they select to connect to a server, the first part of it is always going to be their username, which is their login ID, probably for their domain, or the same thing as their computer. Remember on the first ticket we talked about a computer. So the same login that you use for your computer, it's most likely going to be that. It would not make any sense to make it anything else, because that would just make more passwords, make more logins, make more passwords, make it more complicated. So a high chance that it's going to be the same thing as their computer login ID. Okay, so this is what's filled out here. And then for specifically for Pulse and some other VPNs will set it up in such a way where you are required to type in a password that you get for that, which a lot of times is just a bunch of numbers, right? So you get your VPN password. However, after this, you see where this ended right here? Chances are you are required to add a token number, a secure token ID number. So what that is just a randomly generated code that authenticates the connection. So in addition to your password, after that, they have to enter their Duo, or I should say Duo. Duo is one of the apps that you can use to generate a random code, but a lot of companies can create a token that generates a random code. And I'll show you this, but you have to add that afterwards and then select connect. Okay, so you got to know, make sure you familiarize yourself exactly. So if you start help desk and VPN is some of the things you will come up, make sure you understand how VPN is connected, so that way you can be a professional and professionally guide whoever it is that need help logging in. So chances are this is the issue where they can't log in. However, there might be something else related. For example, their account needs to be adjusted, this and that, and you can certainly go in and check these settings if allowed. Otherwise, user may have to go in there and themselves to activate the account. If it's, I mean, different things can happen. But in this case, we're specifically talking about not knowing how to log in, because that's the case 99% of the time. There's a small chance that their domain password, their computer password has expired, which would reject the connection as well. So they might be doing this correctly. But if their domain account is locked out, meaning their account has expired, it will lock out their account and their connection will get rejected. So make sure you check their domain password and account. It's what we literally just talked about in the first ticket. You see how I'm combining these two, so that way you guys can understand. Make sure you check that first as well, while agent or user is trying to connect using VPN, because that could be a problem too. Okay, now let me show you Duo token. Let's do Duo token, why not? Let's do an example. Here it is, Duo. You can get an app on your phone as well, but it's simply this. Here are the randomly generated number. This is a poor example because it shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but it's more like this. You just press it, you press this button, and it generates a random number like so, 728-292. This is what they need to type in after their password, after they type in their password inside of for the VPN. So again, I'm gonna reiterate this again, because I know I'm teaching people who are new to help desk. So they would put in their regular password, and then after that they put in that code from the Duo token. All right, I'm gonna leave it at that. I think that's good. Okay, I apologize, we should have contacted the customer, but I did all this assuming we're talking to the customer on the phone. Okay, so I did all of this assuming that we are talking to the customer on the phone. Okay, so I'm going to add an internal note. I'm going to say assisted, let's say customer this time. with Pulse login. You can just leave it at that. You can specify what you did, and some companies that you work for may want you to do that, and that's fine. So after this, you can say, I don't know, the issue was with, I don't know. I mean, in this case, you know, if they just needed help logging in, then we help them and show them how to log in. You can say, if you really want, you can say this was a training issue. You can really, you can say this, because if they were supposed to be trained better, especially if they're new, if it's a new user, new agent, whatever it is, whoever it is, you can say that it's a training issue. But if this is a manager, don't do this because I don't want you to get in trouble. But if you know for sure it's just a user that's new to the company, if they say I'm new, I don't know, you can say it's a training issue so they can go back and train them again, make sure that they know how to do this properly. Although you just did it, but if it's a repeat customer, let's just say that if it's a repeat user, repeat customer, if you will, say that it's a training issue. Otherwise, if you want to specify if it's something else, you can. For example, account was locked, you can do that. Whatever it is that happened, just make sure it's noted and then close the ticket. All right, the first one is can't log in to my computer. I tried to log in this morning, but password is not working. Okay, so first thing first, always make sure you sign a ticket to yourself so you can get credit for it. So typical can't log into my computer is an issue that comes up a lot. It's probably the most common issue that comes up in help desk. I can't log into my system. Password most likely expired, and for that we can reset their password and check on the password. Go to Active Directory and check on it. Now I'm going to start my virtual machine. I'm hoping I still have what is it called? Hyper-V Manager. Hyper-V. Hyper-V. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, I don't have. I think I reimaged this computer and I lost a virtual machine which had Active Directory in it. Okay, so but that's okay. I have a video on this. I already have pre-recorded video which I will plug in as part of this video on how to reset a password in Active Directory. So don't worry guys, I will show that here after this brief intro. So what's the main reason for not able to log into computer? You know, password expired. That's the most reason. That's the most common reason. A lot of times the issue can come up where somebody forgets their password, and this can come up when somebody goes on vacation or just resets their password on, let's say, Friday, but they don't work Saturday or Sunday. They're off from work, come back on Monday, and they forgot what their new password was, or they didn't memorize it or even write down, which you never should write down. Never suggest somebody to write down the password. So those are the most common reasons for somebody not able to reset the password. So I'm going to reply here and I'm going to say, okay, I will, hello, this is Irvin with help desk. I can check on your account to see if any issues. You can leave it vague like that. That's okay. However, you do need to verify their name, maybe even their login ID, so that way you can log in. The company that you work for may have specific rules on things that you can ask from the user when it comes to this type of stuff because it's a security issue. But in this case, we're going to pretend that that we are allowed to ask them for their login ID. So I'm going to say, what is your login ID for the computer? I'm going to specify for the computer because users can get confused because you may have login IDs for gazillion different things, different websites, different applications, different software. So we're going to ask them, what is your login ID for the computer? for the computer. And you can word this any way you want, just so that a user understands what you're asking specifically, because they might, if there's a chance that they might give you a login for something else. Keep in mind the users don't know much about computers, and that's okay, because chances are users are a lot smarter than we are when it comes to working on something else. So that's okay. It's okay to assume that somebody doesn't know anything about computers, because it's okay to assume that I and you don't know anything about some other stuff. That's a fair statement. And notice how I said ID for the computer. I chose to do that because a user mentioned I can't log into my computer. To keep it more relevant, what this does, it expedites the response instead of them coming back, well, what is my ID? And then you realize that they gave you the wrong one. And you can be talking. This might be a phone call that you get on help desk as well. So it might be on a call talking to somebody. Highly likely, actually, that this would be a phone call. Somebody calls you on help desk and tells them I can't log into my computer. You can also look up the user, in this case Mike Moser, inside of Active Directory, and that's okay. And then but you do have to confirm if there are more than one Mike Moser, then you have to confirm that it's the correct one. So you can cross-reference their location, their phone number, all that stuff. So that way you're like, oh, okay, well, this is Mike Moser at, I don't know, Chicago, Illinois. You know what I mean? Or, oh, wait a minute, no, that's a different Mike Moser in New York. You know what I mean? So, you have to confirm this type of stuff before you go in and start resetting passwords. So first place, Active Directory. I'm going to plug that in video, but the second part of it, we're going to do it inside of Office 365, because that sometimes is integrated all together. So I'll show that in this video, but first part of it, I'm going to show a clip from my previous videos that shows you how to reset the password in Active Directory. Now, as somebody who might start doing basic tech support or help desk, they may get a call from, for example, Larry here. Larry calls in and says, I can't log into my computer. Well, we can look them up in Active Directory, scroll through, but the best way to find them is to right-click the user's folder and then select Find. I always say this. This is the easiest way to navigate this thing. Did I say Larry? Larry Buffett. I'm sorry, guys. It's early in the morning for me. And, sometimes my short memory, to be honest, is not that great. So we search for Larry, and Larry Buffett comes up. And just to show you, if we were to search for, was it Mike? If we were to search for Mike, there will be multiple Mikes. So you might want to be specific when you search. So let's say we're searching for Mike here. You can see there's two Mikes again, right? But we know it's Larry. So we're going to search for Larry. There's Larry Buffett. We found him. Easy peasy. We're going to double click on him. I'm sorry, we're not going to double click on him. This is details about their. Anyways, I'm trying to keep it simple, so we're going to close that for now. This is another video. So we found Larry. We just want to reset his password. That's it. We just want to reset his password because he can't log in, or maybe unlock his account. So we're going to right-click Larry here. It's very simple. We found Larry, whether it's in here or inside of this big thing where we have to scroll down. It's going to be the same thing. Once you find Larry Buffett, we're going to right-click with the mouse, and then we're going to, guess what? We're going to reset password. And here we can set new password. And again, it kind of looks like similar to when we created his login ID, right? Remember this thing where it says user must change password and next log in? And it kind of gives you this thing where it says user must log off and then log on again for changes to take effect. So we're going to have to tell him that if he's logged in already into computer, that he needs to log off. That's what it says here before we change his password. So best thing to do is tell him restart your computer, reboot. And it looks just like when we created his password. Sometimes people try it too many times and they lock themselves out. There is a limit to how many times you can or try to use the wrong password. So if he is locked, what we want to do is click here where it says unlock the user's account. This will do it once we click OK as well. But we're going to give him a new password. So we're going to give him a new password, and you can call it whatever you want, depending on what security policy is for your company. You can just call it Monday 1. Let's say today is Monday. Let's say today's Friday. You can call it Friday 1, just so it's simple for him to kind of type in. I try to make these simple and keep them very simple for them, as long as I'm allowed to, right? So whatever the password is, you have to confirm it, and you tell him this is the new password. And whenever he tries it, he's going to be forced to change it so that way you don't know what his password is, and then we'll make sure that he's unlocked in case he tried way too many times the same old password. So chances are he might be locked. This way we're going to unlock him. And now the password for Larry has been changed. We can tell Larry, okay, your new temporary password, keyword temporary password, is Monday 1. All right, welcome back from that clip. So here are a couple of ways to reset password through Active Directory, through Azure Active Directory. I should have specified that. So inside of admin.microsoft.com, so Microsoft 365 Admin Center, select Azure Active Directory, and from here you can look up the user. So you select on users, okay, and then you can search. What I do is I do a search, is the fastest way to do it, just like in Active Directory. I'm sure I've mentioned that in the other clip. And here is Mike Moser. Notice how his name is slightly misspelled. The other one has 2 S's, I believe, and that's okay. Make sure you confirm that it's him. Select him, and then select reset password right here, and then it's going to come up on the right hand side. Select reset password, and it's going to automatically generate a temporary password that is also simple to remember. Now this is a temporary password, just like in Active Directory. They go in and they will get a notification to change the password. And again, it's okay to have a simple password to give it to them, because they're going to change it anyways and you will not know what that is. So that's how you do it through Azure Active Directory. There's a third way, through Microsoft Admin Center. Select users, active users. I'm going to search Mike Moser. Here's Mike. Same thing, select here, and then again, reset password. This was going to be a little bit different when I click it. It gives you an option to create automatic password, or you can type in the password. And you can select require this user to change their password when they first sign in. Very important, because you don't want to know what their password is afterwards. And then I'm just going to call it something simple. Let's say today is Monday, which is not, but that's okay. Let's say this is a call that you get on a Monday. So I typed in Monday 123. So you can see Monday 123 as a simple password. And I'm going to select reset. And now I can tell him, try Monday 123, Mike. Hello, Mike. Try Monday 123, Mike, check. And Mike is going to check, and then he's going to be able to log in. All right. So that's that. We're going to move on to the other ticket after we close this one, of course. So we're going to add internal note, helped user reset password. That's it. You don't need anything else. That's that. Complete. Select the complete the ticket. Close the ticket. All right. Here's this one. Email is not working. Now, this one is also very vague. And again, make sure you assign the ticket to yourself. It's purposely vague because a lot of times you will get vague tickets in a help desk environment, in a help desk work. And it's on purpose. Email is not working. So we're going to reply or contact the customer somehow, whatever the means may be. We're going to say, hello, this is Irvin with PC support. Can you please... Now, introducing yourself is only if they're not familiar with you. Now, if you happen to be like a desk side technician and you're working ticketing systems, chances are they may know you, or if you've already worked with them, you don't have to introduce yourself every time, you know. Now, if you're, if you talk to 100 people in like a past week, then you might want to do this anyways because sometimes you don't, whether you worked them or not, how can you remember? I don't know. I can't remember everybody. Can you please, let's see, no, I'm going to say this. What is the error you're getting? Or can you please send me a screenshot? And basically this is your starting point, because we need to figure out what exactly is going on, because it could be anything. It could be that they can't send or receive emails. It could be that their calendar is not working. It could be that they can't set up out of office message. It could be that they can't configure some kind of a meeting, like for example they can't integrate their Zoom meeting schedule thing or whatever it is that they use for meetings. Could be anything. So we're going to ask them to provide a screenshot. So if they can't figure this out, we're going to take control of their computer anyways and see what's going on. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to pretend like they couldn't figure it out. So we're going to access their computer and see what's going on. Again, ask for a computer name, IP address if you can find it, this and that. But we need to get to that point where we can access their computer. Alternatively, you can also, and I don't know if I ever mentioned this before, for example, in Dameware, you can invite user to join a remote session. Okay, so this is one way to basically you send a link to them and they can go through the link to initiate Dameware on their computer, and all they have to do is just click accept or whatever, just to allow you. It's very simple, just to allow you to connect to the computer. So there are alternative ways besides getting their computer name and IP address. All right. Mine is grayed out here because my Dameware is not set up in a large business environment, and obviously I'm not recording this on my work computer. This is just my home lab, if you will, for making these videos. Okay, let's go see that error on their computer. All right, so here is the error. Okay, this is what they get, 500. Something went wrong. We couldn't find a mailbox for this account. Well, it's very descriptive error. I like this error. Either they don't have a mailbox or they don't have a license assigned. To fix this, contact your email admin and ask them to assign a valid license to your user account using Microsoft 365 admin portal per instructions. All right. So we're going to find out who this person is that submitted the ticket, and we're going to look them up. In this case, it was, let's see, who did I select? Who did I select to be? Well, I guess it was just example customer, so it's anybody. Anyways, I've recreated this error using my own Outlook. But I've also, this is also something that's happening on my current Microsoft 365. So in order to fix this, we need to check on the license assigned, or, because once you assign a license in Office 365, it automatically allows him to use different aspects of Microsoft 365 products. One of them is Outlook. Outlook will not work unless you assign a working license. Outlook is disabled unless you have a working license. So here we are inside of Microsoft 365 Admin Center, and if you haven't watched my videos on Office 365, I have a whole series on Microsoft Office 365. I think I have at least 10 videos, and they're all numbered. There's definitely going to be a playlist set up, and it's going to pop up right now in the top right corner if you want to check this out. So the issue right now tells us that the license is not working. So we're going to expand users in Microsoft Office 365 Center. We're going to check their licenses through Microsoft Admin Center panel. You can do this through the Active Directory as well. And again, I have tons of videos on this, so make sure you check them out if you're interested in Office 365. And as help desk, you definitely might want to do this. All right, so we're going to check. We're going to check my own account. So here it is. We're going to select Irvin. We're going to see what's going on. When selected, it's going to expand and you're going to see different types of options, different tabs. We're going to go to Mail tab right away to see what's going on. So we're going to click Mail because we're talking about Mail and Outlook. And here it is. Sure enough, the user doesn't have an Exchange Online license. Now, admittedly, this type of error is going to be fairly rare, but the purpose of me showing you this is because I want you to know that Office 365 is going to be something that's going to be required in some help desk. Well, I want to say majority of help desk positions. You have to know Office 365. So I'm just doing this for you. Although this is not going to be necessarily a common thing unless licenses expire. So we know the issue now is with the user's license for the Exchange Online, which is also Outlook. Same thing. So we're going to click on the tab that says Licenses and Apps. All right. Now we can see that we have a license assigned to it. Office 365 A1 for faculty. Now this is Office 365 that I have is the one I got for training to creating those 10 videos that I've made. And the licenses have expired. So this is why this is happening. So even though Office 365 A1 for faculty is selected, it's not working. So it's not working because they're disabled. And I'll show you this. So this is what's happening here. If I were to leave this selected here and I expand apps here, okay, we can see also that the Exchange Online Plan 1 is unchecked. Even if we check it, it's still not going to work. All right. So here it is. We're going to refresh this. See, it's still not working because the license has expired. So this is where you would make changes for the license. If there is an active license you can assign to them, you can switch to that license to fix their problem. Make sure this is approved by your manager, unless you're the guy that they can do this, you know. You're allowed to do this without permission. That's fine. But make sure you select a proper license that's going to give them access to Outlook. That's not expired. And I'll show you how this one expired. So if I expand billing here and I go to licenses, it's going to take a second to load. It says here's for faculty. Here it says doesn't apply. That means it's not working. Available licenses doesn't apply. That means I don't have any. See how these other ones, Microsoft PowerPoint Automate and Microsoft Teams Exploratory, has numbers to them. This is literally how many licenses are available and how many are used. Here it says doesn't apply. And I used to have 1,000 of them for each one of these. Doesn't apply because it's disabled. Okay, so they're expired. I can no longer use them. So this is something that needs to be rectified. Now we're going to pretend like we did it. Like I said, go to active users, go to Irvin, and make sure that he gets a proper license in here. This can also be done through Active Directory. I'm going to do it real quick just to show you. Here we go, users. Again, you might want to watch my videos on all of this. I've already made this. This is just a quick touch. And here's Irvin under users. And licenses are right here. And here it is. You know, see how it keeps disabling this one? Exchange Online. Although I've went ahead and enabled it. Yeah. It's broke. So yeah, make sure that valid license, valid and active working license is added to the user to fix this issue. All right, so we're going to go back here and pretend like we did that. We're going to add internal note. All right, I'm going to say added a added. Let's see here. I'm going to be more descriptive here. The issue was related to expired Office 365 license. Added user or gave user a different / working license so he can access email. Irvin helped Irvin. How about that? First ticket here is I need access to shared drive. You will get these type of tickets during help desk, and there is a central location for a shared drive. It's simply a place where you can store your data on the network or a cloud, if you will. But it's also a place where a group of people can share a single drive. So you'll have multiple people that have access to that one drive. And in this case, here it says I need access to the G drive. So this is something you will get. User will not be very specific. They just know it's called the G drive, but there is definitely more to it because you would have to know the exact path of the G drive. First of all, to give them access to it, meaning that they can see it, they can log into it, they can access it, view it, not access as in what user may consider as in, adding the network drive, which we will show as well. And that's the second part of it. We're going to add the network drive to their computer so that way they can quickly access it. All right, before we do anything, I'm going to assign a ticket to myself and make sure you do that as well when you're working tickets. All right, so we're going to reply to the customer and say, hello, can you please tell me. Now, first of all, introduce yourself. This is Irvin with Help Desk. Can you please tell me the name of the shared drive? And given an example, for example, say this. It may look like, or may look something like this. And then just say, for example, backspace, backspace, or not backspace, a backslash, backslash, which indicates network, and say shared drive or something like that. So this is just an example of what a shared drive, or basically what it is most of the time, is just a shared folder on a server that people can access. So it will look something like this. It will have 2 backslashes. It may have a domain name ahead of it. For example, it could be, kobuman.com or something like that. But to keep it simple, let's just leave it like this because that's the example we're going to work with. And if they come back and say, oh, I don't know what that is, and you can say, if you don't know it, please ask a coworker for a screenshot of the drive. So what we're doing here, we're asking them, if most people don't know it. Most people don't know what the actual path for the drive that they're trying to access. Most people don't know what that is. They just know it's called the G drive. I don't know. I click on G and it opens it up, right? So if they don't know it, they can literally ask a coworker for a screenshot of the drive, and then they can send you a screenshot. And when they open up that screenshot, they can just take a screenshot of this. And for example, if that's the G drive here, they take a screenshot of this. I don't know. Let's, where's the snipping tools, what I usually use. Screenshot of this. And they send it to you. So now you're looking at this screenshot. You can now see what the path is for that drive. So you got to be proactive about this so that way it's easier for you to resolve this. That's the whole point of that. So you can communicate with them like this, or you can talk to them on the phone. You can take control of their computer, using remote software like Dameware here. Just by and this is something you're gonna have to do. Well, you don't have to do. You can actually set up their drive remotely as well. If you just send them a bat script that they just click and it just adds the drive for them, or you can just ask them for their computer name, IP address, which they should know. Usually on a desktop there is an information, PC information or something like that icon that they open it up, and there's definitely a place in any company which will allow them to give you their computer name, which is also known as host name, or the IP address as it's indicated here. So that way you can connect and take control of their computer while you're adding the shared drive to their computer. All right. Now let's back up a little bit and get into showing an example of a shared drive that we're going to work with and give them access to first. All right, so just to make it simple, I went ahead and created a folder inside of H drive, and this H drive can be also mapped, but as far as user thinks, he thinks that that's the G drive, and we can make a G drive for them. That's not a problem. I'll show you that. That letter is basically non-relevant. You can call that any letter you want. What we really want to know is the path, the exact path of the shared drive. So this is just the properties of a folder called shared on my computer, and this could also be a computer, like a server. Typically it's a server, but there are multiple ways of creating these shared folders. But here it is how it's done through Windows. So this is just a folder that I've created, and then I've created a share on it. Now this folder is shared. So you can literally go to your desktop like this, create a new folder. We're going to say shared folder. And you can go to properties, go to sharing, and then here is the new path for it. And then you can select share and this and that. So we're going to keep it simple by focusing on this other one. So this other folder that I shared properties of, the other folder is on my H drive. So we're going to share this folder. So here is the path, and in order to make sure that they have access to, we're going to click on secured. Well, you can do it through here too, but you can go click the share. And this is just one way of doing this. If you're doing this on a server, you can do it like this. Or there might be some kind of, it depends how restricted the company is that you work for. They might just have give you like a GUI access, like through a website or something like that. And that website will allow you to add people to specific shares. Okay, now we have to make sure that this person is added in there. Now, first of all, we can see that everyone is added in here, but if we want to specifically add this person, which was, what was the user's name? Mike Moser, right? So it's Mike that requested this. We will have to make sure that Mike is added in here. So we would look for Mike Moser, and Mike Moser is not going to show up on this because I haven't added him to the local profiles on my computer, so he's not going to be added in there. But this is what you would do. You would find him, and then you would simply click add. It's not going to work now because we can't find Mike Moser, and this is not a server that I'm working with. So nonetheless, we can add him in there, but in this case we actually don't have to because we have everyone set to read. Now we're going to make sure that this is set to read and write, so they can people that have access to this can read content of it and write to it, meaning creating new files and folders. So this is fine. We don't have to add him in here because he's already added. Okay, and then we can see the same thing when we go to security properties of this folder, that everyone is also added in there, and they have read, execute, and well, they don't have write. Let's see, did I update? Read and write. Did I update this? Maybe I just clicked cancel. That's right, yeah. So I didn't apply, sorry. So read and write, click share. Okay, so we're going to do it through the other one because I don't feel like... Is it going to ask me? It might, probably will. Probably will. So this is how you do it through here. We're going to check write. So it's the same thing I just did, but it's going to let me do it through here. Then just a double check. Yeah. So it's overwritten and okay. Done. All right. So now we're going to access their computer. So we're going to go to the other computer. This is on my personal computer that I'm recording. We're going to go to the other one and we're going to pretend that's this user's computer, and then we're going to add this. So make sure you copy this path. Okay. All right. Now we're going to pretend that this is user's computer. By the way, the shared drive does not need to be on the same domain or anything like that. And now we're going to add it. And a simple way to add this, well, first of all, you can check to see if it works. In the Explorer here, in the Windows Explorer, we can just paste what we copied, and we can see that it's working right away. And that's what's inside of that shared folder. But they don't, when they go back, it doesn't appear in here. There is no G drive. Where is my G drive? So we're going to add a G drive. So when you click on computer, so again, you click on computer in the Explorer, map network drive, which by the way, you can also disconnect. If you have one, you can disconnect it there. So we're going to select map network drive. We're going to select G, and we're going to paste it. Now, if they have a specific login credentials that they need to use in order to access it, that's not necessarily tied to the domain or anything, maybe like a local credentials for that server, you may have to click connect using different credentials. Okay, we don't have to do that here because they already have access. So we're just going to click finish, and here it is. It automatically opens, and now we can see that the G drive has been added. Okay, and we can see that how much space is in there and all of that. Okay, so that's how you do that. Let's go ahead and close the ticket. All right, now we're going to pretend like we've done all this on their computer, and we're going to close the ticket. We're just going to tell them that we've done it for them. They can see we've done it. We can ask them to test if that's, to confirm this and that. We're just going to say added shared drive to user's computer as requested. Irvin, which is I. Okay. And now we're going to close the ticket because it's done. By Joe Robert. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you. I appreciate you asking this question. How do I enter into safe mode in Windows 10 to enable me uninstall unstable program? So the reason you want to get into Windows, and Joe also knows what he's doing. He's just helping me out here, and I appreciate it, Joe. Good looking out. Good looking out for the previous person too. How to enter safe mode in Windows 10 to enable me to uninstall a program. So the main reason you would want to go into safe mode because it allows you to remove usually programs that are stubborn to remove, which is really rare, but a lot of times you'll get a program that's could be also a virus, and that's how you also remove viruses. And the reason you also want to go into the safe mode is to also remove drivers that are stubborn to remove, or reinstall and do a clean install of drivers for whatever it is. So in Windows 7, you press F8, so that's the typical way of getting into safe mode. You press F8 and it's a black screen with white letters, and it gives you like 5 different options. Safe mode with networking, safe mode with command line, and this and that. It's been a long time since I've had Windows 7, but that's what comes up. And you get to it when you reboot the computer. your computer, you just turn on your computer and it's doing a post, which means power on self-test. So it goes to beep, and then you just start pressing F8, and once it gets to the loading your hard drive or your main drive, you press F8, you just keep pressing F8, and it gets you to the menu where you can select safe mode, which loads minimal functions for Windows operating system, meaning that it doesn't load any programs. It doesn't, well, it loads operating system, which is a program, but it tries to prevent any services that run in the background that are not necessarily to work. Just the basic um, GUI, or even a command line. You can just have a command line like this, um, that will allow you to remove programs, viruses, this and that. So how do I do the same thing in Windows 10 to enable me troubleshoot? Of course, I need to assign the ticket to myself so I can get credit for it. Guys, always assign ticket to yourself before you start to work on it. So the next part I'm showing you is actually recorded outside of the computer. This is why the picture is not that good. So I have a camera recording the screen of the computer, because that's the only way to show the reboot of the computer. If I reboot, then it's going to stop recording my screen. So that's why I'm recording outside. So there are a couple of ways of getting to the safe boot window. This is a long way, and I will also tell you what the shorter way is, but I want to show the long way so you guys can get familiarized a little bit better. If you click the Start button and then select Settings, which will be on the left-hand side, little cog looking icon. If you select Settings, on this window, we have to scroll down and look for an option or a box that's called Update and Security. Once we select that, the next window will have an option on the left-hand side called Recovery. So it looks like it will be a fifth icon on the left-hand side down, called Recovery. Now on the right-hand side, you will see an option that says Advanced Startup. This will let us basically get to the window that let us pick the startup options. So simply you just select the Restart Now button, which will get us to this window. Alternatively, it's Shift and then Restart will get us to the same window. On this window, we have to select Troubleshooting, which is the third one down on the left-hand side. Select Troubleshooting, and here we have to select the second option, which is called the Advanced Options. Once we select that, it will get us to a bunch of more other options, and the one we want is actually the last one on the right-hand side on the bottom, called Startup Settings. So once we select that, it will finally get us closer to our to what we need, which is the reboot in safe mode. But you can see here, when we do this, it will allow us to basically get to what the safe mode is, right? So it will be one of the options that we will have, which is exactly what we want. And another reason why I'm making this video is because there are so many steps, which is incredibly unnecessary, but it is what it is, right? Then we're gonna select Restart here, and once we do restart, here actually you cannot use your mouse. So in order to go past this window, we have to select Safe Mode, which is number 4. You can see there, it's number 4. So we're gonna select 4, and now I've rebooted into Safe Mode, right? I'm going to now log in, put my password in, and I will show you that this is actually a safe mode indeed. I will move my camera a little bit here later, because I know it's not covering an entire thing. So now if you are basically using safe mode to remove viruses or whatnot, you can certainly do so. Another thing you can do is actually uninstall antivirus software, because remember, you can't remove antivirus software unless it's in a safe mode. So we simply right click the Start menu and go to the very first thing where it's called Apps and Features, right? We're going to want to get to the part where we can uninstall our, which is what I'm actually going to do, uninstall antivirus, right? Of course, again, this is one way to actually install antivirus software and run a diagnostic to look for for viruses, right? So in my case, I'm using ImmuneNet, which I will be reinstalling after this demonstration. But you can see now that it does actually let you uninstall it. Should be the case with any other antivirus software that you are trying to remove. Let's say you have one that expired, and so you can see now that it's actually indeed safe mode that we are running. So if you have old antivirus that you simply expired and you want to use something that's free, like this one, I'm certainly not promoting or anything like that. I just happen to be something that I'm using, and this is how you would remove it in a safe mode. It will let you certainly do so. All right, so that's how you do this, and I'm going to reply. So since this is just more of a question, let's see how. I guess I will be talking to a customer and explaining to them on how to do it, because that will be the easiest way to do it. I can send instructions. So in this case, if there is a knowledge base article, you can link it to them. So if there's a way to send them a knowledge base article, or you can just simply get the link, you can send it to them on how to do this. In this case, I'm going to point them to my video here. Okay, and I'm going to say, please watch this video on how to enter safe mode on Windows 10. And I'm going to send them a link. And here is the link. That's my YouTube link. And oh wow, look at that. That's actually, look at that. It transferred it to that. That's cool. So welcome. If you can, please do me a favor, and in the comment below, please let me know that you're present, or just say hello, hi, sort of like as if we're in class, and that way I know that you're present and interested in these type of videos. Thank you so much. All right, first ticket here is from, okay, I'm really bad with names, so I apologize if I mispronounce this, but it's from, let me see here, just a moment. From Ondaime. I apologize if I mispronounced that, but thank you very much for the ticket. I appreciate it. So first thing first, you want to assign the ticket to yourself. Again, just like in the first video, we're going to concentrate on how to work these systems, even if you've never worked help desk before. So once you find the ticket, you pick up the ticket, and then you assign it to yourself, just like I did here. Assignee, that's me. I assigned it to myself. All right, so the title of this ticket is Slow PC, and there's no description here, but that's okay. Usually there's a description up here, but there is a comment here that says, hi, my PC is very slow, and I noticed it doesn't have SSD. Can I upgrade on my computer? And the second part here is, I don't have any viruses or full disk or anything other than would slow my PC otherwise. Thanks. Great question. This is a really great question. Normally, when working tickets, you want to contact the customer, take control of their computer, and see what might be causing the slowdown first. And this person has already checked for obvious issues. And thank you for mentioning this, by the way. Mentioning viruses, full disk, or any other things that would slow down my PC, and I'm going to show this in the video. So the main issue here is that the PC is very slow, and this person has a really good idea what needs to be done to resolve the issue, but we're going to talk about this so that way people that are into starting brand new into help desk can understand a little bit more about computers. And they've also check for viruses, which can slow down the computer, and check to see if the disk is full or anything else that might slow down the computer otherwise. And we're going to talk about that so we can learn from it. So the first thing first, I'm going to minimize this ticketing system window. When your hard drive, which in this case is local C drive, by the way, this is when you click on this PC icon, you open up this part of it where you can see your storage media, your hard drive, this and that, and your main hard drive, or main drive, I should say, actually, is local disk C. In this case, you can see that we have free space of 71.3 gigabytes, and total size of this drive is 111. So, excuse me, This is not even, it's not even half used. So there's plenty of space on this drive, and there's no reason that, it would cause a slowdown. The reason it could cause a slowdown if this space was very low or almost non-existent, because your computer will function if this goes down to even zero. The reason behind that is because it will function with the things that are loaded in RAM, which is your random access memory. So if you open up a task manager, you can see how much RAM you have. In this case, it's 16 gigabytes, and you can see that 5.8 gigabytes out of 16 are being used. So around 36% of that. So what is this stuff? This is a temporary place. They're memory sticks that are a lot faster than any memory storage that you have on your computer. This is why computer loads data. The program that you open, this window that we have open for our ticketing system is loaded into RAM for faster access. It's loaded once, so that way it can run faster, and it's there because it's just faster. It loads it into RAM, random access memory. The reason it's called random access memory because it will do the same thing if I open up Chrome here. So if I open up Chrome, you'll see that this goes up. You see how it goes up to 6.1 because Chrome just got loaded into RAM. This is exactly what happens. The reason it does that because it's faster. It's faster it processes data faster. Okay. So when you run out of RAM, let's say we max this out and it goes beyond 15.9 gigabytes or roughly 16 gigabytes, it tries to create a virtual version of RAM. And the Windows operating system tries to create a virtual version of this, of the RAM, so it can process things that open up, just like Chrome that we just opened up in addition. So I'm going to go ahead and close Chrome, and you'll see it goes down. See, now we've freed that RAM that was there. I simply just right-clicked it down there in the taskbar and it closed it. So when it runs out, it tries to create a virtual RAM for processing, for temporary storage, and it does that by creating a page file on your hard drive. So guess what? If you run out of space on your hard drive, it will not be able to create this temporary virtual RAM. And that will obviously cause a slowdown, because there's nothing to work with. If this goes down to zero and this goes down to zero, the Windows operating system just doesn't know what to do. So now it has to juggle things to try to free up either RAM or virtual memory space so that way it can work. But it's super slow because the page file that it creates, the virtual memory, after it runs out of RAM, is slow, especially if it's an old school hard drive, which has magnetic disks inside that spin, and that can take time. And yeah, that's one reason why it could, just run slow. You can adjust virtual RAM on your computer, but if it comes down to that, then you might want to add more RAM, or alternatively, if you have a hard drive. See, this is just a regular hard drive, HDD disk 1, E and F. These are both just different partitions of the same drive, same physical drive. E and F, they are magnetic drives. This one, local C here, is a solid state drive, which is C, and this one is hard drive, which is just a regular. I just use it for basically storage. You can see it's like around a gigabyte. I'm sorry, almost a terabyte in size, estimated. So solid state drives, which happens to be this C drive, are a lot faster because they are chips. They're literally just computer chips. There's nothing spinning. They're a lot faster. And for those reasons, when you do run out of RAM, it's better off that you have solid state drive to work on that page file. Okay, to work on that, to create that virtual RAM. And this is what this person mentioned as well. He said They said, I noticed it doesn't have SSD. Can I upgrade on my computer? The answer is simply yes, because all of the newer computers for the past, I want to say 15 years, use a SATA connector, serial ATA connector, and it's interchangeable. So if you have just a regular hard drive, which is magnetic, yes, you can just literally yank this one out. Make sure you back up any data that you want to keep, usually from your local profile. If you have any documents stored, I would recommend you go inside of C, users, whatever you use to log into your computer, login name. Here is Koboman. This is what I'm logged in as right now. And back up all your documents, your favorites, all of that stuff before you do a swap. And you can definitely swap out to a solid state drive. All right. Now, I want you to keep in mind also that computer does always create a page file. You can see there's a page file here already created. It does that anyways, but it really likes to do that when you have a solid state drive, which is okay. So it's a bonus basically. It's free. It's free. I should say it's free performance. And this, you're better off having a solid state drive to begin with, because your computer is going to create that page file anyways, because it's by design, because Windows 10 and newer operating systems, they just assume that you have a solid state drive, and they like to use it to create virtual RAM inside of it. You can see that page pool here is 1.6 gigabytes, and there's cached of 10 gigabytes. So it's regardless, to any advice to anybody, always upgrade to solid state drives. They're cheap nowadays anyways, so that's what I would do. And obviously if you have a virus, you need to take a sip of water, excuse me. If you have a virus, you could notice that if it's a malicious virus that slows down your computer, you can see the CPU up here in the first tab under processes. You can see this go up to 100%, and you'll see something sketchy running in the background that looks like it's taken up a lot of performance. Of course, in here, when you go to performance, you can see that CPU is being used a lot, and that's one indicator of that might be something virus related, or there is an antivirus running in the background, or Windows updates are happening. Many other things. If I missed anything, please let me know in the comments below. All right. Well, that was a nice segue to actually ask you guys to leave a comment. I don't think I missed anything. I mean, there are other things that can cause slowdowns. It could be bad drivers too. But yes, to answer this, I'm going to reply to customer and say, yes, you can upgrade your computer to an SSD, given that there are no other issues given that there are no other issues with the computer. It does seem like you've checked all the things that I would have